Hmm. Well, hello there. I'm back. I think I slept for like 12 hours yesterday in total. Uh, I had just gotten back from doing a visa run, exiting Vietnam and returning, and it was exhausting. Sometimes it can be more taxing than other times, but I just need a little bit of recovery time. I feel so much better today. And here we go now for another 6 hour extravaganza of fun time in Crimson Desert. We are at GameVersion 1.0402. They have yet again made a bunch of quality of life improvements, fixed a bunch of bugs, made the playability more expanded across different graphics cards, and just they are not resting on their laurels, that's for sure. And the game has sold probably by now 6 or 7 million copies, making it, one of the best-selling games in a period of time ever. And it's well earned and well deserved. It's a high fantasy experience that is sort of built around Western folklore and mythology, and that's quite refreshing because it's been a while since we've had that experience. It's nice to play a game that's centered around some of that theme area. So, without further ado, let me switch up and provide game capture. Put myself in the corner there. As you can see, if I move my face under the game version, that's the version that we're on. At some point, I might take a break and actually go look at the some of the game update patch notes, because it's like 2 days in a row, patch, substantial adjustments and improvements. Once in a while they introduce a new problem, but then they fix it very quickly. So this is a shining example of just how well supported a product can be once it hits the shelves, so to speak. Guess things don't really hit shelves anymore. It's almost all just digitally acquired hay. Almost. So let me just get my head adjusted in roughly the right place for the stream, and let me jump in. Let me open up my chat. I'm multi-streaming on 3 platforms, so I figured out a way, I think, to effectively move all of my chats into one single view, like a meta chat. So let me at least get that open so I have a clue if somebody says hi. And I've done that. Give me a second. I'm using window power tools, something called fancy zones, to chop apart some parts of my screen so that it's more stream accessible by me. So I have like things carved out in different chunks on my ultra wide monitor over here that I'm looking in, so that I can kind of go back and forth between playing the game and just interacting with the community, such as it is. If they will come, if you stream it, they will come. Has not so far been true, but it will be true at some point. I know it. So here we go. I see blimps in the distance. I think those are like dirigibles of some kind out there, far out, like right above where my character's head is. As you can see, I'm optimized for mining. I'm all about the mining experience, and I'm going for a bit of the steampunk vibe. When I was last here, I was trying to get up this gigantic building, and there are puzzles along the way. And I felt a little bit overwhelmed, so I stopped, and it was almost hour 6, so it was a good time to put the controller down, I suppose. I'm using mouse and keyboard, but here we are again, and wouldn't you believe it, wouldn't you know it, I didn't bother looking at how to solve this puzzle before coming on, so I can continue to be very, very confused on a live stream while everybody watches me slowly struggle to figure it out, to very clearly see that I'm a try-hard. Not a smarty, but a try-hard, and that's great. I always want to be a try-hard instead of a ne'er-do-well. And of course, all this is in the context of playing a game for 6 hours straight. So how about that? How about that? So currently my goal is to activate the Spire of Soaring and this is in the current quest line of Toward the Nest. This is the main quest line. Let me just take a break. Go into my journal, and I'm going to show you what's up. So I'm in chapter 5. I just got access to the second witch. Why is that significant? Well, it is significant because now I can do really neat things with any Abyss gear items that I can find. What is Abyss gear item? Well, you find these little kind of round disky things that if you get 2 of the same one with Witch 2, you can combine them together at a chance of making something new, different, and better. So it's a little bit of a collapsing sort of gotcha experience there that will probably be some amount of fun for me to try to pull out more good things. I don't even know what a good one would look like, actually. I'm not even sure what the best set would be. I mean, I know that crit is really important. A lot of people think crit is the most important stat in the game. But I don't think that's actually true, by the way, because leading up to another run of updates in the past week or so, there had been a bug where the display was showing double the crit percentage against equipment that would be optimized for crit. So if you had on paper 20% crit rate, so that means every time you hit some enemy, you've got a 1 in 5 chance to do, like, I don't know, 150%, 200% damage to them in that hit. But the UI was falsely doubling that number. So if it were 20%, then it would be 40% instead, apparently shown in the UI. Not the case. Not the case at all. Actually, it's just a UI bug, just a presentation bug. It's still just 20%. So given that, even though when you think about it, you tend to have waves, hordes of enemies come at you, and you tend to have to hit them 3 or 4 times, that means a guaranteed crit at any given moment, especially depending upon how the crit gets put out there. Like if I do a slash, and if I hit one of them, does the crit just go on the one, or do I get the splash of crit on everybody on the swing? That kind of thing. I don't know. The game has a lot of complexity, so I often have more kind of speculation and space in my head for theory crafting. But this is where we're at. And so if I go inside and you take a quick peek, I want you to take a quick peek. Take a look. Take a look. When you first go in and you get through this area in Chapter 5, and by the way, I'm marinating in the game. I'm taking my sweet, sweet time. A lot of people have gotten through to about Chapter 9. Apparently only 2% of people have actually completed the game. That's no surprise whatsoever because the game is immense. And I don't think that even accounts for faction questing, which if you look in the upper corner, I'm currently focused on, hold on. I'm moving my face out of the way. There you go. Now we'll see if I remember to move it back when we go back to play. This is what we'll see. But as you can see, in Chapter 5, we've got a number of steps. All of them are just juicy, interesting, fantastic. You know, the battle that happens around here is just outlandishly good. It's so good. Like every single boss battle I have gone through they've been absolutely spectacular. Like Elden Ring plus, like high quality. And they're often broken up into chunks so that you've got these really amazingly emotional cutscenes in between the battle as like the sort of phase shifts as the boss changes his approach a little bit or goes into alt mode or something like this. So been great. But after I got through with this part here at the very beginning of Chapter 5, then I went and I found the next witch. And finding this next witch allows me to, as I was saying, collapse these Abyss gear items. And that's great because I can make a lot of my equipment phenomenally better, which means then I can kind of proceed into some of the harder areas of the game. And when I have proceeded into the more sort of far-flung areas of the world, it's twice the size of Skyrim. The further out I go, the more challenging it becomes to the point where a couple of hits and I'm nearly dead. So then I'm beginning to feel the pinch. And most of your progression is in the form of, well, I would say half of it. Maybe it's just about 50% of all of your ability to do well in the game is based on your equipment. The other half is going down skill lines and just generally getting good at the game. But As you can see here, look, as I highlight this, we've got 2 Abyss Gear items attached. We've got fire resistance level 1, and this one is kind of cute. It has a 10% chance to log additional timber. Very situational. And I don't know why that's the case with these, but it is. So if I want, I can go to the witch. The first witch allows me to take these off if I want. Like I can take out those particular little benefits and replace them with other things. First witch allowed that. The second witch now lets me do all that the first witch permitted, but then to also go and with whatever of these that I've yanked out of items or just found all by themselves, is that even possible? I don't know. Now I can combine them. And in the act of combining, they can become something better and different, which is, again, that's something I've been looking forward to for, I don't know, days now. And we'll try it later in the stream, I suspect. If I can get through this next puzzle. Man, I wish I had looked it up online. I might stop and just look it up online, depending upon where I go, because I got, halfway up and everything was making sense. And then it didn't make sense anymore. And I felt like I was beginning to pound parts of things. Like I was doing spirit punches into things to try to make them activate or not. And I'm just no idea what to do next because it wasn't being afforded so clearly. But that's the way the game goes, right? It rewards tinkering and puzzling it out and looking around. And just like a lot of the good modern games that are open world like this, that are filled with complexity and problem solving opportunities, it is, I think, more and more now even kind of expected that, the developer can choose to make puzzles a little bit harder, knowing that the world is connected, each person to the next. And if I just do a quick lookup, I can figure out a solution if I want. And if I don't want, I can just sit there and puzzle through it and solve it. And if I'm super smart and good at puzzles, I can do it right away and feel so smart. And then if I just keep trying, because I'm a try-hard, then I can go that way too. And eventually everything will become clear. So I think we'll see where it goes with this, but if you just kind of look at my character's skill level, I have a fair amount of movement speed put in. I have 4 out of 15. All of these, look over in the bottom left corner, right? So I have a decent amount of health for chapter 5, and I have more stamina than I probably even need for chapter 5, but I like it because it lends more time in flight if I'm flying from one place to another. And it allows for my battles to be a little more frantic and sustained without having to chomp down stamina food type. And if I don't want to do the stamina food type, well, then I can focus on the health opportunity. And so basically, by having a lot of stamina, I don't have to think as much about, I don't have to micromanage in the middle of a battle in my food wheel, whether I'm vectoring on health food or stamina food. There's also spirit food, by the way. They break out into those 3 basic categories. And if you look, I don't have much spirit at all, not really. But I haven't found a really great use case for spirit yet. And perhaps as I get more and more skill up opportunities, I'll invest some in that. The way that the progression system works as you improve your character in this way is that the more points you put in and the further you progress, the more the cost is. And I wouldn't say it's logarithmic, no, but it's certainly not linear. So if you're first putting in to a particular dimension of your character's sort of survivability, whether it be health, stamina, or spirit, you'll see that it's very cheap to do so. Like you only need one thing. It's called like a spirit. No, it's called a abyss artifact. And you use that, you put it into a skill tree, and the skill tree looks like, what does the skill tree look like? What does the skill tree look like? No. So this is the skill tree for Cliff. And of course, there are multiple characters that you can play as. This is a slightly different skill tree for Damien. Or is it Damien? One day I'll know. And but for Cliff, you can see I've been putting points into stamina, health, and spirit as I gain enough abyss artifacts to do so. And so actually I have some to give. So it looks like I'm going to put more into health. Now, at the end of these skill chains are like the base abilities like the base survivability element, so health, stamina, spirit. That just benefits everything, but along the way, I can put into anything else that I choose to do. So if I want to improve my marksmanship, I can do that. Look, if I zoom in, very handy interface, you can see that the little up arrows indicate that I have enough currency of the Abyss artifact type to invest in that and improve it a bit. So one thing that I've been meaning to do for some time, by the way, is to improve some of my abilities around flight. And the reason I haven't done that yet is because sometimes when you're out in the world and you have an enemy attack you, or an enemy shows up, they'll do something. They'll do something that is essentially perhaps like an aerial roll. And so if it's an enemy that does an aerial roll, if you observe it, you don't have to put any skill points into it. You actually learn it from observing it. All you have to do is just defeat the enemy, and then it's yours. So this is such a gate where I can either spend Abyss artifacts or observe, and I just prefer to observe. Like, if I'm min-maxing, why would I invest in anything otherwise? Now, last point, and then I'll actually start playing the game and try to solve this puzzle. I've been putting it off. So difficult. What I wanted to point out was that, yeah, you're free to reset these if you have the right kind of artifact to do that. And you know, I have a glut of them, and they're not meant to be hard to find and have. So if I have one in my possession, I can just press the F button. If you look at the bottom corner on the right side, these are some of my choices. I can't currently reset, but if I want, I just go to my big stash, my big inventory back at my base, and I equip one of those, and then I can respec the whole tree. Now, if I've observed something that I had skilled into, like I had spent a skill rather than observe it, I can reset and get that one back. I'll have like a +1 of sort of investable, already spent artifacts that I can reallocate wherever I want. So every so often, if you've been exposed to learning, like you've got 2 or 3 more of these bosses or enemies of any kind that you might run into that actually displayed a new ability, and you learned it, but you'd already put points into that, and you didn't observe it, you just spent in to get that ability, then you can just get that point back. But for now, I'm cool with it. I just gave myself a little bit more health, which is always helpful. And okay, I'm gonna stop carrying this this mining tool on my back. This pick is not necessary. Let me go into my inventory. No, I don't want to go. I'm going to do my equipment wheel and just get something else on my back. I have a lot of stuff that I'm carrying around that I should turn in. So yesterday I got the Darkbringer, which is quite nice. Look at this cool thing. Yeah, look at that cool thing. It was in a real out-of-the-way place. It wasn't hard to get. It was just took some time to find it. And when I found it, I just claimed it. Boom, done. Yay. So, there. I have something better on my back. And then, wait, what else might I want to do? No, that's it. So, I'm wearing a piece of gear on my head, this helmet. When you see it flashing, as it is on the top, let me get... Uh-oh, got it. That's why we assess the stream by looking off to the side once in a while. Okay, now I'm actually making it possible to see what I'm doing. I'm not hogging up the center. In the center of my character, the center of the screen there, look at the little blue glowing thing. See that? You see the blue glowing bit on top of the helmet? I'm trying to get not too close. Looks like, oh my gosh. It's either that close or that close and nothing in between. What? Maybe we should have a little more subtlety on the zoom in. But anyway, when it's flashing blue like that, that means there's something in the environment, which if I press my B button, I can see potentially a learnable thing. Now, it might not be immediately visible and apparent to me where it is, but there is supposedly something around here. within sight that I can learn. So let me just undo that effect. Oh, by the way, when you find this helmet, and you'll eventually find it, I suspect. I think maybe it's something around when you get the cuckoo pot, which is in chapter 4, but you will wonder how to use it, and you'll think to yourself, I put it on, I press the B button, just like the instructions say, and it doesn't work. Well, why doesn't it work? What is going on here? What is happening? Well, here's what the problem is. In your quick menu, if you go and sort by armor, you have to slot the darn thing in right here. So I can put it on my head, but not have it actively as a thing that can be used. And if I don't set it up here, then even when I press the B button, it won't work. Isn't that crazy? I think that's crazy. Unless they sorted that situation out at some point, but I don't know that they have yet. And maybe they never will. Maybe they think that's just perfectly fine. Put the helmet on, can't use it unless you slot it in. So I can put it on my head, but I can't use it. Like, that's some kind of awkward, if you ask me. But that's what they did, and that's what we have. So I'm going to leave this on. Once I'm in here, I might get some kind of solution benefit for it being on. If you look here, I need to ascend up to the top, and there's actually an elevator. And I've controlled elevators and puzzles in this game before, certainly not in the way that's done in this particular area, but I get the gist of it, right? Before the elevator can ascend higher, you have to kind of qualify it to do so. And so how would we qualify to do so? Before I entered this yesterday, this was blocked off. It was a big, huge, partially busted down, dilapidated, like front, like slab doors. And so you couldn't go through. And I tried every trick in the book until finally I just swung at it with my sword, and then it fell apart. And I thought, what? My sword should not be able to get through all that, but that was how you get through. So if you get to this part, in this area, toward the nest, activate the Spire of Soaring near the Byron Estate area, then you would need to just attack it with your sword, and it'll fall apart, even though it looks like that should not be possible. Now, I've gone all the way down there before, and there's a lot that I can do, but it seems maybe nothing that I should do. So let me just jump in and show you what's what. I fly. Look it. So there's lots of draft upward, and I go up and I go up and I go up, and I go up, can't stop, won't stop. All right. So here I am. This is a bit of a skill check area. Now, I could go a little bit higher and get up to that area there, I think. But presumably, I would want to take that piece right there and move it somewhere else. I don't think so, though, because it does look like it's been slammed into place and it works. Where I last was at yesterday is I took that off. So what I did was this. Watch. Witcha! And like I pulled it off because I thought, well, it's a puzzle piece. You can take it off. However, I don't know that that should be taken off because it's powering things in the area. Maybe if I get higher up, I should pull it off and ascend. But this is where I kind of got stuck because I took that off. Maybe I unpowered some things. And then I thought to myself, well, how do I solve this puzzle? Like that will move up and down up there. Like, see how it's dark up there? You see how it's dark above? I think that means it's not powered, right? So the goal is to supply power all the way to the top to get to the top. So the elevator can go all the way up to the top of the structure. I've imagined lots of things like ripping this off and then taking it and trying to shove it on the top of this piece as it comes down, which after I yank this, it will come down a step. But I want to try one more thing here, okay? I'm just curious. I'm going to go back into flight mode and go a little bit higher up. And yes, I can go up to this point. So if I go up to this point, that's it. This piece here is now blocking going further. Now, I do have ways to kind of like sort of avoid puzzling to get higher. And I could just try that first, which is jump. So I just do a jump and then a spirit like this. Right, you see? So and then get on top of it. So look, now I'm on top. Yay, I'm on top. So, but if we look, that piece right there, and let me do more of a careful examination of it. Well, it does actually look like it has some kind of energy going into it, but it doesn't have the blue energy here. But also, moreover, if you look at this, clearly there's some sort of power that needs to be transmitted by moving these pieces around. I saw this yesterday as well, but then I just let it be. So if we look at the to and from of this, let's see where it's blue. Blue means electrical energy is pulsing and everything's happening the way you want it to. Now, this energy needs to go in through all this, turn it all blue, which is going to be a super fun puzzle, right? Simple, but fun still. And it needs to charge over down to this part here and then go up and around. Now, what does this remind me of puzzle-wise? There's nothing new under the sun. Most of the time, designers get inspired and they don't create something brand new, but by some other product. And so this one reminds me of some Deus Ex puzzle, or perhaps some other sort of turn the thingies around puzzle that you'll find in some kind of cyberpunk games. So that's going to be my approach. Just going to connect up the energy and go. So what's interesting to me, though, is that down there below, there were things that I can do to move stuff out and about and around that perhaps weren't necessary and that sort of distracted me and that I fiddled with for a while. And that's interesting. It's interesting that they would have designed it in such a way that there are irrelevancies in the path of the actions you're supposed to take. So it's an interesting sort of design approach there. Perhaps they'll become relevant later, and that I was exposed to them to see what they were, just to see that they exist as options for when I'm blocked later and need to use them. But the thing is, I can use them right away, and I think the act of using them sort of breaks the flow of the puzzle. So it's like, here, these are some things that look like you ought to play with them, but if you play with them, you're going to break the puzzle. Like, is that the right kind of design approach? Were you thinking that through really well, or just not too well? Designer, I'm talking to you, designer. Okay, so obviously I'm just going to turn this sucker until it lights up, and boom, boom. So that's cute. And now we need to just continue the circuit until the circuit has been circuited all the way through down to the side where it... Oh, hold on. I'm trying to get a higher vantage point because I don't need to be this low to do things, right? I don't need it. So the goal is to, again, light this up down there so that the blue energy can continue to persist through in there and up and above. So I have a feeling, I suspect, that this elevator piece, and this is an elevator piece, you haven't seen it go up and down yet, but when I fiddle with the puzzle down below, the parts that don't solve anything, that will just screw you up, then the elevator starts to move, which is interesting. It's like it's a teaching opportunity as you screw up your puzzle. So here we go. This looks exceedingly simple, I suppose, but let's have some fun. And then I turn you like this, and then I go pop pop. Now, some of this, no, so far it's, hold on. So far it's the only way I can solve it to progress it. There's no other way. So some of these parts down here might not actually end up being used. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm nearly done the puzzle, I think. Okay, and oh no, I'm not done the puzzle. Okay, I was wrong. Interesting. As you can see, this isn't going to work, right? So, what is this? This one can do that. Right, so I'm going to have to go the other way around. So that's kind of what I was wondering. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. Me likey. So instead of this one... Oh, no. Ugh. Ack. I'm doing ackalacka. There we go. Okay, so that's that. Now it's lit up. Now this will probably ascend in real time. Yep, see how the elevator goes up? And now I have the next thing to do. What's the next thing? So now we go and we assess again. Okay, it's the same kind of puzzle. It could be the case. It could be the case that I need to go further down and come back up with some other stuff. Could be. But we'll just take it one step at a time. Obviously, I'm supposed to move these around. Obviously. I think. I thought wrong. Oh, oi. It's Vietnamese for oh my gosh. Oh, if it isn't somewhat clear by my background, that's the Vietnamese flag. I live in Vietnam. I was born in the United States. I spent about a decade in California. I spent about a decade in Canada, and all around chasing a job to make video games. I've worked at Electronic Arts. I've worked at Take-Two Interactive. I worked at places like Mythical Incorporated in Washington that ended up going from a startup when I joined it all the way to a unicorn. I've taken little pause breaks in the gaming industry to work at a couple of NASDAQ publicly traded companies that were sizzlers back in the day. One called Vertical Net, which was a really interesting e-marketplace business-to-business solution that would take disparate databases, relational databases, from one company to the next and thread them together with ontology and taxonomy builders. Anyway, that's a mouthful, but that is what I was participating in one of those departures from the gaming industry. And then still another one was a very interesting unicorn in its own right. It didn't quite become a unicorn. We were just a coin flip away from being purchased by Nokia, and it was a company called initially Net and Touch, and then that became renamed to Contact Networks. And there were brilliant people there, such as Eyal Herzog, who was the founder of Metacafe, which is the precursor to YouTube. And the company that I was working at, Contact Networks, is the original, most powerful, best first kick at the can of a personal information management system that's distributed and shared across people. LinkedIn ring a bell? This was LinkedIn before LinkedIn. So, but it was also, interestingly, it was a very rich system that had the ability to interact and post and kind of congregate around a water hole, as it were, to share information with one another, and to have dynamic permissioning systems that were like brain dead easy to use, which could be, this is my public facing self. This is at large. This is my business facing self. This is my casual me with my friends self. And you could include people dynamically in one or more groups. And the way that the system worked was kind of a cascading set of permission structures that allowed for a very kind of rich way to share out information appropriately based upon what your goal or purpose was at the time. So, for instance, LinkedIn has become like a social network now that is often about sort of performative positioning. This is what I believe in. This is who I am. This is the kind of person that I am. And then everybody does certain things in one way or another, and some people stick out like a sore thumb or like the nail that needs to get pounded down on LinkedIn. And it's really kind of an obtuse, chunky system that it does need a permissioning structure so that you can have like inclusivity that's outside of and separate from and unshared with like a larger, broader global context. So if I wanted people to know about my chops with technology, it would be interesting if I could share that side of me. But if I wanted people to know all about my gaming expertise, then I would want to share myself in another light to them. And so LinkedIn doesn't really contain that level of control. And so you just basically spray yourself out at the world, and a lot of people are using it as like the new Facebook. And it's almost embarrassingly silly what that looks like there. And every so often I post something, but then I think to myself, I know how to do this better. I used to work at a company before LinkedIn, and we did it fundamentally better from the start. And they at LinkedIn still haven't figured out how to do this right. And it's just devolving into a political sort of morass where people are beginning to like draw lines of, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm a liberal, I'm woke and clean and good, and then other people are like, going the other way, and it's becoming yet another social battleground, and like the whole world is getting all divided and chopped up. When if you just had a slightly better permissioning structure for how you display your qualifications to people, then it wouldn't have turned into this new Facebook for professionals, where you need to kind of signal your virtues in the right way, or preclude yourself from consideration from certain companies. So it's like LinkedIn is defeating its own population base because it's like hard to reach out to people agnostic of politics, to just sort of raise your hand in the air and say, yeah, I'm looking to get hired, because now the expectation is that you be very political. So that's what I think anyway, and people might disagree, but I think if they're paying attention, that's kind of what it's become all about. It's all about performing correctly to the people as you post. Be careful, be very performative, be fake. Fake is you'll be rewarded with the fakery. So all that could be so much better with, doing some things a little bit better at the permissioning level for like how you share who you are to other people. When and where. All right, so I don't understand how to solve this puzzle. When I get stuck with a puzzle, then that's time for me to get all kind of parenthetical and digressive, regressive, and like stop trying to solve the puzzle, because I'm thinking to myself, all right, what the heck am I supposed to do now? This is interesting. It looks, I need to make the yellow lines turn blue. Can we all agree that's the thing that needs to happen? I think that's what needs to happen. But how do I do that? Let me try doing some glinting. I'm going to do some sweet, sweet glint action. Wah, 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 wah. How we doing? Is this completely pointless and silly? How we doing? So at this point, now what I believe is the case as I put my weapon away, my sick Darkbringer weapon. By the way, what's funny about Darkbringer is the way that it's been named. When I use this weapon and I'm slashing around with the Abyss gear that's imbued inside it, it throws out kind of like holy glyphs, like golden glyphs of holy damage up above and around enemies. Like I do like kind of a spirit spend into my slashing. Like I'll do like left mouse button, right mouse button together, whoop, and that'll like expend spirit that I have that keeps kind of replenishing when you're not using it in a battle into the special ability of the sword. And it's called Darkbringer, but it's using sort of like holy glyphs in the air that like then go slamming down into the enemy after they've been shot out. They like get shot out and they go slam down into the enemy as you're fighting them. So it's a bit of a misnomer. Like I'm sorry, but wouldn't you want to call it a Lightbringer? Because it's like bringing light. It's not bringing dark. I don't know. There's a lot of funny naming conventions in this game that are like that. Like, for instance, the Abyss gear that I just was talking about, it's gear that you put on gear. I'm just gonna, this is a digression, but so it's gear that you put on gear. Like, look, just look over to, like, look from where my eyes are across to the center of the screen. See where it says fire resistance level 1? That is called Abyss gear. That particular little circular disc it's called Abyss gear. Now, the rest of what I have on, it's also called gear. And the game calls it gear. So you have to put gear on your gear. Like, that's just, come on, guys. Like, can you just spend a little bit more time thinking about what you call stuff? Just like an extra 5 minutes, just like a little bit of common sense. So like when people are trying to discuss your game with one another, they're not talking about putting gear on gear. So, like, come on. What are you doing? It's so silly. It's not difficult to be sensible on that dimension. And so you should be sensible. So if I fall down, I still have the wind tunnel that'll bring me right back up. Like, you get it? So I think I need to go get something that I can slam into that center point to make energy pulse into it. Because as you can see, like, the energy goes up and into it, right? But then it doesn't go outward. And why? Because there's nothing in there to power it. So I believe I have to shove something in there. Something circular. Now, if I go all the way to the very, 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 very bottom of this particular spire, I will see that there is a ball, a sphere that I can rip out of the wall, and it doesn't seem like maybe I could put that sphere into that spherical type of hole there and power it up. Like, I think so. Now, on the other hand, maybe I should not overthink this, which is like, I am nothing if not overthinking by default. But that gives me, you know, additional ideation space. That can be a benefit, but in this case, it's me just kind of overthinking it. Here, this is what I'm trying to say to you. What if I just go up on it and punch it? Okay. How about I just go onto this and just punch the shit out of it? How about that? Yeah. And that's all I need to do, and the damn thing just worked. Now, how do I... Like, my trusty dog is following me around best he can. So yeah, did I just turn it on? Yeah, now it's on. So this spire has taught me that in order to get through the front door, you don't use the axiom force, which is this. You don't use the axiom force, you just hit it with your sword. There's no way you should be able to get through it with your sword, because it's like almost like a foot thick slab. But just hit it with your sword and it'll fall apart, okay? That's stupid. Honestly, that's stupid. And then this one looks very exotic, like it wants to take something in the middle, right? Does it look like a button to you? Does that look like a button? Just answer me, does that look like a button? No, it's not a button at all. So when I go to it and I push it by punching it with my spirit force, it is a button and it activates and lights up. That's stupid. Like you're not blending the problem space into the world's environment sort of cues. You chose the wrong thing. It doesn't look like a button. It looks like something to take something, like a slot. It looks like a slot that something goes in, not a button that you push. There's no button here. But yet in other puzzles, you do see a button. So what we're seeing here is a bit of maybe a lot of puzzles to solve, but not infinite access to both the artists to give you a button if you don't have a button, or to an engineer to like take an artist's work and jam a button on there, right? So that it looks like I should be able to push it or punch it. Anyway, I just find that a little bit silly. And it is. And it is a little bit silly. So, there. And God help me if I try to touch the center of it. But it makes sense, right? Because the disc around it is what you have to move. But they look almost identical. So, like, you would think this is just a structure that is a complete full disc and I can rotate it around. But then again, trying to rotate a disc from the center, that doesn't really work so well, does it? Like, you need more force. Okay, so let's just solve the puzzle now. I said let's just solve the puzzle now. Okay, there we go. There, all the light goes up further, and now I get ascended. Where's my baby dog? Where's my baby dog? My baby dog. I don't know where you are, baby. Oh, baby dog. I think that's it. Is that the end? Did I get to the top and am I done? Okay. I think maybe yes. Okay, well, that's that. Every time I think that these puzzles are going to be overwhelming, they're just not. This is really cool, hey? Look at the energy slowly go up. Great. It's damn cool. Oh my god, the whole top is unfolding. Oh my god, that's cool. Oh my god, that's cool. Oh, that's so outlandishly cool. Damn, this game is cool. Am I ascending? I think, yes, I'm leaving the sky. I'm leaving the earth. Yes, I made the thing. Oh, wow. Look down there. Look. Do you see that's where it used to be? And now it's slowly lifting up and off and ascending. Do you see that? In the bottom right corner, we're moving away from that. Pearl Abyss, I might complain about the execution of some of your puzzles, but that's just because I can. Knowledge required of being over a particular lake. Crescent Lake. Oh, I've never been there. I'll have to go down and check it out. So, if you look at the world in the draw distance, all of this is real. You can actually go to all the places that you can see. And if the game seems like it's big, it's even bigger than you think. Like, those areas down there, they're tiny. And this isn't like a procedurally built throwaway world. I mean, I'm sure they used proceduralism. I mean, I'm sure they did. And here we're coming up to the next area in the sky. By the way, when I get up here, I'll probably stop and go back to where I was before. Up in the sky, because I'm like 2 or 3 abyss areas behind. Like, before I progress this one, I feel like I need to go back linearly and solve those other ones. It's like I'm nearly up to the top here. Look at this. Look at this, huh? Okay, I'm approaching. Maybe I'll get back in the center. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is such a fantastic combination of sort of, you know, old-timey medieval swords and sorcerers look and feel, paired with kind of steampunk future stuff. Powered sort of by magic, right? Just ridiculous how cool all this is. Now, my best good friend in the world is any place I can find an Abyss Nexus. It's a fast travel point. So do I want to continue? I did activate the sky bridge, though. Oh, no. I didn't. I just brought myself up to the top. Where now I can do that if I choose. Let me just see what's up. Let me see what's up with the power lines. What's up? What's up? What's up? Power lines? That's interesting. Sometimes I see them, sometimes I don't. That's just like a rendering thing. Not to worry. It's all powered up. Not to worry. And of course, the reason I'm looking now and considering this is because the puzzle that got me here is centered around establishing power connections. So everybody who has some kind of sense to them will probably be doing what I'm doing, just assessing and understanding and then thinking more broadly about moving power from one place to another in the world. And in this way, the designers at Pearl Abyss have made it so that problems get progressively more layered and complex. And look, gosh, golly, all these things would suggest to me I'm supposed to take that yellow object and make it blue, right? Or put it somewhere that it will then get charged up, become blue, and then that's it. That will be the sky bridge established, right? And that makes really good sense because they've established the color system in the previous puzzle. So in the way that they layer their puzzles for solving, it's really quite a wonderful thing they've done. All right, so I have a feeling I just need to spin this around, right? It looks like it's in a space that can be spun. Is that crazy? That's reasonable, right? So if I just I don't know, there's multiple ways I can go about this, I suppose. I could try to punch it to make it go around. I could just grab it, and then can I rotate it? No, that's not it. So, as almost always with the puzzles in this game, and it's a compliment to the puzzles, I suppose. Oh, damn. All I had to do is... Wow, interesting. Sorry. Let's assess and observe. Oh, damn. So now my locus of control is locked in, and the camera has been shifted in such a way that I see I'm supposed to do something. And then, with the way that they've built the functionality of the system and the way that it affords like what to do in certain situations as a user, now I know that, you know, I look over on the left real quick and I see, okay, yeah, I'm trying to activate the sky bridge still, and then I look at the bottom center of the interface and I go to myself, oh, is there a message here? What to do? No, there isn't. Okay, and then I go over to the right side, the bottom right, and this is the flow of information. The UX of this user interaction with the Quest system is exactly as I described it, and consistently and always that way. And if you start from the left, bottom left, and then go to the center, and then go to the bottom right, you're doing things in the right order in terms of what you do when. But what I can see is what wasn't there just a second ago, control. Do you see that? I've got camera, which yes, I'm doing here. But I'm fixed. Like my camera's fixed. I can only move this much. So that means that's the extent of what I can do, and I'm clearly locked in. I'm on the rails, as it were. And now WASD. If I press W, it's probably going to bring me forward, right? Oh, no, it actually changes the direction that I'm aiming on, and I just need to... Wow. I'm pressing and holding down S key, by the way, which isn't getting me anywhere. So, oh, right. So, do you see what's happening? If you look, I'm controlling the laser beam. So I would imagine, in somewhat straightforward sense, I should try to put that... Well, initially I thought I should just point right inside here, but that's clearly not the case, right? I have a limit of where I can look and move my laser around to within this view, which means I need to find things to target, I suppose. Or maybe I come back to this later and complete the puzzle when it's time. But I'm trying to figure out... All I can do is use camera and control or stop. So, suggests to me... So what I'm wondering is, was this already pointing into that area? Hold on. Was it already pointing in the center? Oh. Oh. I just needed to finesse it. Okay. All right then. So I suppose that's one step further than before, and now I can just escape out. And now... Interesting. So this is... So... The grammar, the game grammar of this experience is that I'm using something that looks almost not powered to propagate power. So I was taught that things that aren't blue don't have power, but yet this thing is emitting a yellow beam and producing power. I don't know if you can see why I'd be a little bit confused on that. But I guess the idea is I'm supposed to like whack it there, and then it's imbued. Maybe if it's whacked, actually all of it's blue, but it's maintaining the blue effect of this here then anyway, so... I don't know, man. I don't know. It looks like I'm meant to go around. Meant to go around now that I've satisfied that solution. So, as I go around, I won't lie. I always have the urge, because the developers are like that. They might have put some kind of special thing somewhere for you to benefit from and enjoy. A little bit off the beaten path. So if I look up here... If I look up here, I see that there's still work to be done. So, you know, in my opinion, if I went all the way over there, I would have had to just come right back. You see. Although, No, I would have had to just come down and come back. So I feel like the Pearl Abyss designers, like, had a lot of power on the team, because the explorer type of mentality, the person who doesn't want to miss something, who before going on to the next obvious area, which would be over there, that's the next obvious area, right? Because that's where I solved the puzzle from the previous, right? That's where I created the line. It would suggest I go there. But before I went around the long way, I would have come to the end and realized that I can't go over there anyway. Interesting. Well, we are just thinking aloud. On this stream, I like to think aloud quite a bit so that you know what I'm puzzling out in my head. I want you to go on the journey with me, not just in the game, but in my mind. Do I have enough stamina to get up to the top? It looks like I just barely do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I barely got up. And I have a lot of stamina. I have 9 out of 14, which in Chapter 5 is probably pretty high. Okay, so then we rinse and repeat. And then I get locked into the camera view for the solve again. And as we can see, the way that we handle our business is thusly. Okay, so the goal is to take and connect up all these things. And this is why the dev team made it so these objects are the color they are, because they are the start point to solving a puzzle. And in some cases, puzzles already been solved. Like if there's a blue line. Wait, no, that's not. It all depends on if the lines are connecting up from one place to the other. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Okay, good. If I jump on that, I get a little bit of a electrical zing-zing. A little zing-zing. So I'll go around it. Doesn't matter, but I don't want the zing-zing. Okay, I know that I don't need to solve this, but I'm just going to go look at it, because why wouldn't I if I'm here? Yeah, it's already solved. I just need to go fix that one, and then we proceed. And maybe, in fact, that's the only thing remaining to open up the sky bridge. To activate the sky bridge. Pressing the tab key, but it doesn't do anything. Bro, why? Why are you going to hate on me like that? I don't know. Little quirks like that from time to time. I'm in front of it, I press tab, no go. Why? Probably because it would look janky. So, probably it would look janky. Okay, that's that. There might be other points to connect, but maybe that's actually all of them. Yeah, the big pieces in the middle. Oh, I need to go to the next ring and make that ring rotate. Question mark. Yeah, because there are other discs, like that one back there needs to rotate, right? Probably. And by the way, as I finish, and as I see the completion of this part of the puzzle space, I see in the distance, past the success, where a future success and a current problem is. Just in terms of telling, in terms of laying out the problem brilliantly, this is an example of that. Very clearly brilliant. Now, how do I get to that next part over there? Well, when that other piece started moving down below, did it move anything below so I could cross? Or do I need to go back behind me to like teleport over to the other side? Or do I need to just jump and like fly? I feel like it should be solvable without using skill-related elements that I might not have invested in. Are you following me? So therefore, proceeding must be that I go back this way. Oh, whoops. That was interesting. My bad. I could be completely wrong. Let me just go over here and see what's up, however. No, I was just completely wrong. I was not correct. This will be where I eventually go, though, I suppose. Unless it's just kind of some stale geo, or just like a stale area that just like, I don't know, I'll just leave it. Should I delete that, designer? Nah, just leave it. Who cares? It's just style in the world. Okay, so I can see, though, that there wasn't anything to be done in that area. Now, since I activated those 2 areas, it could be that something below is now lit up for me to travel from there over or across. But perhaps not. Perhaps at this point I'm just expected in Chapter 5 to be able to handle myself and to jump from that side to that side without too much trouble. Which, you know, I should easily be able to do, I would think. Like, in fact, let me just jump up on top of this, you know, because everything is interactable. The whole world is at my disposal to be used as I see fit. I need to go over to this next area and do more work. So I'm going to jump up first, right? I'm going to go jump, 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 and I'm going to just coast. I'm just going to fly over, glide over is what I was looking for. I'm just going to glide over to there. So jump. Wait, can I not jump? If I'm in an idle animation, yeah, I'm beginning to get a better and better sense of why things will feel janky at times. It's because they preferred when I'm in an idle animation not to hastily exit it, just to like have the application of the user's input to do something functionally. In other words, if my character is doing an idle animation, like touching his shoulder like this, which he was just doing, if I press the spacebar, nothing happens. So I need to re-engage him, get him out of his idle, and once that's the case, then I can transition my animation state. It's just weird that they won't let me get out of an idle animation, that they don't have some sort of IK extrapolation out of that into like doing what I'm asking the game to do, which is just to jump, you know. But like the animation is like, if I'm animating and I press the space bar to jump, he won't jump. If he's doing an idle like this again on his shoulder, like then I can't jump with him. I have to wait for him to finish his idle or break him out of it by applying WASD. Like this, look, jump. No, jump doesn't work. Nope, no jumping. Can't jump. Actually, no, I'm completely out of the ability to do movement, jumping at all. I have to just, I have to re-engage with WASD and then I can. That's a very interesting design decision. Why would you do that? How's that a benefit? Versus just taking away the feel of input when I want it. Oh, hey, Raven. Good to see you. Oh, are you seeing where I'm at? Have you gotten here yet? This is Chapter 5. I decoupled the top of a spire, and I just ascended into the sky on the spire. It was so cool. And you haven't seen this one? Yeah, dude. Like, when you get there, when you get to Chapter 5, right after you meet the second witch, you kind of progress into this area, and you'll get to the point where you have to ascend through the spire. It's tough. Oh, that bug. I got you, that bug. So basically, yeah. So basically, if you get into an idle and you've taken long enough, the camera does a very slight pullback. Like that. Now, I press the space bar. Do you hear me? Hold on. Watch. I'll show you on my keyboard. Watch, bro. Fool doesn't jump. But watch. Now I press W. I tap W once. Now Fool jumps. So that's just a really curious design decision, right? Like, the designers decided to make it. It is strange. Like, I've actually never seen that in a game ever in my life. And the thing is, you get into the idle animation after sitting there for only just maybe, I don't know, like, you tell me, what was that, 2 seconds? 2.5, 3 seconds of inactivity, of no WASD input, and then the jumping will not happen anymore. I don't know if it just started happening. I have a feeling it may have been always. Like, so Raven, you know how sometimes the jank will be like very janky, and you're like, why isn't it giving me input? Why can't I do something? Like, I'm real close to it. Why won't it work? Well, this would be why, and I think they decided, like, they don't want to interfere with the idle animations. They want to wait before you have full control and have, you know, complete functionality until you reapply WASD. As a design decision, there might be some really good sense in it, but as usual with Pearl Abyss, I don't understand why what it would be. Okay. Well, man, that's the game. I swear, like, 2 updates in 2 days is just got to give them all the credit in the world for their love of the community and their choosing not to rest on their laurels. But, you know, here we are. Regardless, I'm trying to pull this. No. Okay, so I'm at the Crescent Sky Bridge part. You don't have the bug? Only me? What? Huh. What would do that? If it doesn't happen for you, like as soon as he goes into idle, like he's touching his shoulder or something like this, then spacebar doesn't do anything. Like here, spacebar. Nothing. No kind of nothing. Then I do W and then I got jumping again. You don't have this bug. Okay, so I'm on 1.04.02. I think that's how you say it. That's just today's. No one I play with has this, buddy, since the reason I said, okay, all right, well, okay, so I have been in QA in the video game industry. I've also been in like the design family and the production family. So one of my special abilities is to get the build into a weird place. Like I am that monkey. I am that guy. Somehow, if there's a problem in the build, I'm the one who finds it. I'm the one who makes the game crash. I'm the one who makes controls stop working properly. That's just how it is with me. So I will look at reporting this, but I'll also think about what my configuration is set up for that would make it happen. Like, so I have this here. I don't know if you ever saw this before, Raven, but oh my God. So I have this really sick Naga V2 Pro mouse, and I have a lot of my functionality put on it, but not the spacebar. So the spacebar is only limited to my keyboard, right? And this is like it's like a Razer Black Widow keyboard. It's very standard. Like it's not special, not particularly special. But I haven't deadened the use of this. I haven't played around in Windows or in any other interface. Yeah, thanks, man. In such a way that I would have created a problem with space, I don't think. But anyway, we'll see about it. So as this kind of puzzle often needs to be solved, I got to like climb up on it and pound it. Like, I don't know. They like their pounding mechanics. Oh, I didn't do it this time. Oh, man. What's the big deal? Okay, so I'm at a point here where I feel like I need to make that charge up. And I'm looking to see... Okay, so that needs to get lit up. Let me climb this and just get up on top. Let me get up on top for a minute. And perhaps all I need to do... No, there's going to be some crazy puzzle that I have to solve up here. There's going to be something a little bit strange. Probably. Huh. Well, maybe when I'll come back after I solve something over here, maybe. And then that will be active again. Oh, boy. This is the part where I feel very try-hard. You know? Like, I get to the point pretty quickly in this game where I feel like a try-hard. Like, not particularly smart, but I try hard. So I'm at that try-hard point. Like, okay, I can go swimming. Great. Now what? Hey, everybody, I'm swimming. How do I solve the puzzle in the swimming pool up in the sky? I don't understand. Restore Crescent Sky Bridge and Monolith. Hold on. I just got a message on the screen. If you saw that, let me say it again. Say it again. You had a message to me, and then you dismissed yourself before I could read it. That's another thing that Pluralbis does. They put these little temporary messages on screen, and then suddenly they're gone again. And I'm like, what? What did you just tell me? Oh, no. You won't tell me again? Well, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? What is going on here? Wait. Can I just... All right, I'm going to do some of the standard approaches. I'm just going to try and jump on this thing and pound. I'm just going to try and ground pound, right? I'll try. Won't it let me jump now? Oh, look. I just saw something. What is going on here? No. I saw something back here. Oh, what is that? Look, there's some glowing thing. But something is happening. What is going on here? What? Why is that glowing? Is it just a temporary like lens flare? That feels like I missed something special back there, hey? What did I miss? What? What is that? Why is it... Well, I'm compelled. I have to go. I do have to go. Even though I have to tell you, I think the solution is right around here. So look, it's all lit up. It's got power. Well, let me just get a slightly higher up view, okay? I got to get a little bit higher up and just look around. A lot of times when I feel like I'm lost, I just need to look around a little bit, and then the solution presents itself as it would. Okay, so like power goes there, power goes there. That's usually the thing that I just pound with my spirit punch, right? Like I just go pa-cha, or else I do this with it, right? Like whoop-cha, or maybe I go on the side instead of in the center, whoop-cha, and then control and pull, and no, nothing. No, just teasing me with possibilities. But look, I think this thing needs to go around it. This needs to rotate right here. It needs to go wum, 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 wum. Because some of these back here, they weren't going around like wum, 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 wum. And I need this one to go around like wum, 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 wum. So how do I do that? That's what I need to figure out. And once it goes around wum, 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 then that will light up, and then boom, Bob's your uncle, puzzle solved. But what would that be? Probably have to go down one of these lines and find something around here. I got up to the top and I went across and around, didn't I? I'm just going to run across the top here. I'm going to explore the space. I'm going to explore on that space. I'm doing space exploration. Kind of, really, kind of. And this thing is all powered up now, and it wasn't before because I had to take that little line there that was extending from there and like point it into this front part, and then it went pa-cha, ready, boom. So is there any more like laser pointer stuff I have to do for that middle piece that I'm gonna make a big mistake and fall like an unk? No. So good. Now we're looking around. What? Okay, talk to me, goose. Talk to me, goose. The pattern's full. It's no good. It's no good. What do I do? What do I do? I did go all the way to the back there because I thought there might have been some method to the madness there, but there wasn't. That's it. That's it. I found it. Hold on. Whoop-a-cha! That wasn't lit up before, I don't think. Oh, I established power to that thingy down there. Okay, let me do my raven form. Is it correct? Is this real? Is this real life? No, it's just looking kind of cool, but I already did this part, didn't I? Yeah, like... What am I supposed to do? Yeah, oh, it just kind of shines in a nice way. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, let me pound on this, though, once. Just one loose pound. One loose ground pound. No. So when I first arrived here, I had to direct a couple of the beams up above, across. I had to point them and establish the connection, and then those little circles started, they're not little, but those big old discs started rotating. But yeah, I need to now rotate the rest of them. Hey, so I haven't gone across and looked in this area yet. I never did it. So now I'm just backtracking a little bit, trying to figure out some way to advance this puzzle, right? And go. Alright, so this is clearly not this is not my puzzle. This is not my puzzle. Because I don't understand what to do. What to do with my time. What's that over there? I found something. Look at it. I found something. Or is that just an indication of... No, that looks like something. Ooh, there's a glint. It's a glint. If there's a glint, I'm going to it. Okay. I'm very disappointed, though, because there's also a glint over here, right? And I went back to it, and it was something that I'd already been at and solved for. So it's like, why are you giving me hints to go back to the start when there's nothing to do there? Does that make sense? Like, why Why are you giving me that guide to go back to the beginning? I mean, unless there's something to do again there that there wasn't before. That's what I'm confused about. I'm all kind of confused on that one. Like, look at my shiny glint, right? Like, it's like I'm supposed to be doing something here. Oh, am I? Wait a minute. Am I supposed to do something silly like this? No. No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all. So, am I supposed to bang on it? Whatcha? Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Sorry, I just now... You will say that the game does not hold the gamer's hands a lot? Yeah. I am thinking too deep. You're right. I just need to just proceed and look around in the area. Of course, by the way, I know one of my big weaknesses is my thoughts spray in all directions, okay? Like, they go every which way that you can possibly go. But, you know, the way that the world works, the way that life is, every possibility is not going to be... It's not going to be that. There's just, like, a couple of ways to make the game solve. And yet I'm looking at the vastness of it and, like, overthinking all of it. Overthinking all of it. Always. Okay. Got you. All right, so I won't be too self-conscious then. How do I get back up higher again? I think I'm just going to have to climb once more. Yeah, I'll just climb once more. Let's go. No! Guess what? I'm curious, now that I've failed in the way that I have, what happens if I land on this? Oh, this is going to be a problem. Oh, it's a problem. I'm into a problem now. Oh, wow. This is where you... Oh, what? 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 Oh, that was awesome. Oh, that was so awesome. Oh my God, because physics. Oh, oh, dude. Oh my God, that was awesome. That was so cool. Oh, 45 minutes? Okay, well, I'm just going to take me double that. Sure. Oh, that was so cool. Did you see that? You can get on those things and then they'll take you around. And if you grip on them real good, you don't lose your grip. Oh, it's like Shadow of the Colossus style, hey? Like, it's like this game is loaded with little love letters to other games, including most definitely that one. Oh, also, I'm so glad that it's daytime now. Yeah, that was nice, hey? It's daytime, so I can actually see the world a little bit better. Restore Crescent Guide Monolith Crown to activate the... Okay, okay, I hear you. I hear you. So this thing needs to be spinning. It needs to be spinning. And let me stop. Let me just take a moment. Look for glinty glints. There was a glint somewhere down around over here, wasn't there? Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, but I can't get that yet. I have to pass through there, I think. I don't think the fix will be over there. The fix will be somewhere around here. Okay, so is there something that I can pick up and put down here? Like, this looks like definitely... This looks like an area that I can do something. Although maybe it can only be done after it's powered up. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to go back onto this and try to pound it again. Looks like this might be where the work has to be done. No, but it's not. And then I look... I've already done this, but like my brain tells me this is what I need to do. Yeah. So I follow... Oh! Wait. That's not lit up right. That needs to get lit up. That's what I learned from a previous quest. That means follow this thing to somewhere so that it lights up and passes over. Oh, bro. That's what. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna get electrocuted. I'm gonna get low-key electrocuted, but it's worth it. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh my god. Okay. We did it. We did it. Through the power of Grayskull. Yeah, I know, finally. Well, what I had to do was just, like, apply my puzzle solving that they taught me to use in the previous thing that I did, and then reapply it. By the way, that was cuckoo pot style. Remember the cuckoo pot? One of the 3 ways to establish the cuckoo pot's energy was to find a loose connector. Now I can just punch it, right? Can I punch that? Or maybe no, I do this. Or maybe now it's nothing like that at all. Maybe it's just all good as is, and I can go up and continue. There, find the other. Oh, there are 2. Got you. You know what? Because, look. Is there one? Is this one? Well, I didn't go down the other side looking for a problem, did I? Or did I? And I forgot. I don't know. Let me take a peek. Let me take a peek. Got trouble in paradise over here. Things are and aren't connected sometimes. Okay, so this one looks like it's, yeah, that one's fine. Okay, that one's fine. And give that a goodly jump. I still see that glint over there. I'm always distracted by that glint, you know? Okay, let me go over here. Didn't see. Okay, this one. What about this one? It's not lighting up. I'm just making sure everything's connected up, which is fair, right? Of course that's fair. Ooh, something, I think I just heard something happen. Is this thing movable? Like what? What was that sound? Like, what was that sound? I heard a sound. Whoa, this is not even real. That's like not real life. Oh no. Can you reconnect? Connect. Oh no, you didn't just do that to me, did you? You didn't just do that to me. Oh boy. And so that's still not rotating, but it can and should. So, let me stow this. And I didn't put in those 9 stamina points for nothing. This is why I put those extra stamina points in. Might be a more elegant way to get up it, but I wouldn't know. Wouldn't know if there were. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Just double checking. That's good. Okay, so it seems like I do have power on both sides, so that's that, right? So that's that. I swear I'm supposed to do something there. Okay, the definition of insanity is, hello, there are 2, okay, ooh, hey Mohammed, 2 electrical cables in total that need to be connected. After that, use your hand grip on the circular gate to activate it. Oh, the hand grip. 2 electrical cables in total. The hand grip on the circular gate. Interesting. Okay. So I only attached 1, I think. Well, you know what? It's not the worst. Not the worst. I don't mind getting it spoiled a little bit because I basically solved the puzzle in concept. Well, partly. You want to watch me grind it? Nice. Okay, so I am having one of those points connected, but not all of them. I wonder if I need to go a bit more afield over here. I shouldn't, but I'm just going to do it for a second. I'm just going to do it for a second. I'm going to take a peek. Well, the one advantage of nighttime is you can see those electrical lines a little bit better when you review, and now I feel like I can't see them as well. The place you fix the first, it's across to the left. The gate has yellow color with active later. The other one is to the left. Oh, right. So the other one is to the left. So it's over here. I feel like... Is it like down or up or across? So you see how we've got the blue going over to that side? Then it tells me, oh yeah, that's done. That's good. No problem. No, up. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Oh. So... Got it. Is it... Alright, I'll stay up. Alright, let me go up here. Womp, womp, womp. And so if I follow this one around... Okay, so it is powered up till this point. I can say it's powered up till this point, but then I might find further along where it's no longer... Where it stops being blue. Like... All right, so, okay, and when you said to the left, I wondered if you mean, like, it depends on which way you're facing when it's left. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me, Goose. What do you need? What do you need? I'm mixing two movies at once. I'm mixing the Wachowski movie Speed Racer, where he's like stalled out, and if he puts into fifth gear, he can start the whole thing up. I'm like, what do you need? It's the FOV. Yes, bro, it's the FOV. It's the field of view. What do you need? Oh, I was wondering. I heard the strange sounds. See that large circle in the center of the others? That's the cable. Oh! Large circle in the center. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Right here. Ooh, I'm actually... Oh! I almost died! Do you see how close it was to me dying? Oh my god! Whoa. Subtle. Subtle. Oh, okay. I won't go down. You know what they say, how like two heads are better than one? This is an example of that. It's three heads at once. So up, up, up. I did go this way and connect up the lines, but perhaps I need to go further down and connect it twice. Maybe it's broken in two places on the same line. I'm just going to go check, okay? I'm sure you're going to say no, not so much, but yeah, and it goes all the way across. That's not it. Okay. Oh, I see that. Not down. All right, I'm not going to go down. Oh, they're so poisony. They're such poisoners, those fellas. So that one's connected, right? We got that connected. That's good. And then, by the way, you can tell that I don't like look up how to solve these problems, right? To have like a nice smooth podcast stream. You can tell. I'm just like, all right, how do I actually do this? It must be along here, right? Is it? I'm getting close to dying again. Oh my god, it's so much poison in there. So much poison. Okay, let me just go a little bit further over here, okay? Oh, you're saying yes? Oh, okay. Okay. And so you're saying there's a chance. Oh, look. Oh, let's see. I see. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't notice that this one didn't have power. I never noticed it. Okay, so I've got it. This is golden now. I'm gonna find the there's the breakpoint. This is an example of if I were doing it at night, it would have been a little bit easier. Okay. Okay. You should have seen some of the ways, Mohammed. I was looking at trying to solve this puzzle before. Oh yeah, and now that's gonna spin around and... Oh no, now it's ready for the punch. Now it's ready to get punched. I'm gonna come over and I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna punch you. Some of the puzzle solutions I was mulling, I was considering before, were definitely me overthinking. I had some crazy ideas, but all right, I'm gonna come up on. Let me just double check. First, I'm gonna do this. No, of course not. And then I'm gonna do this right in the center. I'm just gonna give it a shot, and then I'm gonna punch it. This puzzle is almost always required just basic punching. All right, gonna punch you. Gonna punch you so hard. Okay, there we go. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Wow. And I get the reward of the... Oh, I didn't have to go pick it up. It just sucked right into me. That's what I'm talking about. You know, when you get those crescents, it'd be better if they just suck into you every time. You don't have to go find them and pick them up. Which reminds me, I don't know if you saw, but when I was doing the cuckoo pot in chapter 4, I was jibber-jabbering. I pushed the lever all the way through to snap it in place, and I got to the point where the cuckoo pot dropped, but because of my angle, because of how I was zoomed in, and because I was chattering, I missed that it dropped. And so amidst all of those other pots there was the cuckoo pot, and I had to just walk over and pick it up instead because I didn't realize it wouldn't just go into my inventory. I basically had to load an older save file and start over on a bunch of things. It was like not one of my finest moments, shall we say. Oh, it's great though. It's great. We got it. I'm gonna proceed. All of these are lit up. Everything is good. I can just go for a swim if I want. I have no idea. Just wanted to just go for a swim. Cool off a bit. Monolith crown. Okay, so that's not it. Now I can go over here, and this must be where I proceed, right? Because I can see that the walking through can happen. I love the camera work that they apply to give you a sense of what's next and what's important. By the way, I didn't even know until having been up and around these monoliths for some time that I could just go in and do what I just did. I never did this in the first situation where I could have, and I just fell down and I thought, oh, this is an awesome game, but I didn't complete it. I didn't proceed to the next part. So I have a bunch of areas up in the sky that I haven't gone down and continued yet. Wow. So good. Oh, and that's the sky bridge. Wow. 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 Hold on. I'm just going to go back before I proceed. I always have that urge to, no, okay, so I can't yet. This is for later. To hold my horses. Be patient. Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what, man. Can I say the thing I most love about the Pearl Abyss designers is how much they respect the gamer, right? Like, the solutioning there was non-trivial. Actually, can't activate the other door yet. Yeah, that's what I thought, Mohammed. But I love how they respect the gamer's ability to solve problems. Like, what makes gamers special? This is my opportunity to brag about and appreciate gamers, because I am one, but also I'm a game designer, I'm a producer, I've been in QA and even at the very beginning, and even customer support at one point, but I made games anytime I could that in such a way that I reward people for solving problems nicely, right? Make the experience accessible up front, but also something that you can work toward mastering as you play it. And this is because I respect the gamer, right? I respect the smarts of a gamer. Like, we as gamers, we play games. I'm just going to jump and and now I'm just going to get brought up. The design is so good in this game. It's just unbelievable how good the design is. Like, how well conceived it is. It's just so good. Like, in order to get to this point, I had to use an elevator system where I would float on the air. Yeah, you agree totally, right? But like we're a special breed in that the way that we enjoy like unwinding and relaxing is to like solve problems. Like, we're creative problem solvers. So Knights of the Old Republic was the first game that I played. Okay, it's definitely not the first game that I played where I saw this, but it was one of the more recent ones. And of course it's BioWare, so then you would expect that from them. But they had this math problem that you had to solve to get to figure out how to proceed through a part of the desert with the HK droid. And basically you needed to do, you need to solve an equation to get through it easily without like sort of blunt force solving it, right? Just like, you know, trying every possibility. And so I thought to myself, no way, that's it. I think this is an equation. Wait, I think they're asking me to solve for X. What? And then I solved for it, and I got through it, and it was the first try, and I thought, oh, how much do I love these designers, because they don't treat me like I'm stupid, right? They treat me like I'm a problem solver, and the reason I play games is because, you know, I like to unwind by figuring stuff out, and that is really what makes a gamer special. Oh, parenthetically, in the United States, and I live in Vietnam, right? But in the United States, where I'm from, they recently have this initiative to try to find potential air traffic controllers from populations of high-achieving, high-skilled gamers. So they like apply for the role, because what we need are people who are brilliant problem solvers who can juggle a lot of variables at once. I just thought, fast twitch, but also smart. So these people who are great in games and they can't help it, it's just what they live for. It's just playing these games, having a good time. They can now like apply to be in the Federal Air Administration, and if they live in the States, and they can try to we'll probably have to take some IQ tests and like personality tests, make sure like you're cool under pressure and that you're going to be consistent, you're going to be a good employee and all these things. But people who exhibit strong skills and talents in problem solving in games now have potentially a way in the United States to go and take that advantage and bring it with them into air traffic control. Like, I just think that's crazy, but appropriate and sensible. Like, it's still crazy. You have some of these people who are like peak gamers, and I'm not a peak gamer, but who have great problem solving skills and can kind of focus as they go and basically just boom. Okay, now go work. Now go get the planes in safely. All right, anyway, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to shut my mouth and continue. Oh, wow. Row. Wow. Transitions like this are so good. So when you mix genres like swords and sorcerers with like future stuff, they call that, I've heard it called creative anachronism. In English, that's creative anachronism. So anachronism is like time. And then creative is obviously, doing things in a novel way. So this game has creative anachronisms. It's like they're mixing swords and sorcery with like steampunk future stuff. Oh no, this is a boss, isn't it? Oh no, it's that guy. It's that guy who keeps talking about his mom. He's talking about his mother and how he's all jealous about mother's consideration for like me over him. He's got like mommy issues, which suggests like, okay, are we brothers? Who am I? Who am I? It's the fundamental question in all of art. Who am I? Okay, who am I? I'm about to get my butt kicked. That's what. So this is going to go bad. Don't laugh at me too much. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Look at the atmosphere leading into this battle. Wow. Okay. Don't laugh too hard when I die, because it's going to happen. And you know this. It's going to be so bad. It'll be, I'll fat finger it so bad that I'll like go into the pause menu and everything. I'll just be like losing it. This is amazing.
The light will illuminate your sins, heathens. Ah, Sullivan, hear us.
What is this?
There'll be fine offerings to Mother.
Gotcha, Muhammad.
As will you. Welcome to Mother.
I haven't leveled this up so much, by the way. This particular sword. I have another choice. It's like the Vow of the Dead King or something. That might be my better one, but let's just give it a shot with this and see how it goes. Okay. Skill check passed.
Let's end this.
Stop talking about your mother. Brah.
Greymane, does this place please you? It shall serve as your grave.
We'll see whose grave it'll be.
This is my nest. The moment you set foot here, your fate was sealed!
So damn cool. Oh, subtle transition, bro.
Didn't you not to flee, Greymane? Okay. I'll grant you that much.
Oh, whoop-cha!
But now, lay down your arms and accept your fate.
Oh, hey there, mister.
Resist, and you'll only know greater suffering.
Really disappointing me. We're not talking about your mother right now. I
Join
want...
those damned priests as an offering to the darkness.
Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, this is going really well. This is no problem, sir. Oh, unblockable, hey? Oh, I learned. Oh, I have been waiting to learn the aerial roll for so long. Okay, just taking a little break here. Hold on, I gotta take a sip of, what is this? Some kind of weird tea. Some kind of weird tea that has roots and berries in it. Apparently it's good for your blood. That's what I'm told. It's a sort of ancient Vietnamese and Chinese and sort of APAC generally a tradition to drink this stuff. What is it called? I'm embarrassed. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to totally get him, hey. I think he's going to taste this blade. Okay, anyway, I'm going to start again. I'm so excited to get this aerial roll, though. I've been waiting for some time. I've been wanting this all my life. All my life I've been wanting this. Okay, all right. Whoop-a-cha. Get. I'm gonna do kicking. Oh, mistake. I'm gonna do kicking. I'm gonna do the kicking. Punching and kicking. Whatcha? Oh, I better get serious, actually. I'm trying to mix it up and have a good time, but that's arrogant. Stop being arrogant. Get the job done, brah.
Mother!
He's talking about his mother again.
About you so fondly.
He's got issues with
me. Her very own son!
I've no interest in your story.
I should be all that she sees. In her eyes, I must prevail above all!
Oh, this is hardcore. Come. No, not coming. Not gonna come yet. Come on. Let's go, bro. Let's go. I got something for you. I got this punishment for you.
Dream of tearing her beloved grey mane limb from limb.
Bro. Taste it. Taste it. Taste the pain of me.
Why would such a warning even turn Mother's head?
So kind of like, I love it when the stories do get to like family and kind of like core things that we all share in common. Okay, unblockable, right? So I do love that. And it should be like that. Like good art should be all about. I should try blocking. Oh, but that's unblockable. My bad. If he does the red in advance, it's unblockable, right? That's unblockable, so I should not try. Oh, wait, I did sort of block it. Anyway.
No one will ever take my place.
Wow.
Mother has yet to deal me.
Wow. This is dynamic. I'm just like chilling and watching because I keep thinking maybe I got him, but
I'll kill you so the world may know I exist.
oh, come. I'm trying to time my big bang.
I will dye this nest with your blood. There's nowhere to go but to your grave. The grave is yours.
Release the dove of innocence.
You all right?
Oh, that's the mother.
You rescued me from my own twisted shade.
Wait a minute.
Thank you. Truly.
Confused. Crow.
But I fear this is not the end. Prepare for it, maybe.
Wow. Chapter 6. Cracks in the shield. That was amazing. All the boss battles are so good in this game, you know? Calfade Beacon.
Something feels off.
Is that... We're being attacked!
Quickly! Go light the beacon!
Huzzah! We're being attacked. Go light the beacon that ministereth. Light it. Light it. Hope rises. Oh. The other ones are going to light up too, just like in Return of the King, huh? That's so cool. Or maybe I have to light them. I don't know. Again, love letter to all of these great sort of Western myths from the past. It's fun. It's really nice. Oh, and look, I'm back. Blackwing leather mask. Good. Now I can RP like a badass. I can look so good. I feel like maybe I'm going to take off my helmet. Boss's weapon contains good gear piece. You can extract it at the witch house and emblem it to your own weapon. Will help a lot. Awesome. Awesome, man. Hey, let me take a quick peek. I'm still kind of getting used to the new interface. Like I have... Like, it's so interesting. Like, if I ungroup all items, oh, that is what I need to do. Oh my God, that's awesome. Oh, Pearl Abyss. So weird and so good. Okay, so if I just press and hold the T button, I can toggle between a view of all these items versus not them. Okay, so black, that, Torrance leather armor, completely broken, it can no longer serve. Okay, but this crowplate helm, all of it says completely broken. I'm sorting by type, right? Okay, let me sort by date so I can see the most recent first. Oh my goodness, that curved sword looks so good. This is the one, hey, Crow's Pursuit. Or let's see, what else do we have here? We have movement speed. Well, movement speed is always nice. It's always appreciated. Stamina regen, nice. Movement speed. Ice resist, sure. Sure. So how far have you gotten in this, Mohammed? Like what chapter you're at, and what's your favorite weapon, and what kind of equipment do you wear? I'm just curious. Like what have you found is great? Because I think you've actually gotten past me. At some point, maybe I was ahead, but I think you just blew right by. I'm curious about your setup. Just going to give it a minute. Take your time. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but I'm just curious. Oh, and by the way, me asking you might not be fair because, like, what are the names of those things? What are they called? Like, I don't know. You completed the main story. Okay. I will show you that I invested quite a bit in the faction quests. Although maybe it's all relative, right? Like, look, I did 9 out of 63 Hernan commissions. Like, I feel like I put a lot of time into that, but I haven't completed the main story at all. Curious. I want to control the female more often because she's super cool. She's all like techie and kind of like set up with like the cool gigantic swords. But then also the other guy. I don't even know where I would get him and when. But yeah, you probably don't even know the name of all the things that you're using. Like I wouldn't. Better, but you better than me in the side missions. Yeah, it's okay, but you know, there's so much fun in the side missions. And by the way, I want to show you something. One of the things I've been trying to do in the side missions, I've been trying to get the band back together, right? I'm trying to get all the people to join again. So like I'm trying to expand the camp like crazy. But you know, like I think I have so much more to do. I think you can play the game forever, right? Like all these commissions are me trying to like increase my inventory size, get like my private inventory like larger, and I'm still have so much further to go really. I can just easily see playing this game for some time. But yeah, I've got some progress in here, but when I scroll down a bit, but they're probably whole entire sections. Yeah, the game is like will go on forever. You know how sometimes how some people are still playing Skyrim even, or even some folks still Oblivion, or even still Morrowind, you know, those Bethesda software games. This will be like that, and then some, you know. And I mean, Elden Ring and those From Software games are also similarly exceptionally replayable and just a delight to do so. But this will be the same, maybe even more so. Because there's so much variety. Like, I think they took that Black Desert MMO game that they were building before this, and I think they must have had a lot of mini games, and they just sucked a lot of those into this game because how else could you have so much variety, you know? How could you ever have this much variety? It's just wild. But yeah, okay. So let me switch up some of what I'm wearing here. Whoops, I was pressing the wrong buttons. By the way, I'm using this mouse. And I have tons of stuff mapped to those side buttons. There are 12 buttons, and with my right thumb, I'm just like tapping as I go. But I haven't fully mapped all of those buttons on the keyboard in my brain over to the side buttons, so I still get lost a lot and press the wrong buttons. It's just like it is what it is. But I was trying to go here, and I was going to show this Vow of the Dead King. I wonder which is better, the Vow of the Dead King or this Darkbringer. Or maybe ultimately they're about the same if I put all of the possible refinements into them that I could. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Taria's curved sword. So yeah, I mean, right now this one is better, but that's probably because I haven't invested in it the way that I could. I'm really curious to see how that one nets out and how it's going to look. Your weapon, one of the best weapons in the game. Okay, because the weapon gives you 39 attack, critical 3 when upgrades to level 10. Wow. So
Good
you
to
know.
see you.
All right, you know way more about this game than I do, hey? That's really cool. Good on ya. By the way, yeah, I got you. Let me go to my armor. I'm going to switch my armor. I'm going to go... By the way, I love this frost-cured plate, the way this thing looks. It looks sick. I don't know why I had this plate armor on, honestly. It's not all that great. Ooh, that looks nice. That's really nice. The Blackwing, I'm just going to put this on and let it be where it's at for now. I'm into it. I'm just into it. It looks so... Okay, I just instantly now look way cooler. I kind of like this. He looks... Ooh, look at that. Womp womp. It's a good look. The game looks good. Blackwing mask though. Dude.
Aim for the cock. That's a man's weak spot.
Aim for a what?
Hey, Cliff.
Language.
Looks like we've settled in well.
Aye, the gold leaves have us well supplied.
This game
Our
is
comrades
crazy.
are slowly returning.
Looking so dangerous and so
and the
good.
townsfolk are warming up to us. Huh? Hey,
Marius, you're looking well. Ah, there you are. Can we talk?
Sure can.
If you don't mind.
What's happened?
There's news that a comrade of yours is in Calfade. But with war raging, it's far from safe. The Marquis requests you head straight to Hernan Castle. The matters he wishes to discuss are most urgent.
Understood.
Very well.
He looks so cool right
What's
now.
happened?
That's
Don't
crazy.
move. Anything good?
Oh, Yan.
They found a grey mane.
All right, let's go.
That's not happening, Jan.
Come on. Why not?
We have to meet Marquis Circus
What?
first.
He's more important than one of our own.
Jan.
All right. Huh? Well, hey, don't even think about going alone.
Oh, no.
Oi, you think this is funny?
Okay. Meet
Keeping well, are
Marquis
we?
Circus. Oh, I remember that guy. Okay, so that guy Yan, who was just, he like popped in and had a chat. Oh my god, this is so cool. Get out of here. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? How cool is this? Okay, I also have like, I killed an alpha bear and got his bear head. But this is better. Unbelievably cool. Okay, so that guy Yan, who interrupted in that conversation just prior to, he reminds me of a guy almost exactly like Yan, and that everything he said was like literally grating in the ear and horrible. Like everything was a swear word. The status also better. Yeah. Hold on. Speaking of status, hold on. Oops. Let's see. That's like, what do we got here? Stamina regen, win. Refinement, barely even. So I'll be refining. Same here. Almost no refinement. So there's all kinds of room to give. And that sword looks sick. I actually like curved swords. So this is like, Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what we do with all that. But this guy, Brian, who I knew, and mostly the Brians in my life I've known are great, but not all of them. This guy, I worked with him at a fast food restaurant when I first got into university in Minnesota. And he would just say the most obnoxious things and just rude, the rudest. And everything was just like so dirty. Like a guy was awful mess to be around, swear mouth. I mean, I swear. Like sometimes I swear like a sailor, but he was worse. And so anyway, I'm playing chess with this guy, and he was so arrogant. Like he's like, oh, I beat everybody, blah blah blah. And I have a chess set behind me. In university, I tried to set up a chess group, and then it did start, and people did go, and then but I was not part of it for very long, just a very short while. At the University of Minnesota. I mean, there had been a chess club before, but then it kind of became defunct, and then I just raised my hand, and then we started again. But it was just easy. But this guy, so I'm not that good. I'm sure I'm rated very poorly, like very, very bad. You know, like my idea of like a high-powered thing is like, oh, I did a fianchetto. Like I put my bishop in the corner, and I'm launching some kind of attack into the center from the diagonal edges. Like that's not that impressive, right? Like I would get smoked by anybody. But this guy was sure he was the best ever, and right at the end of the shift working, he like outed me and said, "Oh, I beat you playing chess." I don't know. Like I wasn't talking about chess. It just he wanted to emasculate me and make me look bad in front of everybody. And so, you know, he opened up trying to do the like the scholar's mate. And so he kind of immediately overextended himself a little bit in the process of that, got his queen out a little bit too early. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing there. And I'm not going to get scholars mated. Like in the first few moves, that's not a thing. And so then as the game progressed, I got this idea with his aggressiveness. And he was doing a pretty good job, right? He's okay. That he would accept my sacrifices as mistakes. And so I figured out, and it's literally to this day, it's maybe one of the best games I ever played. I mean, the best game of chess you could ever play would be against somebody who's as good or better than you, right? Like, so that the challenge is there. But this guy was a notch below, but he didn't know it. And so I created this pawn channel up on the left side where I've eventually, after sacrificing, it was either 4 or 5 pieces in a row. Like he thought he was wiping the board with me. The last sacrifice that he took was his king took my queen. And the act of him doing that forced him down a pawn channel, like where he basically, okay, I'm telling you, this is real. I said to him, right when he took my queen, I said, forced mate in 6. I literally, because he bit on that queen sacrifice after all of the piece sacrifices leading up to it, actually forced him into a situation where he could only go through this pawn channel I'd created, and it was 6 straight moves forced mate. And to this day, I'm like, damn, that was good. Like that one I wish I'd recorded. Like I don't have like that kind of a memory. I can remember the entire move. I remember fundamentally positions and that kind of thing, but I don't remember the exact game that we played, but it was sick because it looked like I was an oaf and I was throwing away all of my pieces accidentally, and he was getting more and more confident. And when I stopped and I said like forced mate in 6, it might have been forced mate in 7, but whatever it was absurd, right? It was like, literally, I called a forced mate where all he could do, I would force him down a path, and his only action is to go down the path. There is no other choice, right? I had created such a structure with the pawns that he was just literally forced down, move after move. And I said forced mate. It was either forced mate in 6 or 7, but it was more than 5. And it was so exciting. My heart was pounding out of my chest because I realized that I emasculated him. Like everybody was watching. It was one of those everybody's watching scenarios, right? And I maintained I was completely unflappable, like totally like flat faced and just cool, right? And like my heart was pounding because I did the count on how many forced steps it was, and I made sure like literally it was airtight and he wouldn't be able to go anywhere else. And I was like, I cannot believe I'm about to say, for true, forced mate in 6. And he looked up at me and like when I said that, and he just like, what? And then I just enacted it and I said, okay, 5, 4 with each move. And he was like, oh my God. He shook my hand and he was like, dude. He said, dude, nobody's ever beaten me like that before. I'm like, yeah, well, you're not actually that good. But also step 1 is don't don't play with your opponent, right? Like don't treat your opponent like they're a chump. Like put all due respect into your opposition, because especially when you're trying to win against them in a really, resounding way, like make sure you don't make yourself embarrassed in the process, because that's going to be a hard one to live down. It's like a dozen people watching him look like an absolute tool, It was fun. So anyway, that's Brian, and Yan reminds me very much of Brian. Oh, it's so great to beat him. So great. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take my horse out for a minute. By the way, I want to stop for just a sec and pop out and look. Interesting. I think this used to be where I would see how many horses that I had, which I could choose from. And then it stopped being about like my horses and became just about the one that I have. And I think what that means is I'm supposed to go to the stable if I want to switch out. But the thing is, I went to a stable and I didn't see my other horses there. And I know that I have trained 3 horses, actually 4 now, and I don't see where they are anymore. Like, this is just the horse who I have. So not who I currently have from out of the stable, not the one that not like my list of horses to choose from. So, because I have certain challenges now to unlock some of the Abyss artifacts that are sealed that involve like, ride 100 meters with all of these different kinds of breeds. And I'm like, well, actually, how do I do that now? I don't even know how to switch to another horse if I wanted to. I guess I got to look it up later. But I think that's kind of unusual. Like some of their UI changes. Like, see, like, look at the imbalance here. Like pets, right? And then this is like Rocade. I mean, he's a legendary horse and he's the only one for me, right? Don't get me wrong. My trust is at 4. I can't wait till I get to 5 because I'll probably unlock, 2 or more of these next skills that make him like so much better. But like if you look at his skills, like look at his jump power, maxed out. Yeah. So anyway, just some thoughts that I have right now about that. And I was curious how far along I am with trust. It's going to be a minute. I think it's going to be it's going to be quite a while before he's all set up. I'm going to put this on him. Can I? Yeah, I did put that on him. I don't think he looks quite as cool with that, but that's okay. And then, I thought I had the ability to put those on him as well. Do I? I don't. I want to give him a horseshoe, but I can't find where I would give him that horseshoe. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take a quick 2 minutes and 2 seconds break, and I will be back. So please bear with me. I'm gonna go to my OBS. The way that I'm streaming on Kick, YouTube Live, and Twitch all at once, which is great. And all of them are streaming, showing excellent health. Happy about that. But with my OBS, this is all standard, by the way, if you ever wanted to give this a shot, and you totally should. It's really fun. But you go, once you get good at OBS, then you can switch in and out of views without too much trouble like that. And now you don't see me, so I can get up and walk away and then come back here. I'll just leave myself, I'll just leave it like this, okay? Something cool to look at. I'll be back. Actually, no, let me make it better. I'm gonna make it better. Better. Okay, I'll be back. Give me a sec. 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Okay, I am back. Sitting down, putting my headset back on, and back to me. So yeah, let's see. So far, I've been online for a couple of hours. I'll be on for about another 4, and my Vietnam sign just fell backward. Oh no, what will we do? How will we get by? I'm gonna leave it as an imperfection. So yeah, it's been a bit of a it's been slightly hotter here lately in southern Vietnam, and definitely a lot more rain. Yesterday it rained so much. And I haven't heard my 2 dogs barking, which is nice. Usually they bark their heads off right in the middle of the podcast. Sometimes you hear them like every 5 minutes for hours, but it is what it is. I could shut the door and kind of turn this into more of like an audio recording booth, because I have really heavy drapes all set up, and it is fairly well sound controlled. But then we get kind of hot in here because it's very closed, and yeah, we get kind of hot. So I have a fan pointing in, and I guess I'll just keep going the way that I am. Things will fall apart around me, but that's okay. We'll just keep going until the wheels come off. Yesterday I had like an hour straight of talking about what kind of drives me nuts about the video game industry right now. I'm going to try to look more into the camera. And I don't know, I think I said some pretty harsh things, but I think still I believe them. I don't think that they were unfair. They were harsh but not unfair. And some of what I pointed out was that the video game industry has, in some cases, record revenue. In a lot of cases, they are doing far more than breaking even with their big hits. And that, on the whole, they are bringing to the shareholders more than enough money, right? They're having a lot of success in the marketplace. And yet you've seen this new trend, which is almost, I would say it's almost across the board happening in all sort of AAA publishers, like bigger companies like your Activisions, your EAs, and even like Epic Games. And I love the industry, and I love these companies. Like the ones that I've mentioned, I've worked either in them or with them, and they're all just chock full of amazing people, right? I'm not here to besmirch the good name of people working so hard, but there are times in projects, and there are certain positions, like roles in these companies, in the industry, that the conduct and procedures, they have not been up to par. They haven't been good enough. And some practices have been coming into play that are quite toxic and unhealthy. It's hard to be in a career here in the game industry now. It's very hard to maintain consistent employment, even if you're one of the best of the best. It's become kind of like a migrant worker almost culture, where you finish a project, you're going to get dumped. Now, the film industry can be like this too. So what happens is people have unionized there. I'm pausing for dramatic effect. Where are the unions? Where are the guilds? Why have the people not gotten together and made their lives better? We in the game industry, and I'm still in the game industry, right? I was most recently an executive producer at Good Story Time in southern Vietnam. We deserve to have careers, and we have bled on the battlefield, so to speak, so that people can have great experiences with games that are lasting, right? That are special. And I've been lucky to be a part of a lot of those teams that release great products that have green Metacritic or better. As have so many people in the industry, right? Like, we're a very high octane, high per capita talent base. Like we We're really good at what we do, and so much of it is just because we're try hard with our passion. Like we are gamers in our hearts first, right? And so what I was talking about yesterday, I just put a bow on here before I get back to playing the game, is that the industry needs some changes. And those changes include when there's revenue and you're hitting break even, that is not when you lay people off, okay? When you're a project manager or you're in a position of power and you have to manage upward to officers in the company, it's actually your job in that role to mind the budget while caring for the people. Okay, 70% of the cost of a project, probably accepting marketing, goes to salaries. So the way that they can make the books better, if they've been poor planning, if they've been allowing people who have a lot of the control to go too far and kind of be unchecked, like where are the checks and balances? Where are the checks and balances? That's a big problem in the game industry and the big AAA publishing companies. Checks and balances are not properly and adequately enforced. I mean, we see this all over the place in the world, like at different social levels. When you have power unchecked, you have bad outcomes. So currently we're in a state of having a lot of bad outcomes. Over 40,000 people have been laid off in the game industry in the last few years, and it takes an average of a full year for someone who has a great name with tremendous credits and proven success to find another job. It can take a year of looking. And, for a person who's a legend, okay, or a person who's just in the top 5-10%, right? You take anybody outside of the gaming industry who does design, and you compare them with someone in the game industry who does design, and you look at the method, and you look at the outcomes, and you realize that the best of the best in creative problem solving are very often in the gaming industry. The best of the best. And so when you have the best of the best making millions upon millions upon millions of dollars for AAA publishers, and they get laid off at the end of a project that broke even or better. Do you hear me? That broke even or better. Breaking even means you're able to pay all the salaries and get your ledger into everything zeroed out or better. So like you would typically have cash that's a little bit left over on hand if you didn't go over contingency, which is sort of like spillover money that you plan for the budget that you can allocate to a project as you approach pushing through and getting it all done, right? At the very end, sometimes you have to bring a few more people on or spend a little bit more time or make hard decisions about which elements you have to cut or accept lower quality in. So the iron triangle, right? I just described the iron triangle of project management, which is applicable in gaming as much as anywhere else on the earth where you're delivering a product with people who work on a team to do so. So the game industry is lacking high quality, in my opinion. The weakest part of the game industry is the project management module. Like the people on teams who do the project management are underqualified, weak of personality often, not always, but often. And they don't know how to manage upward effectively enough. Like they need to go do coursework and they need to take more responsibility for the layoffs that are happening because they are not making the adequate arguments that they should to show that it's better to hold on to high caliber talent and maintain the DNA of the company than to outgas those people, cut them, create career turmoil for them, and then just get them back later maybe when you're ready to staff up. So this is the sure sign, this kind of treatment of people who are not qualified or lazy or in some other way underpowered or not empowered by people around them because of the makeup, the way that the teams are built and structured at these big companies, such that the budget is balanced at the end of a project. Like so often, that's just a bunch of wish fulfillment. And like last I checked, and the last anybody, just look at the aims of someone like a Peter Molyneux in Fable when he overpromised all of these magical design features and then delivered almost none of them. And like the budget was probably overrun in the process, but it's, without the checks and balances, right? A project manager, like a scrum master, like a person who's responsible not for persuasion and creative decisioning and trying to like balance out some of the work that gets done, like the person who isn't the personality, like the figurehead, right? That person, not that person, but the person who works alongside the creative leader with all the powers of persuasion and getting everybody excited and ready to go. That's like kind of like the product owner, I would suppose, depending upon how you look at it. The Scrum Master needs to have a lot of authority, right? The product owner needs to make the calls on what comes out of the backlog and how it's prioritized and, the increments of work that go out when it's ready, all of that. But the Scrum Master, or whoever's occupying that position, who's looking after the mechanics of the Agile method, they need to have more power in these companies. And there's like a big, huge gap, like what I've seen consistently. Now, some of the most big-hearted, intelligent, like quantifiable, people skilled in, oh, hey, how you doing, Raven? Good to see you. Some of the most talented people in the industry who mind the financials. I'm just talking about my insider information here, what I know about the gaming industry and some of the problems in it right now. They don't either have the tools or the agency to help mind the budget in such a way that these layoffs that occur all over the industry now don't have to. So, you need to be fully backed by the product owner to ensure that the staff plan is properly budgeted for, and that when you have to negotiate with checks and balances when it is that the game goes out the door and what quality markers you're comfortable with hitting, and how many people you ramp on and off. But the problem is, when you're laying off 42,000 people in 3 years, that ends up being at least 40% of the entire industry. Like, think about that. These people who make games for you that you love, like every couple of years, they're very likely to have been let go. And then they have to scramble and figure out the next place. Whereas if you maintain the DNA of these people, these high caliber, super passionate people in the company, then you would figure out how to steer them from project to project. You would plan well enough that you would have something always in the pipeline, and that you wouldn't be so obsessed with the bottom line that you sacrifice your company's health at the people level in the DNA of the company, right? Like the creative DNA, sacrifice that to balance the books so that your non-GAAP financial reporting looks good. Like, that's the fundamental issue in the game industry right now. And so companies like Pearl Abyss, which I think they're a little bit smaller, then fill the vacuum, right? And they do work that's so great with patching and changes that are so phenomenal that you see, wow, a team of that size who've been together for as long as they have. By the way, I bet you the retention rate at Pearl Abyss is nearly perfect. Like, nobody goes. I bet you they're paid well. I bet you they're loved and appreciated. I bet you the designers feel like they have full agency, that even QA can say the buck stops here. We can't go out yet. It's not ready. Like, I bet you that whole team is just shiny with empowerment. And you tend to see in those organizations outcomes like this, like Crimson Desert, like masterworks, right? This will be something that we look back on in 10 years and say, this was the best game of that era, right? By one of the best teams ever, because the way that they service it and improve it and listen to the customer, it's like world beating. It's like the Agile method so perfectly expressed, right? Like, this is the outcome of an Agile method where it's updated with patches in a way that make it so much better due to popular demand that you just have to step back and go, wow, I'm looking at greatness here. And that's what we have, is greatness. So that's what I wanted to say about the industry as a wrap up to what I said before. And again, I think the last time I was online, before I go back to playing the game, I spent, might have even been 2 hours. I didn't look back on it. And I was exhausted and tired from a trip that I had taken. But just about the problems of the industry, right? 16 out of 20 of the top of the top games on Steam are now all indie titles, and these AAA companies that do most of the layoffs, where most people were having careers, are now beginning to suffer for their decisions to like cut people over and over to balance their books. And so what I'm saying here, and this is my TLDR, is the project management groups, right? The Scrum Masters, if that's the way that you're looking at the way that the projects are put together, they are not getting it done, right? Like as a class across the board, they're not managing upward to convince the officers that letting go of people actually hurts the company in the long run, even though it might balance the books so that you can have a nice conversation if you're publicly traded with your stakeholders, 4 times a year, quarterly, even though that might be a slightly easier conversation because you made the numbers look better by gutting people, where 70% of the budget, expenditure comes from. It's like paying salaries. You still shouldn't do that because you're gonna lead your company down into the gutter eventually, so that you see when you look on Steam or Epic Game Store that the winners are all of the indie companies now. And it's like maybe good for the indies, because if there aren't unions and there aren't guilds, like in the video game industry, companies are letting people go because they have full NA. That's a huge part of it, Raven. It's a huge part of it, and it's a mistake. Like, I don't know if you've seen this, Raven. I'm really curious how it goes for you, because like we all use large language models now, right? When I need to try and solve a problem and figure out how to do something in a game, the LLMs get so confused so easily, and they give me bad priorities and bad suggestions. They'll be like, okay, so you need to go into your registry. And I'm like, go into my registry? What are you talking about? I'm not going to change my registry so this game runs better. And like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, you can also do this. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I wanted you to tell me to do. They have like the LLMs are just prediction engines. All they do is predict based upon the sum total of human knowledge, transformed such as it is, like on the internet, like what the most likely next thing to give you is, down to the letter, then the word, then the sentence. Yeah, and you've been through it, right? And so when you try to replace creative problem solvers like me or like all of my buddies in the industry, when you try to replace them with AI, you're in for a rude awakening, because the creative problem solving required, the same way like you and I, we play the game, we figure stuff out, and we're just like, and we get better and better until like we're mastering it. That same thought process is how you make a great game. And if you keep throwing all the people out who do that for a living, like out onto the street, and like they're unemployed for a year straight or worse even, right? It's like 42,000 people let go every 3 years in the industry, which is like about half of the entire workforce of the gaming, of the gaming community. Like then you're going to eventually suffer, right? Like you're going to have worse products. And so I was just remarking how Crimson Desert by Pearl Abyss is probably, they have a very high retention rate. They probably have a spectacularly powerful project manager, right? Like somebody who minds the budget like a legend, and somebody who also has a big, huge beating heart for the people. So he figures out how to manage upward and keep people from being laid off. Like the worst thing is when you have a company that's posting great revenue and they laid off 1,000 people. It's like, what? Like, so then it's my pleasure, sincerely, and I'm just about done, my pleasure to see these indie companies form up, dominate, and take the money from the big AAAs. Goodbye, AAA companies. Goodbye. Oh, it's actually a woman. Tell me about that. Tell me more about that, Raven. I want to know more about this one. And, but hey, thanks for letting me kind of ramble. She's handling them well. Oh, you're talking about the project manager. Oh, you have insider information. Oh, dude. Okay, like, that's awesome. How you know that? Wow. So you got some deep knowledge, hey? And I'm sure she's handling them well. And like, if you're a headhunter and you want to know where the best are, that's where. Oh, you like to hear me go? Okay, yeah. Well, I'm nothing if not passionate, but I'm a glass half full kind of guy. And at the same time, I feel like if people don't speak out who have the insider information about how to make things better, if people don't stand up and say, hey, enough is enough, like you need to balance your budgets by not letting people go at the end of a project, even when the project is successful, then you're not doing your job right. Like, you need to figure out how to allocate across the company, how to horse trade for people who are coming off a project onto another one. Like, it's your job. And if you can't do that, get out of the industry. Don't project manage. Don't project manage because you're no good at it. Like, you need to have a big heart. You need to be smart. You need to know how to work with numbers, and you need to know how to predict and plan. And you need to learn how to be the role that you need to be with checks and balances to keep the creative people in check, and to make sure that the officers above you don't try to balance the books while destroying their own DNA. So that's it. She handled them from Black Desert. Yeah. Like, I'm so in love with Pearl Abyss. Like, I'm so in love with them. They're so great. All right. So what a joy to be able to play a great work like this. And, you know, I would literally buy this game again. Like, if I get a PlayStation 5, like, let's imagine that I had enough money, and I don't, right? Because I'm living in Vietnam, and, you know, we're penny pinching over here. We're struggling. We're just trying to stay alive. I do make the sense. I make the sense. Yeah, I would buy this game more than once. Like, From Software, while I was in the game industry, I literally would buy their products on multiple platforms. Why would I do this? Because that's crazy, right? Because I honor the developer, and I honor their effort, and I literally want to give them my money. I do give them my money. I don't just think it, I do it, you know? So, same deal with these guys. I hope they don't stop. I hope it's like 20 million copies before it's all said and done. Like, where are they at now? Like, I think it's like, what, 6 million, 7 million copies sold? I love how IGN gave it like the worst reviews, right? It's like, this game doesn't make any sense. And I picked it up, and I had a little bit of tissue rejection for the first hour or two, but then I'm like, oh, this is my game. Really obvious, you know? Okay, so I did defeat that Raven guy, by the way. And if you look at how I'm decked out right now, I'm feeling good about my life. Feeling so good about my life. I took out that boss, and look at him. He crosses his arms like a legend. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So good. So good. All right, I'm just going to wander around a little bit and edge my way toward the next, to the next point that I'm headed. Which is, if I look at my mini-map in the bottom left corner, trying to get back to the game a little bit. Can I do it? Question mark. Can I reacquire focus on the game? Because that's the most entertaining. Yeah, I'm about 600 meters away from my next target, which is to meet up with the Marquis de Sade. Marquis Circus. Circus. I'm trying to remember what he's all about. Oh. I don't remember what he's all about, actually. I'm not following the road as I probably could and should. All right, here we go. By the way, if you screw up and you like crash through people's gates, all of a sudden you're like accused of vandalizing. You got to pay money for that. So it's like I find myself trying to be like careful through here, not just to be more watchable on stream, but also I don't want to commit a crime. This is the game that I have, right? This is my game. Oh no, I did it. Okay, my game is such that I can get into trouble and knock stuff over and commit a crime when I'm just trying to get from one place to another. Like, wow. It's got more simulation in it than most simulations do. Okay, I'm almost there. I should probably hop off my horse, hey? Hold on. Let me just hop off my horse. Also, there's somebody who wants to talk to me over here. He's like, hey. Okay, sure. Let's have a chat. Let me get distracted. Let me spurg out and get completely distracted.
Have a good day.
Oh, he's a financial consultant. What the video game industry needs more of. People who know how to mind budgets. All right, I'll let it go. I'll stop now. Investment offer. For real? What's that? What's going on here? Okay, I'll check you later, Rocade. Okay, so supposedly when I call my pet, I now have the ability to how do I get to my pet? 1 second. I have the ability to name the pet now. I can name Jindu to be some other name. Oh, I could change the name now. There it is. Oh my god. Den. Maybe now. Yeah, looks a little bit more. I have 2 dogs. One is named Den. Gon Den va gon now. And now means brown in Vietnamese, and Den is black in Vietnamese. So there you have it. Now, I summoned him. Did I summon him? Oh, they did. What's your name now, buddy? Jindu. Oh, well, maybe he'll spawn in later and he won't be called by his type name, like his class of dog, but instead of his actual pet name. Well, that's interesting. I thought you would be called Jindu now when I look at you next. That not right. That kind of weird. Oh, am I going offline now? No, I'm going to stick around. So I'm doing the 6 hours a day, and I'm at the 2 hours, 40 minutes mark, and I'm going for 6 hours at least. So I'm just going to keep it up, man. I'm in it to win it. And usually I figure out a certain thing that I'll do when I go on stream, but the past couple of times I've just been showing up and going kind of ad hoc. Just doing whatever. Collab? Oh, I don't even know how to do that. I would love to. Can you walk me through it? How I do that, Raven? So, yes, and then how? So I probably have to open up Twitch first, right? Let me open up my Twitch. I'm going to switch and go to... Give me a sec. Let me open up a view of Twitch Stream Manager. Okay, I'm in Twitch Stream Manager, okay? I did make you a favorite, and I am pointing to you on my page as someone else to follow. Just BTW. Raven collab. Oh, and I see. Okay. You need to Google Chrome and open Twitch on there. All right, so I'm in Google Chrome. I did it, and I have Twitch open here. Done. I've done it. I'm in it. I see I got a real strong bit rate. Yay. Maxed out on my highest possible bit rate. Now what? I go, it only works in Google Chrome. Yeah, all right, I got you. I got the Chrome. I'm shiny in Chrome. And then if I go to, I'm looking at my choices. Say, I see Stream Together. Is that it? Collapse? Is there a Stream Together? Is that the choice? Is that it? I don't know. Yeah, I made you one of my favorites, hey. What else am I going to do? Of course I am. Let me go back to my dashboard and see your chat. Hold on, I gotta get your chat in view at the same time. Got a meta chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so Stream Together. Yeah, okay, I'm in Stream Together. I'm gonna start streaming together. I clicked it to do the streaming together. Okay, I gotta put in my information about, give me a sec. This might be a little bit difficult putting in my Vietnamese phone number. For security reasons, enter your password. Okay. I'm doing the things. Verify your phone number. Twitch may use your phone number to call or send messages. Hold on. I'm seeing if I get some kind of a call. Oh. Why am I currently in sleeping mode? On my phone, I'm sleeping. Okay, go to mobile dashboard. Okay, I'm in Stream Manager. 1 sec. Okay, 1 second, Raven. I gotta turn down my voice so I'm not getting duplicate
Let's show them Helen's might.
sounds. So, okay. So, I'm going through the process to qualify to do this, and I thought I was just already there because I've done all the things. But, I'm trying. I see, sent a collaboration request 1 minute ago. I see that. Okay. Then can I accept it? Let me try to accept it. Trying. all my options are everything but accepting the collab. So give me a sec. Just going to keep clicking around. If you have any obvious idea how to proceed, then I'm into it. But I saw that you sent me. Sorry, bear with me. By the way, I'm also on Kick at the same time. I'm doing like the three multi-streams at once. Kick is totally golden. Like they sent me like a message, but I think internationally there can be some difficulties to get it up and running. Things like collab on Twitch, but I should be able to figure it out, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. So give me a sec. Okay, use my number. Continue. Oh, here we go. Okay, maybe I'll get. All right, I'm hoping. It says that my number is getting verified, and they're sending me something, but. So yeah, they sent it to the phone number that I have, but I haven't received it, which is so common here in Vietnam. Like I get. I find that I don't get the international call in a lot of cases, and I should. And I'm putting it in correctly. Like everything is good. I've done it before. Resend code. Yeah. I have to verify my phone number, but they won't send me the actual code by SMS, even though I am good for it. I'm ready and waiting. Let me go into my messages, just double check. Nope. Check my phone. Nope. So yeah, I've had the same number for like 3 years here, and I get some services can pass through internationally to get me set up, and then others not. So let me just keep digging around a little bit, okay? I might be able to figure this out. Use your phone number, send messages, the information regarding the account. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to resend the code. What else can I do but try again? Okay. I'm so ready to receive it, but international makes it difficult. Everything is sometimes... A lot of things are more difficult from Vietnam when you're trying to interact with the West. Just to get through can be a real trick. I wish I knew what I have 6 digits for a security code. I sure don't know what those would be. It's not happening. Give me a sec. Just dig around. Enable additional account creation. No, I don't want to do that. Add a number. No, I already have the right number. Set up 2-factor. What if I set up 2-factor? Maybe I don't have to go through the SMS route. I don't even know. This could be a hill that I die on. Give me 1 sec though. I'm still trying. Still have some ideas here. It's not over yet. Oh, sign in. Rings true. It'd be really handy if they just would accept. No, that's not it. All right, I need to switch. I need to switch to one of my other email accounts. Sorry. I'm trying to be interesting as I do what I'm doing, but it's non-trivial because I can't talk about exactly my steps that I'm taking here. I can't bring you on the journey. Okay. This must be the one. Must be. Okay. One moment. Please hold. Hold. Okay. All right, well, it's not most helpful. So sometimes, hold on. I'm just looking at a couple more things here. Choose a favorite. Collab anytime. Start a collab. Stream anytime. Click to accept. All right, I'm just going to try to accept. Now it's giving me this check where I need to use a phone number to continue, which I put in and I use. Okay. I feel like I almost need to get a separate US phone number and just use that for credentials. You know? This can be quite... Okay. Please provide a valid phone number. I did. That's a real number. That's real for real. Oh no. 0. Let's try. Try one more time. Okay, hold on. Nope. If I keep spam attempting to do the same thing, it will time me out and block me and all the rest. So that's unfortunate. Okay, so I have already, the thing that's strange here is I've already validated with this phone number before, but now it's difficult. So, all right, well, it's been about 8 minutes since you sent a collab offer to me. And I'm still trying to qualify for receiving that. All my information there is correct. And go. Try again. Please enter a valid phone number. This is valid. Promise. I know it is. It's my number. Well, it's in the middle of the night here in the game world. I am the Raven. And IRL, I am busy trying to connect up. Yeah. All right, so Raven. Oh, by the way, if you look at like my head equipment here, my helmet. Actually, it's like I'm you. I have like the Raven. It's very cool. How do I get control of this guy again? I gotta do the W. Yeah, look at that. Whoop-cha. Just like your name. This was a great boss when I fought him. It was so much fun. It was so cool. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I will try to validate my phone number later. Well, hold on. I really want to try this one more time. But this particular interface, it's... So it might actually be stalling a bit because I've tried it too many times in a row. That could be. So let me just go look in another place here. At my account settings. I like how the strangers aren't saying things to me every time they pass by now. Yeah, I think that's a change they made. They used to chat at me every single time I was walked by. Now they're just a little more chill, which is good. They're not so chatterboxy. Right, I'm just looking at some of my account details one more time. Account settings. Yes, all of these things. I know for 100% that I have validated with my phone before, so I'm wondering why it is the struggle for me at this time. Account settings. Security and privacy. Surely it must be that. Yeah. Enable additional concretion. No. I think if I set up the two-factor, I won't have to... I might not have to put in my number, so I'm going to try to do... Yeah, man. I'm just going to do the two-factor. Which, oh, they require a phone number here anyway, so let's see if I can go through this way to get a notice. Please provide a valid phone number. 7-digit. Okay. Okay, I totally trust this device, I promise you. I use it every day, all the time. And keep notes. I wonder if I do the management on my phone that I'm actually connected to, if that would help. I'm going to try to do this on my phone instead. Because I've got, of course, Twitch on my phone. If I just go into all my settings here, maybe they're going to be gentler. Account, security. Right. Right. Yeah, this seems potentially better. They're saying to add a number. I already had a number for sure. I know it. I know I had that number already. Okay. Interesting. Okay, confirm. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, enter my password. Now we wait. We wait and we hope that I get something. Get something. Okay. Okay, how are we doing? You can accept that one. Accept. Accept. All right. Well. Okay. Interesting. So I think because I wasn't able to get through initially with my phone number, then now it pushes me to my email and wants me to reestablish connection through that, which is fair. And that's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. Confirming it's me. A new password. Changing my password will result in the invalidation of your stream key. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's not change it. Okay. I don't want to do that now. I'm going to avoid doing that. Somehow that seems like when they're telling me it's going to break all my things that I shouldn't. So let me go another way. I go one more way. Sorry, it's probably not as exciting as it could be. I'm trying to set up a collab opportunity. So bear with me as I try to do that. Okay, set up two-factor authentication. 100%. That's what we want to do. Let's get it going. I gotta check all my things. Yep, no, all of that looks right. Very strange. Oh, something's a little bit different and better. Interesting. So I think somehow, while I was trying to put in my information, even though it shows that my country is Vietnam, it wasn't passing Vietnam in. It was passing... Okay, this actually looks a lot better. Error updating number. Why don't you tell me what the error is so I know how to action the error? Strange. Strange. Strange.
Looks like you've seen better days.
When you do a local call in
Greetings.
Vietnam, you have to put a 0 in the front. When you do an international, you don't. You do a +84. And I'm doing a +84 without the 0. But now I'm desperate. Now I'm trying to do the +84 with 0. Everything I know about this means it won't work. Of course it didn't work. So, it doesn't work.
What do you want?
I think I can get some kind of a number in the US and use that to validate. I don't know what else to do. Just some service that lets me have a phone number of some description out of the US, even though I'm not based there. That would help me get through this.
I'm here to help.
To prove that I'm me, and I am me. Let's see. So yeah, the first step is that I need to put in my phone number. There's no other way. And it does not recognize my number as a thing that's real. So that's the trouble. That is a trouble. That is a trouble. Maybe I just need to give it some time before I try again. Maybe it's as simple as that, huh? I'm going to do a quick
What do you
search on
want?
this. What do I want? I'm trying to validate my phone number. I'm asking Google Gemini on Twitch. And when I put a valid entry and a valid phone number, it tells me back that some error updating phone number, that there is an error updating quote unquote phone number. Find links about this issue and how I might get around it, because I need to receive an SMS on Vietnam phone through the service I use here. Okay, let's see what it says. What does it say to me? Common hurdle, especially for users in Vietnam. This specific error usually triggers when Twitch's verification system, powered by Authy Twilio, either flags the number type or hits a regional delivery wall. Twitch strictly blocks VoIP numbers. I'm not using a VoIP, it's not virtual. If your service isn't a traditional SIM-based carrier like Viatel, that's the one I use actually, so that's not the problem. Carrier short code blocking. Some Vietnamese carriers block short code SMS, automated messages, from international services to by default to prevent spam. The huge irony of this, by the way, is I get wildly spammed by the company itself. Constantly, so much so that I block them. Could I have blocked it? Probably not, but use an authenticator app instead. Yeah, but I do. Say that use the authenticator app option instead of SMS. Would that I could. Don't get that option. The incognito plus mobile data trick. Oh boy. Twitch's security filters sometimes flag the IP address or browser cookies of the device you're using to add the number. So open an incognito private window. Okay. I can actually see that. If your old was ever linked to an old Twitch account, even when you forgot about Twitch, will throw an error when you try to add it to a new one. But that was never the case. Ask them to unblock international short code SMS. Wow, if they can do that, that would be... Okay, that's interesting. Very interesting. Yep, and they told me about dropping the leading 0, which I did. Huh, okay, well that's fascinating. Sometimes bypass it by going directly to the source. The irony is I've already done this before, so some of these solutions seem like maybe the right way. So let me try to do this incognito thing. Hopefully they don't think I'm trying to apply shenanigans. They might. They might. Although I could also put up, I could use a...
Well met.
Huh.
Well met, citizen.
Just thinking about how else I could do this. I could use a VPN and change my country temporarily.
How fare you, citizen?
Okay, I feel like trying to use a VPN like Proton is just going to give me grief and trouble anyway, and then Twitch will think I'm trying to do shenanigans, even though I'm just trying to do what they won't let me do, which is receive the phone number. Okay. You take breaks in between, but the stream keeps going. Yeah, it does keep going, doesn't it? I know. I wonder. All right, maybe I'll use Proton again later. I'll fiddle around with this offline. I feel like the act of trying to get around it might flag my account and even give me more problems.
Out to you and all.
I've done all this before, and I have authentication app for this stuff, but it's not giving me that as an option. Like, two-factor authentication through Authy or Twilio is even better than just giving them my phone number, I would think. But they're not giving that to me as an option. They're just forcing the phone number, which I have already verified, but now they're saying not so much. Okay, I gotta try. I'm gonna click through on this one more time and see if maybe it was just needed to wait a few minutes. Nope. Nope. All right, I'm trying to log in via incognito. So all right, I'm trying to log in via incognito. So I'm trying to log in via incognito. So, oh no.
How are you today? How are you today?
Infinite recursion.
Mind yourself out there.
Infinite recursion.
Mind yourself out there.
It's a necessary short-term problem. I'm gonna say it twice. Short-term problem. I'm gonna say it twice. Okay. There. Now I was able to quiet it down finally by getting in. Okay, so
I thought I smelled that.
it's interesting. I'm in, and I'm doing it via incognito, which means they don't know where I'm doing this from. And if the block is at the level of detecting where I'm from, then I might now be able to easily get the SMS message, if that's where the failure point was. So we're going to find out. Then I'm about to go back to the game and just play it. This is my last kick at the can. Last kick at the can. Whoop-cha. So... Okay.
Hey, it's you.
Set up two-factor enable. I sure do. I want to do exactly that. Now that you don't know where I'm doing it from because I'm incognito, will you just let it happen? No, you won't let it happen. Oh, oi. Give me the trouble. Okay, last. It's also revoke access from third-party services. If you log out of Twitch everywhere. What?
What do you want?
It's the worst idea ever. Not gonna do it. Okay, let me try to save this. Save. Send. Error updating number. Okay, well, that's that. That failed. I'm gonna stop now. Tried a few things. I think it might be at my provider level. Although currently I'm just getting hard blocked when I try to submit it. But I wasn't earlier on getting hard blocked, and I think that's because I must be on a cooldown, so... all those things, probably. I'll get back to that later. Alright, so... sorry, Raven. Thanks for the offer. We'll try again later. And maybe off stream I'll be able to figure it out. You know, when last I was here, I was surprised that even though I changed my pet's name, it still shows his breed above him instead of his name. It's a bit... must be a stepwise progression they're making. Because if I go in here and I look at my pets, you can see... oh no, I named the wrong dog. Oops. Okay, you're going to be named... actually, I'm going to call you No. I'm going to call you No. Same. Now, it didn't change. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, let me change this name. I guess maybe I can't have two of the same name. Okay, you will be henceforth known as... I'm going to call you... I had a dog that looked like you when I was a boy growing up, and your name was Sasha, so I'll call you Sasha. Good. I accidentally made it put a space at the end. There, just that. Okay, now I suppose I can change Jindo to be the name that I wanted it to be, which is... call you No. Go now. Yep, that works. Okay. This one I'm going to call... These are important things. You're no longer floppy. Why don't I just call you floppy? Call you floppy for now. For short. Floppy for short. Okay. Okay, well. Now I bet you it'll say no. Where are you? There you are. Okay, good. Go now. All right, so I want to go take a quick peek, as long as I'm in the area, at some of my equipment. Some of my newer equipment. And see if I can improve any of it. I probably don't have the necessary materials to do so, but give it a pick.
This forge has restored many fine blades.
Yeah, we'll figure it out at some point. I hope. Have to. If I can't do collabs, then I'm in trouble. I'll figure it out. I'll investigate it. Solve it. So I'll just solve the problem. We'll figure it out somehow, some way. Ooh, Hernand refinement token. Oh my. Wow. Well, wow. Okay, so this is amazing. I love movement speed. So, I'll get to, but I already have movement speed on that. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to. Do I have those things with? I guess I do. Okay, cool. Nice. I love this. This one is so good. And then this. Yep. I didn't know I had all these things with. Apparently I did. Just get it all a little bit more up to snuff. Yeah. Better defense. Can only help. And now I get to this point where to go from 2 to 3, I'd either need the same one, which you can't get, these are unique, or maybe like an Abyss artifact. No, these are just hard locked at needing one of these refinement tokens. This is the first refinement token I've ever gotten. So you get a +2 there, a +2 there. I see it has 3 slots. I wonder if I can put I can give it a couple more slots. Well, I love this one, so I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So good. I bet you lots of folks are running around with this mask. Because you get it in Chapter 5. It's not like it's so far in, but it's so cool looking. I have to have it.
Stay and see what skill and fire can create. If
Well,
the song of the forge calls, return whenever.
Well. While I'm here, talk with the big guy.
Hey,
And let's see.
let me forge you a blade fit for legends.
I already bought those. Wait, small bag. I think. Prestige. What does that mean? What does that mean? What point do I get only sold to those who hold prestige? Wow, how do I hold This Balthion plate armor is sick. Looks so good. What the heck? Wow. Wow. Shiny. Shiny and nice. Anyway, the reason I came in here was not for that. It's because anytime I'm here,
Thank you.
I just max out on all this stuff because why wouldn't I?
Good choice.
And it'll replenish later. Why wouldn't I? When I'm here, I should
All
do
my weapons are crafted with care.
I should do that. I have a bunch of extra stuff that I really, really, really don't need, that I don't care to have. So I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff. Now, not this one though. This one is part of a quest. So all these though. What I learned was that just by doing some napkin math, that combining these and then selling them, it's a losing proposition. You get more money just for selling them without combining them. So yeah, anyway, I'm not going to go back to the smithy and refine these into better weapons and then try to sell them because they won't be worth as much. If you didn't know that, now you know that. Right. Cog Destroyer Spear sounds really cool. Actually, it looks identical to what this guy has. Like, look at the guy who's buying my stuff. The thing I'm looking to sell is literally exactly what he has in his hand. I think it's super cool looking. It's very, very Spartan, but amazing. Like, I think, yeah, I'm gonna hold on to those two. That's what I'm deciding. And I wonder if these can be collapsed. I really like this helm as well. It's kind of cool, but it's easy enough to find again. Yeah, let me just sell them. Nah, I'm gonna keep one of each. I can't get rid of it. I just can't do it. I gotta keep it around. Okay, crude blue ring. I've never seen the value in keeping those around. Okay, goodbye. 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 At one point I was worried that I wouldn't get as much value for things when I sell them if the person who I'm selling them to doesn't have them as like the primary offer. Like selling bread to this guy, I would get less, but I think it's all the same. Like, I don't think it works like that. It's like, if they'll buy it, they'll buy it for as much as anyone else would. Even if I'm like 100, if I have a trust level 100 with them versus 0, they'll just take it for the same amount. Wasn't sure initially if that's the way it would work, but that does appear to be the way it works. I think so. Okay, so I have this Swift. I have this Howling of Chaos. Grants a variety of effects embedded in it. Sorry, witches in each and every part of it. Howling. It's a sonic shockwave that stuns nearby enemies. Well, that sounds kind of nice. Sure does, and it's got a value of 6.03. I'll have to think about that one. Sure will. Okay, so yeah, I get rid of these two. Wow, it's like a whole set of these when I'm sorting by type that I didn't even know I had. Okay. I have so many things to sell. Oh, reminder, I have to go to the bank after this. The in-game bank. Fallen Kingdom Sword, we all know those are junk. We all know about that. I don't care about those. Timberham Axe, I don't think so. Spirit Siphon. Beware of the spirit snipers trying to take your life. I'm gonna just leave that and then yank out that piece later. Okay.
True strength comes from the soul, not just the steel. Remember me when your blade grows dull.
Once again, the ogre with the most erudite, philosophically valid statements that can be made. They're always the ones who make the most sense. I always just say the things that are the wisest. I don't know why. Hey, this guy looks just hanging out. Hey, Boarhound. How much do I like you? Oh, I've never even said hi to you before. Hey, cat. Hey, cat. Hey, baby. Whoop-a-cha. I go down this alley from time to time and try to befriend the pets because long term I want to have all the pets. But it's like I haven't been down here before. But I think I have, hey? I thought I picked him up before and said, how you doing? Well, maybe not. Oh, there's one more street to go down. Look at him stretching. That's so natural.
I've heard
Dogs
some
stretch
things
like
about
that
this
when they
drug.
feel good and they're happy
None
to
of
see
them
you.
good.
They always do that stretch.
Kindness for a poor soul.
But of
I knew I
course.
could count on you.
But of course, you probably got laid off. You're probably from the game industry, and that's your life now, after your foreclosure and bankruptcy. I'm right there with you. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. White dog, you're mine. You're my good buddy. So in Vietnam, the way that you say the color white, you say Mao Chang. Mao Chang. So that is the color of the pet that I have now. Okay, the new pet. As an act of have you be my awesome new pet, I'm going to give you an awesome new name. I'm going to call you... Okay. I'm going to call you this. That's your new name. Oh, no. I'll try again. Oh, no. bat fingering everything in the universe. That's your name. I think, you know what? I'm going to do a thing. I'm just going to... That's right. That's actually how we're going to do it. I'm going back in one more time. Okay, this might seem belabored. And it is. But I have to do it. I must. All of these dogs are now... So, in Vietnam, when you describe or name or call, somehow reference an animal of any type, you put C-O-N in front of it. Gone, 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 gone. You don't, the way Vietnamese works is you don't actually breathe out of your mouth in most cases. There are some cases when you do. But like in English, you're constantly having these things are called like, I think they're called plosives, P-L-O-S-I-V-E. You push air out as you talk. So in Vietnamese, instead of going talk, or instead of doing cat, you would, or okay, let me do it literally one for one. So Con Air, you know that movie? If you haven't seen Con Air, you should totally see Con Air. It has, what's his face? The guy, I don't remember his name right now. Anyway, he's an amazingly ridiculous actor who has been in countless movies. But he's in a movie called Con Air. So con, like a trick, like a con. In Vietnam, when you pronounce that, you would say gone, 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 gone. So you don't breathe it out. So if you put a piece of paper in front of your mouth, here, let me do this. Here, watch. Con, con, con. If you're looking at me, you see that I'm actually breathing on this con. But then if I do it, gone, gone. So that's how you do it, right? Like you don't breathe it out. And now you know something about Vietnamese. And one of the reasons why it's so hard to take on that, and also tones and accents, you pack in emotion in English, right? By putting on a little extra, like a little stank on that word, like happy. I'm so happy right now. When you said that, that was irony, right? That when I said that, it doesn't sound like I'm happy. I said, I'm happy. Right? Versus I'm happy, or like, and it's a bit of an inquisitive thing. It's like, I'm happy. So everything I just did there, those tone and accent differences, what's happening? Hi. Hello, DJ Kitten. I'm great. I'm explaining Vietnamese a little bit compared to English because I live in Vietnam and I'm taking a moment. Yeah. You saw me breathing on things. So in Vietnamese, you don't blow out. Yeah, I live in Vietnam. I've been here for 3 years. I came here to work on a video game at a startup company called Good Story Time. I know, it's super nice. I love it here so much. And like I have friends and it's I have 2 dogs. I've been happy here for a few years. I'm not at that company anymore. And I've had stints in trying to teach children, you know, or even adults or teenagers, everything in between, like English, because I have some facility with the English language, can do it. And so it occurred to me as I'm here, I'm going to move my face on the stream so you can see what I'm doing. Here, check this out. Okay, do you see how I've named my pets? I have 4 pets. I just picked up the white dog and now I have another one. Well, I don't know. Well, kind of. I mean, maybe I'm doing some humanitarian. I mean, I love teaching, right? And I love, basically, if you teach a kid something and it lands with them and it sticks with them for the rest of their life, that's going to have given them some benefit into the future. And, you know, in the connected world that we live in now, especially here in the APAC region, absolutely. More and more people are now learning English as one of their sort of second languages. And in fact, I think Vietnam as a government has mandated now in the coming years that everyone learn it and it be their second language and they be capable with it. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, and so yeah, it is really nice, kind of making a difference. You teach somebody something when they're young, and if it's something useful and it's meaningful, then for the rest of their life, that's a benefit for them, and it'll keep kind of coming in handy. So, but yeah, I just took a break because I'm renaming all of my pet dogs into the more sort of Vietnamese format. So you would say Gon Floppy or Gon Now or Gon Sasha or Gon Dang. And so even with that TR, like I don't go trang. I go more like dang. So I'm not doing a plosive. Plosive. I'm not breathing out as I say that, and that's the difference. So, by the way, Vietnamese is a beautiful language. It's one of the most musical, fluid languages I think that exists out there. And what you see is people when they're singing here, they're on average, the average singer who's just here out like they're doing some karaoke. Notice how I didn't say karaoke. I said karaoke. See that? I didn't breathe out my K. It was just a karaoke, not karaoke. They sound so good because they grew up in a culture and with a language that is extremely dynamic. Like you will see mostly that it's a monosyllabic language, which means you'll have almost all of the words only having one sound, like ma, 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 ma. Like all of those are fundamentally completely different words in Vietnamese. All of those were different. Completely not at all the same thing. So yeah, I was just taking a moment to explain why I'm throwing on the front of each of my pets' names this new piece, which is Gon. Any animal in Vietnamese will always be described first by that. In Vietnamese lesson is almost done, by the way. I apologize, but the way that the way that sentences are formed here is you talk about the qualifier first. Like, what is the category of the thing that you're talking about? So you'll say dog brown, dog white, dog black, and that would be like gon now, gon den, gon tang. And so like that is how you talk about animals. And that's true also for like a horse. Like a horse is gon ngua, and that means horse, like category, animal, horse. Gon is category, meaning like living animal thing, and then what it is of an example. So instead of starting with an adjective, you start with a noun, and then you pack in the adjective or the adverb after. And that's mostly the way it goes, except for in a couple of cases, like with numbers. Like if I want to order food, I would say, and I only want one, I would say, mot suksik, which means one hot dog. So suksik is a sausage or hot dog. And so I would say mot suksik. And that, when it's a quantity, it comes in front of the noun. Otherwise, most everything gets packed at the back in a sentence, like the noun. But otherwise, it's basically subject, verb, object, just like in English, right? Yeah, hot dog, suksik, or like, actually here, this is silly, but I'm going to change. I didn't really like Floppy's name, so I'm going to call him Gon Suk. Seek. There. Now, hold on though. Wait, I can go one further. This is getting ridiculous. Now. Oh, I ran out of space. Oh boy. What if I cheat and pack it in? Now. So now means hot. Now. So gon suksik now. All right, I can't do it all the way, but close enough. There. He's got a very exotic name now. You got it, suksik. That's right. Okay. I'm going to try to play the game again. Well, I'm a chatterbox anyway, right? The game is just this convenient thing for me to play while I just literally yammer on all day long. Some folks, like, if you're trying to enjoy a game... Oh, hold on. I got to change where my face is. I'm getting a little bit better at this. I got to move my face over into an area that doesn't interfere with the game itself. Okay. There. So yeah, some folks will let the game speak for itself and try to not be so annoyingly chatterly, and I am not that. I am the polar opposite of that. I will stop parenthetically and just talk about my time in the game industry, because I'm designer and producer in the game industry, and I'll just talk about it for like an hour straight. Like I'll switch over to my full screen like this. Oh, hello, how are you? And I'll just sit here for an hour straight and talk. You graduate high school in a month? Oh, good for you. Do you have, what are your plans going forward? I wish you were one of my teachers currently, but I graduate in high school in a month. Oh, I see. Wow, so cool. Well, are you Vietnamese? Are you? No, you're not Vietnamese. You're not here in Vietnam. Ding Viet? No, sure you're not. Well, I'm going to major. Oh, that's awesome. My major is psychology as well. I went to university and I graduated from the University of Minnesota, and I had a degree in experimental psychology. So not like not the pathologies, which that's incredibly valid and useful, and you can go into a lot of great professions. But I was actually focusing on research, and I was thinking about discourse processing and actually the way that languages work. So, anyway, I completely get you. Psychology is a great major. Holistic method, really good. And you're going to go for a minor in theater. Oh, so here's the thing, okay? If your real love is to be in theater, I would encourage you, go all in. Like, get a minor in psychology and go theater all the way. Because you only have one life. You have one life, and this is it. And live your best life, the thing that you would most love, even if there isn't necessarily money at the end of it, if you do something well enough. And you have the passion. And when you fall, you always get back up, because you will fall. You're going to have a lot of struggles in your life. That's living. But then if you're doing what you love, the money will come. It will just come. That's the truth. So anyway, good for you. Minor in theater, major in psychology. I promise you'll have a good fun. You may double major. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. So the very last course I took was an honors course in university. The very last quarter, we call it, in the University of Minnesota, instead of a semester system, when I went there, it was a quarter system, it was weird because there were only 3 of them, which sounds a lot more like a trimester. There were only 3, except for if you wanted to do coursework in the summer. And yours is 2? Quarter. I don't understand quarter. Like, there are only 3. Why is it a quarter? Like, you have to math that so it makes some sense. Like, what is going on here? Quarters, but there's only 3 of them. What? Oh, you're scared. Don't be scared. Just love it and study and have a good time. I learned about one of the greatest learning methods, and I realized that some of the success I had in university, and I graduated with honors and all that, was due to one thing, right? And initially I didn't realize that one of my weaknesses was a strength in learning. All right, now see if you can follow me on this one. A little bit of a vulnerable narcissist, and I'm like a recovering narcissist. So as a vulnerable narcissist, you relate things to you and your world more than you should, right? Like, you're not as present and available for another person. You're trying to manage what they think about you, and you want them to like, this. Anyway, I'm a streamer, so like, oh my God, okay. But like, know yourself, know your weaknesses. But here's what I'm trying to tell you, okay? So follow me on this. When you are referential and you generalize what you're reading about into your own experiences in your life, you are integrating what you learn into your mind and into your experiences, your past, your present, your future. You will lock it in so much better that way. So what I'm saying is, as you're studying, and you'd be super nervous about it, and you love film and theater. I mean, I love film and theater, so I'm so happy for you. Have you been to New York yet? Like, I went there a couple times on trips, and I got to see a play on Broadway. Okay, well, at some point, find a way to go there and do that, because it's amazing. Your school's hecka small. Well, hey, but your dreams aren't, so that's all that matters. And by the way, okay, good. Yeah. So, so I didn't see the best one that you could possibly see, right? I actually saw one called Addams Family Values, which is based on the Addams Family franchise. Your senior class is 8 people. Wow, well, the individual attention you must get is great. And you also must therefore need to be very self-motivated. Like ultimately in university, when I got my best grades, like I would read through the subject, like the book. Like you go buy these super expensive books. It's insane how expensive like university is. It's insane. But you go and I would read that thing, and if it was summer before like the fall started up, I would literally have already read the main coursework, and then I was on to books on the side for fun. And as I read them, I would literally, like a maniac, have a yellow highlighter pen, and I would highlight every single line, like highlight everything. And as I did this, obviously that shows you how slow of a reader I am, right? But I was reading for comprehension, and turns out I was reading for like locking it in forever, right? So along the way, I would stop, and then I would think about how it relates to my life. And I would keep, like things would jump into my brain, like very sort of autobiographically or self-referentially, because of the narcissism thing, right? Where like I can't experience the world without relating myself to it like a lot, too much. But that makes for reading amazing. Like I would locked in everything, and I would just crush the tests and have really great outcomes from that. And I got involved in research in psychology really early on. I kind of got lucky, but I did research in university for about like 4 years straight, and he was part of some published research. So in some way, a little bit like a psychologist researcher by background. You're on your 5th book of the year. Oh my gosh. Okay, you're doing it right. So what's your favorite book? One of my favorite books. What's your favorite book? Or just, I don't know, 1 or 2 that you really like that you've read recently. I'm curious. I'm going to walk around so the world is moving. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing the world. It's just my face. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're reading a lot of the classics. That's incredible. Let's see. Okay, so Little Women is amazing. Yeah, and that's also been put into film more than once, like maybe 3 or 4 times. Wow, good. Really good ones. So as long as you're reading, that's the whole deal right there. You've seen them both, right? Yeah, cool. Well, good for you. Oh, I give you some good news. The one by Greta. So you will probably already know this, and it sounds like you're very well read. But one truth is that in recent history, slightly more women than men are going into university, like those advanced educations, and they're outpacing them. Like they're getting better grades almost always. So I don't know. I think the mentality, I mean, like not to get all ridiculous biological about it, but inside the brain, there's 2 hemispheres, right? And you're into psychology, so you might find this interesting. But there's strong, robust research that shows one major difference is the middle part of the brain, where the left and the right, where there's communication that goes on, like it's this bundle. It's called the corpus callosum. Depending upon who you talk to, that'll be pronounced different. But corpus callosum. Well, let me type in. This is going to be a weird thing to type in. This is going to be so weird. Like talk about a non sequitur. Corpus callosum. Let me do this. But you're going to like this. Okay. Okay. So the corpus callosum is 33% larger in women than men, consistently. Now, there are, individual differences, and there are always exceptions, right? But we're talking about in the big data across many analyses of the human brain, women have larger mediary centers between the left and the right hemisphere. And so it's often thought that's why they're better at planning, better at sort of holistic. And you mentioned holistics, but that is in fact strength typically of being female, is that you see the world more broadly, and your ability to integrate information will be on average better if you reflect the big data in the pools of male and female, because of this biological fact. Like the female brain is fundamentally more
Why, hello there.
well built in terms of being able to communicate between the left and right side. And on the left and right side, you tend to have on one side is more like, I don't know. Now I'm probably going to be speaking too far, but yeah. Oh, thank you. Well said. Yeah, totally, Raven. Like that's actually a cool thing. It's true. There tend to be more men who are left-handed, by the way, because like you're more likely to be left-handed if you're exposed to testosterone in the womb. It's like a trigger that makes you more likely to become left-handed. Like I don't think they know why, and I think maybe I'll stop talking about all these biological differences because ultimately we're all individuals, right? We're all individuals. It's actually the best way to describe each person, and so who is what and how you're actually set up will be entirely variable and subject to like you as an individual. So that's the truth of it. But on average, I'm just saying, if you didn't know, you're like hardwired to be more holistic than the average person, probably. But it would just depend on what your brain actually is like, right? Because everything is a little bit different from person to person. I'm talking about big data. Shower time? All right. By the way, I'm so sorry I couldn't collab with you today, but maybe I'll figure out my phone number verification problem later. But yeah, totally an interesting topic of discussion, right? But I didn't want to make it sound like, oh, biologically this is the way it is, and so therefore that's it, and now I know. Like, no, that's not the way it works at all. But there are some big data differences, which are fantastic. Big data does not predict individual differences. So I don't know. It's a nuanced point, but that you'll learn about that. I will say that what I will miss about high school is wrestling. Oh yeah, so you did wrestling? I did wrestling. I was a wrestler in high school. For real? Yeah. I also did a little bit of baseball, and I loved to weightlift. Like my dad was a champion bodybuilder. Super weird. Like I'm not a big guy. But my dad is a champion bodybuilder and a marathon runner. He actually formed up one of his own marathons, something called Grandma's Marathon in Duluth, Minnesota. He founded that with one of his buddies. Like there were two of them, and now like people from all over the world come and race that once a year, including like folks from Kenya and like all over the planet. It's so weird to think that my dad did that. You did baseball too, and you did some football. Oh man, like American football, like hand egg, throw it like this, right? Like Brett Favre darts, Tom Brady kind of deal, like that. That's so awesome. You were a linebacker. Oh yeah. So good. Okay, so linebacker, like a middle linebacker, like a Brian Urlacher type of Chicago Bears. Like I have a disturbing amount of understanding and knowledge about football because I made a football game. I made ESPN NFL 2K5, which is regarded as the best American football game ever made. That's right. Bragging about it. But linebacker is sort of like the quarterback of the defense, and so you must have really understood what was going on the field. You would often have to see if a blitz was coming and call it out to your teammates, or know if everybody should kind of pull back, like if you'd have your safeties go back, or if people should pinch in, if it was likely to be a run versus a pass. If it seemed like it's going to be a play fake, don't bite on it. And you would linebackers, okay, dire consequences, right, in that sport, yet the poetry and the elegance and the agility on demand, and the quick thinking, but also like the strategic element of it, absolutely spectacular, like mind-blowing. Wow. Okay, so that's so cool. Heck yeah. Amazing. So yeah, I made a football game. I've made an NHL game. I'm talking about video games now. Made FIFA, a couple of different versions of FIFA. Wrestling was your favorite. Okay, so were you good with leg control? Like, where were you best? Like, would you be the person who prefer to like start down and then have to get up and escape? Or yeah, I made football games. That's true. I actually worked on Madden, this is like way back, right? Like I'm totally unk, but I worked on Madden 99 for QA and then Madden 2000. That was the first thing that I ever did when I got into the game industry. I worked on Madden 99, Madden 2000. I worked with a bunch of superstars there, like amazing people. I met like Barry Sanders and shook his hand. Like it was just so cool. It was great working at EA in those times. Tourney just finished and you won. Wow. So you would start, yeah. By the way, the people who were the best in wrestling, they would very often choose down position. I remember that. And then they try to like get out and, try to like get the hands off and get free, get the point. That's so cool. Huh. Good for you. By the way, close quarters combat, if you haven't had it, it's legit, right? When you get yourself into some kind of a bind and like your neck is, when you're kind of compromised and you might have to sort of what would in MMA be tap, you understand mortality and you understand that when you're in a battle, it can be for all the marbles, right? Like, you could get choked out. That's unbelievable. Like actually being a wrestler is, every fight eventually ends up close quarters in full contact. And so that's kind of where the rubber meets the road. Wrestling is so hardcore. It's so hardcore. Yeah, cool. All right, well, I'm going to switch back to a view of both the game and me, like that, and roam around a little bit more. But super fun talking. Like I think like the just chatting category is probably more for me, honestly. Like I love playing the games, but medium weight 150. Oh, okay. When I was in wrestling, I was like what was I? I was sometimes like 120, 125, and then I started packing on weight because I wanted to be like my dad. So toward like junior high and senior high, I think I got up to like 160, 165, and I was shredded. It's like 5'9", but Conor McGregor weight. So, and completely shredded. So yeah, I get it. 150. You tell me 150 as a wrestler, and I know that that's actually pretty big. I know that's pretty big. I know that's probably super strong monster, but I had like the little baby bird bones. Like, look at my baby bones, right? Look at these little babies. Like a baby. I'm like, if I had wings, I could probably fly. But yeah, so 150 is actually pretty big. I want to say for a wrestler, that's pretty big. So good on you. So do you have Crimson Desert? Do you happen to have that, DJ? I'm giving you a minute. Take your time. Currently you have the build like Tom Welling, if that's a good comparison. Oh, interesting. All right, hold on. I think I'm getting chased by somebody. Let me get... I'm on the road getting attacked. 1 second. All right, I have to look up Tom Welling. Give me a sec. Give me one loose moment to look up Tom Welling. Oh, yeah, like the Superman and from Smallville, like that? Wow, that's awesome. Hardcore, super strong. That's cool. You don't have Crimson Desert? Right. It is super fun. The thing that I love about it is that it's so rich. A lot of the decisions that the designers made were when he was young. Yeah. I see. I took a peek and I remembered then, like, oh yeah, Superman, Superboy. Yeah, strong. That's about the right build. Like my dad, when he was a bodybuilder, he was competing up against, like he got to the national level, right? Like he was up with God, I'm trying to go into the Wayback Time Machine with some of these folks. These are bodybuilders that aren't they're just like they're in their 60s now or something. Darn it, why can't I think of them? Not like Ronnie Coleman. Ronnie Coleman was a little bit after my dad. The one who got way more not well. So my dad went to Mr. America, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So my dad was at Mr. America, and he was Mr. Minnesota. He was actually Mr. Minnesota one year, and he actually formed one of his own bodybuilding competitions called North Country. It was called North Country Bodybuilding Championships, and he actually competed in his own one, like in year 2, I think it was. And yeah, he was. Yeah, no, he was awesome. Like, and I don't have any pictures of him, which is crazy. I don't like. But his main deal was he had great symmetry, and he had bird bones like me, right? So like, bird bones, except for like he somehow is able to pack on massive muscle. So, like, if you have really small bones and big muscle, then you look bigger, right? It's like a trick. It's like then he will walk by you and be like, yeah, he's pretty big. Like if he has like a sweater on, right? And he was that guy. He never wore tank tops or anything like that. He was like the guy who didn't show it until he was on stage. Then it was like, whoa. He was known for his symmetry and also his just really good muscle shape. Like he was just ludicrously well proportioned. Frank Zane. If you ever see like, so he was right between Mike Menser and Frank Zane in terms of look. So he was such a classic physique and so well shaped really. But also ludicrously strong. Like the guy was, he was like a Wolverine, but like really narrow hipped, like really thin hipped. So he was really wide, but narrow on the inside. So exactly like a Frank Zane, I would say. But having the muscle size roughly of a Mike Menser. And Mike Menser is like the original big guy. Like Arnold is big and tall, right? But Mike Menser was like regular size person. I mean, for the time, everybody's been getting taller over the decades. But at the time, he was just like a regular size guy, Mike Menser, but he was like massive. And so my dad was somewhere between Mike Menser. So so you know Frank Zane. Yeah, exactly. My dad actually looked a lot like him. So my dad looked almost exactly like Mike Menser with like a 15% splash of Frank Zane, both in the face and in the body. So, but my dad started off as being like a champion marathoner. Like he was really good at running. He just run forever. And then he got an injury in a knee, and then he switched over to weightlifting, and then he never looked back. And he just, I guess he loved the stage. Like he was on, like most of those folks, probably looking for the external validation, right? Want the external validation. Big family, big, huge Catholic family, and he was like one of the youngest kids, and he had like five brothers, and so it's like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see where he's trying to like, chase the applause, right? And a lot of folks who get into say like theater or into sports, and like they want to be a champion, right? They want to be a champion at something, want to be the best at something. They're at a certain place in the family, right? Like they're often like one of the young ones, and they don't get the attention they want. Or maybe sometimes it's the opposite. They get so much attention. They get the lion's share of attention, and then they index on that. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I'm in Vietnam. That's right. You're probably somewhere on the other side of the world. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's nice chatting with you anyway. Sure. Do your thing. Don't stay up too late. You gotta finish up your school, hey? What is this area? I never think I've ever been here. This is strange. All right. I don't think I've ever been here. Oh, yes, I have. I recognize it. I solved that puzzle down there one time. One time I was over there. Had to, like, knock down all those pegs. Where am I? I'm going to fast travel. Actually, no. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back way high up into the sky. Rocks. And I am going to... I haven't finished all of my abyss areas, not by a long shot, so... Interesting. Oh, I meant to come back here. Am I really? No way. No way. I don't believe you. What? Interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm just going to go back here and see where this takes me. I am totally lost. I have no... This game is... You get lost in it. It's twice as big as Skyrim. It's out of control. But yeah, I don't know. I think like, possibly, maybe... California is currently 150. Oh my goodness, you need to get to sleep. By the way, I lived in California for a decade. I love Cali. Like, Cali is the best weather on the planet. I was in the, I was up in the north around San Rafael, San Carlos, Nevada, those areas. I ran into George Lucas one time, hey? Like I lived on Lucas Valley Road at a certain point. I worked at a company called Visual Concepts. They became 2K Sports. They eventually rebranded that way. And so I would wander around in that part of California, past the Golden Gate Bridge. Dude, George Lucas. And this is the craziest part. I was in a Target, right, in that area, a little bit off of Lucas Valley Ranch, right in that area, and it was right around Christmas time. And I am talking with one of my kids. I have 4 kids. They're not here with me in Vietnam. I'm parted from them, but reconnect at some point. Miss them badly. But 2 of my 4 kids, I'm looking at them, and I'm in the toy aisle, and I'm looking at the Star Wars figures. Like, this is real. I'm not. I don't. Okay. I'm honest to a fault, although I might lie to myself. But in this case, this happened. I'm in the Target. And George Lucas comes around the corner as I'm talking to my kids about how Star Wars is the modern myth. I know. Well, what was crazy is I was talking with great admiration about the Star Wars universe and how it's like we can know ourselves in the West from, and I'm in the East, but we can know ourselves in the West from Star Wars and how it's really special. And like nowadays, like the way that we tell ourselves stories about morality and good and bad is through Star Wars and how it's so special. And I'm looking at the Star Wars figures, and then I look over down the aisle, and George Lucas is looking at me, smiling. I'm not kidding. It was crazy. And that was a while ago. Like, I don't even know if he's in that area anymore. But at the time, they were in making the next 3 movies, and so they were around there a lot. No, it was the thing that was so crazy to me is I felt like I was speaking about it like it was important and like it should be said, and like then like a great moment in life, like the improbable possibility, the serendipity, I guess is the fancy word, of seeing George Lucas there, and I get to give him like love as I talk to my children about what he's done to make the world a better place. And I was just like, wow, because it's crazy. You look at it and it's like the Empire, the Rebel Alliance, and it's so funny. Like it's almost like it's not like a national thing. It's like for the whole world, because a lot of times it gives the gift of perspective of like the majority, the power, like the first world can sometimes behave or look like or seem like the Empire and a very large sort of federation, and that then you'll have these rebels. So I mean, stay apolitical, of course, but like it's just such a amazing moment for me to come from that area. So yeah, anyway, I know about California. California is one of the very nicest places on earth, and you're so lucky to be there. But yeah, you should go to sleep. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. Yeah, wait, let's see, what is it? It's like Saturday here for me, which means it's Friday there for you, because I'm 12 hours ahead. Yeah, I think I'm almost exactly 12 hours ahead. And so, yeah, you're on the West Coast. Yeah, you should go to sleep. And I should keep playing this game. The thing about, oh, you're in the mountains of San Diego? Oh, so cool. San Diego. That's awesome. Yeah. California is so wonderful. There's so many creative people there. The weather's so good. I love California. And all these songs forever. Sleep is meh, yeah. Well, make sure you get enough sleep. By the way, if you can, when you're studying, when you go to university and you're like learning about your psychology and you're like trying to memorize your lines in theater and all this, make sure that you get yourself some good sleep, right? Apparently one of the tricks, there's a hack to be able to sleep better at night. And I tried it. Okay, I tried it last night because I also don't sleep so well. I need to do two things. One, I need brown noise, which means I need to turn a fan on. I plug in a fan, and then my brain kind of goes to like the sound of a fan, and I can sleep, and it stops me from thinking some. But then the other thing is, oh yes, do this. Okay, it's okay, I can do this. I can remember this. It's 7-3-4. Okay, 7 seconds slowly breathing in. So you breathe in slowly for 7 seconds. Now this is to fall asleep. Okay. So I think what it's doing is you're changing your carbon dioxide levels, but you breathe in for 7 seconds, like you fill your lungs up to full for 7 seconds. Like, don't be uncomfortable with it. And it doesn't have to be perfectly 7, but count out 7 as you breathe in slowly. Get up to the top. After 7 seconds, it's like 3 seconds to breathe out and then 4 to hold your breath. So it's 7-3-4, I think. You can look it up. It's online all over the place. I did that, and I'm telling you, DJ, like I fell asleep after the first sequence. I did like 7-3-4. That's it. I fell asleep. So you can try that. If it's a trick that works for you, then yeah, you're lucky, because like we all do need sleep. A lot of try it. Good luck. A lot of the learning benefits that we get after a hard day of studying actually comes from you getting enough sleep, that you go through the REM cycles in your brain. You need to go through that like sort of cleaning cycle in your brain to be your healthiest. Now, I've never slept well, so it's like what, like it'll be okay. It'll be okay, right? You can't sit there and worry about the way that you are. Just be you, but try to find some life hacks along the way, right? But don't give yourself grief for like not sleeping well. That's not fair to you either, right? Like we're all just humans, and just it is what it is. Some people don't sleep as well as others, right? Oh, so one of my favorites is The Fisher King with Robin Williams, Jeff Bridges, and a couple of other actors and actresses who I absolutely love. It's by Terry Gilliam. Terry Gilliam is so weird. He's made some great weird movies like Brazil, but The Fisher King is one of my favorites. I suppose I love the Lord of the Rings series. I will rewatch parts of that regularly because there's such great moments where it's like, giving you the idea of hope, right? And never giving up. And there's this beautiful thing about sometimes you can't really do it alone, and you need people to believe in you, and you need hope. And so that movie franchise kind of really hit me. The first three, I don't know about any others, but the first three were pretty special. Like the Two Towers, right? Where right before the Helm, like the battle for Helm's Deep occurred. Some of my favorite ones are like Umbrellas. Sofia Coppola films. Wow. Oh my God, Billy Elliot. Yes. So the very end of that movie. Okay, first of all, the whole movie. Okay, I'm going to watch that one tonight. All right, I'm going to watch Billy Elliot again. Wow. I'm so into what you just pointed out. I should watch Little Women again too. I don't know if I watched the most recent one. I think I watched the original for sure. Okay, so right? Billy Elliot at the very end, the whole movie. I mean, the end is like I'm an emotional baby, right? Like I'm like feeling away right now as I think about it. The white collar dad just opening up and giving, the leap scene is like I can't. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, all of his, okay. Can you tell I like movies too? Yeah. With his, that was a great movie. Okay, I'll watch that one again. Oh my God. Okay, I have to stop now and go back to playing the game. So you like those two. Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen it. You know, some movies, they're so powerful, and I know that that they're so important and special that I put them off because like they unwind me, and like they're tough, but of course worth it. Like some media, right? Some things are transformational. I think like they change a person forever, always for the better. Like the father in Billy Elliot, right? The blue collar father who can hardly communicate, and the way that he steps up for his son. Oh my gosh! I heard about Manchester by the Sea again. I know that that's where some of the best cinema ever created resides, and I'm almost scared because I see little snippets here and there, and I'm like, oh, this one would wreck me. This one would take me out. But I need to, right? Like I need to pace myself. Like those big, profound ones, I can watch maybe one a month at most, and then I have to take a break. Right? It hurts. But then again, the human condition, right? Like we art is the thing that keeps us going, right? Like when everything feels like it's lost and it's too much to bear, then we go to art, and it keeps us going. So you're gonna go into theater, and you're gonna try to like layer that in with psychology, and you will maybe be able to change the world with this. You may be able to contribute to it. Without art, the world is just rock. Oh! Okay. Everything Everywhere All at Once. Have you seen it yet? With Jamie Lee Curtis? And all the other spectacular actors and actresses. Have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? That's what I'm curious about. I'm curious about that. You're gonna love it. It's so good. And absurd. It's absurdist. Oh, it won the Oscar, all right. Yeah. And it's one of my favorite movies. Like, it's super rewatchable. This is one for you. This is one for you to watch. Given what you told me moves you. Yeah. It's everything. It's all that. It's all that. I believe you'll watch it, so I'm not even going to tell you. I'm just going to try to suppress everything about it so you can enjoy it as it comes to you as you're watching it. What can I say, though? Okay, so glass half full, right? The idea that sometimes kindness is the only thing between us and the abyss, and that without it, what's the point? And how can anything go the right way? This movie gets there. It takes you there. With a lot of stupid like it's ludicrous. Like it's slapstick and insane as well. It's just like, what is this silliness? But it all works. It folds in the way that it ought to. It goes to the point of the thing, really. You'll see what I mean. I'm just not going to give away any of the texture and color of it. I'm not going to do it because it deserves to be experienced in the raw if possible. You watch tomorrow. All right, yeah, well, I'm going to watch Billy Elliot again. So tonight, I have to show somebody this. I'm here with somebody. I have to show them. I just realized that's one to share. 100%. Yeah. Some movies, when you think about them, take you right back to why they're so special, and then almost unwind. I'm like, I'm on live camera about to start crying. It was really close, actually. Well, I don't think I need to be in this particular area of the Nexus now. Do I know about Criterion films? Yes. So, like, the Criterion collection has all of these great ones that you ought to watch at least once in your life to have a better understanding of the human condition, right? Like, yeah. I don't track on the Criterion films as much as I should, and that's my mistake. So I have this service here called Streamio. If you have the right kind of metadata and links, you get access to all kinds of everything, all of the media, all of the alls, and you can catch up on popular media that way without having to rent it necessarily. I'm the person who, has created a lot of art for people to enjoy and consume. And so, yeah, I understand the importance of purchasing these things, and I do when I can, but can't always. Well, anyway, Streamio is waiting for me, and if I just look up Criterion Collection, I'm sure I'll find. I can just Wikipedia it, and I'll see where we're at with all of the ones that have been added to that list. Daisies, hey? Basically having an acid trip. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'll remember that one. Flower, daisies. Daisy Ridley. Lock in. Okay, I'm locked in. It's that whole trick to remembering something where you have to be generated in your approach to receiving the information. You generate connections in your mind to what you already know to lock it in, to basically like, it's like shooting this thing out, this axiom. Shooting that out at the thing. You shoot it out from multiple points of view and pull it and lock it in, and then it's yours. So yeah, I was thinking Daisy Ridley. I'm doing mnemonics, right? Mnemonics are a great way to learn when you're in university. Remember mnemonics too, right? If you don't use mnemonics, do it. It's a great trick. Think about something that resonates or even goes, okay, so you do, good, yeah. Do that. Okay, you're probably already a really good student, so I'm like giving you a bunch of, you can treat them as affirmations. You probably know most everything I've already said. So you can just use those as affirmations. This is a puzzle I already solved. Yeah, I don't need to be here. I already took care of this. Cool. I still think you should go to sleep pretty soon. You're approaching 3 in the morning. You got to get yourself some rest. I need to go to my map, though. I'm going to go to my map and figure out. Here's another question. Yeah, hit me. Here's another question for you. Who would you say you relate to most in film? Who do I relate to most in film? Map time. Oh, that's a good one. Who do I relate to most in film? Well, right, 3 characters. Well, some are aspirational, right? And then some are reflective more perhaps of, okay, this gives me a great opportunity. I'm trying to answer you, all right? And I'm not trying to be evasive. In psychology, there's this concept. It's called the Johari window. The Johari window. I'm giving you all kinds of, this will come up on one of your tests and you'll be like, I can't believe I heard about this thing. Oh yeah, he got me. Johari window. I think that's how you spell it. Okay. So the Johari window is ways to know yourself. So it breaks up into 4 panels. Okay. On one side, there are 4 panels of knowing yourself. That's the idea. It's just a metaphor. I'm trying to answer you, and it's a tough one. And I don't want to be all dystopian, or that's not the right word, but I don't want it to feel like an acid trip when I give you an answer. So I'm trying to fold in what you said to me into this for context. Up in one corner here of the Johari window is what I know about myself, and only I know it. And then there's another one, which is what other people know about me, and I don't know about me. Okay? So you as an actor, you preparing to get into that space and learn more about it, all of this folds in, right? There's what only I know about me, and then there's what only others know about me, which is a thing. And then another one of the cells, now I got 2 out of the 4. Another one is what everyone knows about me, including others and myself. And then there's another one, which is, this is the 4th panel, which is what nobody knows about me, not even myself. Right? And so art, when it's at its best, and one of the Spider-Mans at the very end got at this, which I thought was remarkably coherent and accurate, at least for me, which is there's only one kind of story, and it's about knowing who you are. Who am I is the point of all stories ever told. Who am I? So, like, who do I want to be? Who am I to other people? Who am I and I don't even know? And what is it that we all know about me, including myself? So, I mean, I am relatable to movie figure. I feel a little bit like Perry in The Fisher King at times because, yeah, it is interesting, right? For sure. So Perry is this guy. He was a professor, and he had a great marriage, and everything was going well. And then some horrible, unfortunate thing happened, and his wife and he got torn apart, and life completely ended for him in the way that he had it. Like, he was a yuppie, he had a good life, everything was fine, professor, like making good money, and then it all fell apart. And then he became homeless, and he was this guy mumbling to himself, and he kind of got fractured, right? He became a fractured person, not a whole person anymore. And so everybody in life has had some kind of, everybody has a tree of sorrow, let's say, right? Everybody has some sort of weeping willow, and on that tree are dangling these moments that have been difficult, but we almost all just keep going, right? We all keep getting back up. And so I think one of the ways, so I feel a little bit like Perry. Yeah, exactly. And I feel also a little bit like, who's a person that keeps getting knocked down and gets back up, right? And has a lot of hope. I mean, I don't know. Rocky's not quite right because I'm not that tough, but I would aim to be like a Legolas a little bit, where the boy comes up to him and he says, this is like at the Battle for Helm's Deep. Boy comes up to him, and he's just a little boy, and he's got long hair, and he says, the men say we won't make it through the night. What do you think we can do? And then Legolas, wait, is it Legolas? I'm trying to think of the one who becomes the king. Oh no. I think Legolas is the guy who shoots arrows. Oh shoot. Well, anyway, in this scene, the guy who the would-be king, the ranger, says to him, let me see that. And he takes the sword from him because he's like preparing for war, and he's like a little boy, and like everybody who can pick up a sword has to pick up a sword and fight. And so he takes the sword, and all of a sudden the music starts to swell, and he starts swinging it around, and he's testing it, and he's looking at it, and he goes, this is a good sword. And he hands it back to him. Hamas, son of Hamamine, or something like that. And he looks at him and he says, there's always hope. And all of a sudden the music explodes and goes crazy, and he starts putting on his armor, and he's getting ready, and he's all damaged and worn out, but he's going to fight anyway. He's going to do it. And why is he going to do it? Because he's going to do it for the people there. It's not even his fight. And he's going to go out and die for them. And there's like a horde of 100,000 demons coming at him, and like there's nobody to do the fighting, and it's hopeless. And so as he prepares, people begin showing up. As he goes to the wall, suddenly there's horns that go off, and then the elves come and to help them. And like once again, even though they had fractured and fallen apart, and there was no chance. Now a whole army of legendary fighters who are immortals show up to do battle right before the enemy comes to the gate. And like I want to aspire to be that kind of a person where, even though in myself I can't find a reason to try to obtain to something like a prominent position of power, right? Like I've been an executive producer in the gaming industry. I don't care. I don't want that. Like I have zero interest in power. The way I would conduct myself is I would give the power if I had it, because, the ring of power corrupts absolutely. And so you do it for other people. Like that's always the answer in everything. So The Simpsons, they're, like the animated series, there's one scene that's particularly special in The Simpsons, which is Homer doesn't want to work anymore. He's burnt out. He's got this little duck thing that does this ding 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 ding. It's like a flamingo, and it keeps pressing the button at the nuclear power plant. His whole job is to press this button once in a while. There's nothing else. It's so brain dead. He just don't want to do it anymore. And like the way that that episode resolves is he goes back because he realizes that his daughter needs him there to do that. And so then he has like a little picture of his family in front of him, just past where he had that bing, 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 bing. And he just didn't even want to be there anymore. He just couldn't do it. And it says, do it for them. Or it might even said something sweeter like, do it for her. And so I guess I want to try to be the person who, not having any interest for myself in obtaining to anything at all, like I just don't care. But other people need some kind of a benefit and a help, and I can obtain to someone who does that. So a little bit of Philip Perry from The Fisher King, who's completely and utterly broken and talking to himself. As I stare into a camera, talking, you know, there's no one else here, right? Except for you. You're here. You're here. Virtually, you're as here as anyone else could be, right? That's true. And you still should go to sleep. It's getting late. It's like past 3 now for you. Is that true? Let's see. What is it? What time we got here? Yeah, sure is. Oh my goodness, it's 3:23 for you over there. Oh no. Yeah, totally. So anyway, I think that's the way I want to be. Oh, 2:23. Yeah. Okay. 2:23. Oh, I see. So you're 10 hours behind me is how that works. Okay. Yep, 10 hours. PDT and PST, right? Every so often, like you gain an hour and lose an hour. In Vietnam, it's always the same. There is no daylight savings or anything like that. But yeah, that's my answer. So now I got to turn around on you. What about you? What characters out there in movie land, in moviedom, are you? By the way, you answer that if you'll still be around. You don't have to, but I'm going to take a quick break and I'll come back and I'll read what you wrote. So this means you've got some time to like send some things to me and I'll come back. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I will be back. Okay. Coming back. Oh, here we go. All right. Hold on. I don't have my headsets. I have my headset back on. All right. So let's see. Ooh. Okay. So you are saying, hold on. Let me switch up. I'm not even playing the game right now. Let me switch up and go to me like that. And then like that. Okay. That's better. Right. So, okay. Okay, so you'd say characters you see yourself in are Jules, Va, Eddie Kasprack, and Jack Twist, and Lux Lispian. Oh my gosh, you're so read. You're so well read. And I guess your film knowledge is spectacular. Peter Parker, Joe March. Okay, so tell me what qualities of them. I'm curious. And actually, as you're doing that, I'm gonna do research. You type, and give me a sec. Let's see here. Let me get your chatting back into view. Okay. Plus, Peter, these are very specific parts of myself. Now I'm curious. Okay, so I'm gonna look up. Hold on. This is where I want to know. Okay, so you are saying Jules Va. Okay. Tell me about. Let's find out. Oh, here. Oh, amazing. Okay. Oh, this is so cool. All right, this is way cooler than me talking. Hold on a sec. I'm going to reshare my screen in a way so you can see. Hold on. This is great. This is super cool. Well, that's the transformative power of art, right? Like we can know ourselves from we can know our inner selves better from connecting with the human condition through art, right? And like that's what it is, I think. So hold on, I'm gonna try and make this different. I'm gonna go back to this view and I'm gonna go off on that view and I'm gonna try to put this on there. All right, so here we go. All right, you see what I'm doing here? Okay. So Jules Vaughn is a central character, and I haven't seen Euphoria yet, and I hear it's so good. There was some guy who's in Euphoria who was on Saturday Night Live lately, and I was like, who is this new guy? He's like the best guy I've seen in 10 years on Saturday Night Live. Like, he's in every single skit. I think he is from Euphoria, and actually he's just a spectacularly interesting and funny character. So hold on. I'm trying to bounce between what Gemini is telling me about here and what you're telling me. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, I got another way. I can even do this better. Oh, I can do this even better. We're getting better and better and better. It's getting better and better and better. Hold on. Hold. Oh no. Why did it do that? Hold on. I'm trying to still do all the things all at once. Okay. I should have split my main view up a little bit better, but okay, here we go. Okay, so you are telling me mostly like outgoing dreamers looking for the better side of life, whilst it's more like a secretive side. I'd also say on another. Oh, hold on. I got to get the bottom of this in view. Oh man, I'm gonna do a better job of carving up my screen. I figured out how I can do this better, but not right now. Okay, so this is way better than me chatting at you the whole time. Also, say another relatable term is more like I have had these situations where they've been in. Oh, so it's very interesting. What makes us who we are sometimes is like what we've gone through, right? Like how much of what we experience in life and what we go through ends up being kind of who we become, right? Like, I don't think we're necessarily so, like, we're not made out of stone, okay? So Euphoria, the first season is pretty lit, and the second's okay, and the third currently is dragging a dead corpse. But be careful if you watch it. Okay. Obviously careful. Okay. So, very cool. All right. Portrayed by actress and model Hunter Schafer. She's introduced as the new girl in town, but quickly becomes a catalyst for many of the show's primary conflicts and the most significant person in the life of the protagonist, Rue Bennett. And, okay. Cool. Very cool. Oh, yeah. Manic Pixie Dream Girl is such a hilarious thing. Like when I first ran into Manic Pixie Dream Girl as an idea and I saw somebody do like beat poetry on it, I was like, whoa, somebody has become aware that she's just only being treated like she's an object and she's just there and she's even willingly becoming this object that just molds and fits and conforms and becomes only for that other person in the relationship. No, 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 no. Very cool. She's awesome. Yep. 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 So very interesting in Vietnam. It's a very wonderful culture in many ways, and there are more pockets of people who hang together. You probably see where I'm going with this, right? Than in other societies. Like people find each other. Like people from say the central north part of Vietnam, like Nguyen will all end up somehow, if they come live in like a south a lot, separate from where they came from, in like on the same street, like neighbors side by side, because the dialects are so unique and specific that when they talk to each other, they instantly dial into, you're from Nguyen. And it can even be like one particular city, and people will recognize wherever they're from, like wherever they're at in Vietnam, like where that person is from. And they'll very often be able to dial in perfectly like, oh, you're from Nguyen. It's like, yeah, I am. And then they end up living right next to each other. So there are a lot of pockets of super diversity here. Like I went to a hotel, like a hotel called which means sort of like warm and good, right across from where I used to live here in Vietnam. And I walked in, and it was like completely LGBTQ. It was like everybody there was all of that, and it was so cool. I was like, oh, it's like I'm right back in. I'm right back in Vancouver again. Like, yeah, like the last. So the last marriage I attended was two women getting married in Canada before leaving, and then here, I've been to two marriages since coming here in Vietnam, which is kind of cool, different and special, and very heartwarming and all that. Lowest rate of divorce on the planet, actually, in any nation is here in Vietnam. That's like the lowest. But when I went to Amman, I was like shocked at like, wow, there's more diversity here. I feel I was just like, wow, wow, I didn't think here would be the place for that. And it is like hyper concentrated, right? And it can be like that. Like you can be here in like an enclave of Christians, and like literally every other home that you're walking by, the door's open and everybody's like praying there and like having like a little gathering in their home for that particular effector. And then the same again for like Buddhism. And the same again for all kinds of walks of life. The irony is like a very tightly knit, strongly positioned government can create a ripple effect down lower in the social levels where people are more, in some ways, free and more allowed to be individuals in exactly who they are. Like nobody cares here what your preferences are. Like nobody cares. And then you don't talk about it, and you just get to be a person. You're just unique, and you show up and you do your thing, and that's who you are. Like it's bordering on radical. So I often say here in southern Vietnam, and I don't know about the other parts, all the other parts. I know it is different geographically a little bit, but yes. Like what I'm saying is this is sort of like the way when I was growing up in the United States, in the Midwest, it's like that here, the way that it used to be there, which is like, okay, yeah, we have some political differences, but at the end of the day, you're a person, I'm a person. We live side by side. Let's hang out and have fun. Let's celebrate our sameness and like not care about our differences. Like, let's go ahead and be different And, ooh, some of us might even celebrate that you're different. Some of us might even learn about how you're different and even enjoy it. Like, oh, imagine that, versus thinking that you're different and you're my enemy and I can't get with you because you're on the other side. Like, it's not like that here. Everybody is a brother and a sister, to the point of, I got to tell you a couple of stories that are just absolutely special and define what's unique and magical about Vietnam. So people, when they run out of gas on the motorcycle, and there's one motorcycle per human here, like it's a motorcycle society everywhere. Motorcycles, there's some cars, but they're almost all motorcycles everywhere. Somebody runs out of gas, a person will come up and they'll say a thing to each other, and literally the guy on one motorcycle, or the woman, whatever, will be on one, and he'll kick his foot out onto the other motorcycle and he'll just push them to the next gas station. You'll see people nearly collide with each other or even do a little bit of bumping. And instead of road rage, you get somebody who looks over at the other person and says hello and reaches out and touches them. And they smile and laugh at each other. Or somebody is like on their phone while they're driving and they bump another person. And I would expect like rage, aggression, like growing up in North America. And like that is... I know it's, and then there's another thing. This is the one that foreigners, and by the way, in Vietnam, the way that you call a foreigner, you say, "Người nước ngoài." That's the way that sounds is so hard to say with like a normal, I said normal. Wow. What a bias. If you're from North America, like just saying "Người nước ngoài" is like almost impossible. Like that was impossible for me to say. The irony is saying foreigner in Vietnam is something that a foreigner cannot do. But one of the things that you notice here is that I got too distracted by Nui Nuk Nui. You'll very frequently just be treated like, okay, so in India, where I've also been, the guest is God, is what they say. And that's actually like written into like Hindu belief systems, and the way that they approach it is like the guest is God. So you get treated so well as a guest. Here, it's similar. Like I showed up one time and I had a whole gang of teenagers running up to me. I was walking around a lake, and they ran up to me, and normally you'd be like, oh, I'm about to get overrun by teenagers and like they'll be really rude and all that. One of them runs by, looks back, gives me a big smile, and says, I love you. And then everybody else, they're all boys, right? They're all like testosterone-laden, aggressive boys. And they all shout that back to me. You see American flags. I know. It's it's just wild here. It's wildly different than you might imagine. I ate some food that was, it's like chitlins, right? It's like intestines and all that. And I ate it, and I ate it with such abandon. Like I'll eat anything. I love all food all over the planet. Everything is what I love. And by the way, if it's good enough for 100 million people here, it's certainly good enough for me, right? Like, why would I not? I will find my way to like a thing that everyone here likes. So, but I'm eating pig intestines and sinew and all that, and I just gobble it up. I just smash it, right? And the guy looks at me and he says, and I turn away. I ask him like, ting tian, how much? And he goes, hum, and like I try to hand him money, and I like do it with one hand holding the other, like this. This is how you show respect with money. You actually hand it like it's a precious gem to anybody, and it's a way of showing respect and regard for them. In all cases, I will try to do this. And so I try to hand it to him, and he's like, no. And he just like gave it to me for free. And I'm like, this guy, he's not rich. But he's like, oh, so you just gave that to me for free. So I find that the people here so often will have 2 and 3 jobs, are hustling, and are so open-hearted as to just be spectacular. Like, you feel so good. Yeah. And then back to the point of my whole digression here is, I didn't know that I had to come to a country that is not a democracy on the face of it, as written, as proclaimed, as, in the Constitution. I didn't know I had to leave from there and come to something that's ostensibly, supposedly, the polar opposite, to find the real America. Like, to find the real America, right? To find where everybody gets to be who they are, and you're my brother, you're my sister. What do you like? Whatever, I don't care. Like, we're one people, right? Like, you run into a problem, I got you. Like, that's happened so many times here where somebody says, like, I got your back. I got you. Don't worry. Like, I get that so much. Okay, I give you another one. There's a kind of distribution system here that a lot of people in the society they just like to do, and they do it. Like, you'll have a gathering, a group of like 8 or 9 people, like it might be 8 or 9 women, and they just got together and they're kind of friendly. And what they do is they load balance their income. They load balance it, right? So they, if they're like, I think it usually be like 11 or 12 people, so that each month, something like 4/5 of all of your salary just goes to one of the people in the group, and you take turns being rich for a month. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so cool. So, anyway, I long-winded way of saying, if you identify with this person captures some of what you're about. And by the way, I'm a strange person in my brain, by the way. Like, I'm a white man, right? Right? Well, I'm an individual. That's what we'll say. I'm an individual, and I like exactly who I am, and I'm certainly not in the categories. I'm certainly not the normal type, right? But I love that. I love being who I am, and I'm not interested in being someone else and pleasing another person. I want to be me. So all of that really works here just fine in a way that you would not expect it to. And then when it happens, you're like, wow, this is so special and nice. And, just generally people, I just like see through past categories. Like, they're not lazy thinkers. They're not looking for the category that you fit in and whether I can like you or not. And you don't think like me? Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so what, do we still have interest? Can we hang out? Throw the ball, like anything, right? That's more way it's like here. So, all right, let me stop now because I got very, very. You must be getting tired. Now it's 3 something. Hey, maybe. No, it's approaching 3. It's 15 minutes to 3 for you. So, okay, Manic Pixie Dream Girl. If you haven't seen, like, on TikTok, like, the poetry when she's doing it, you enjoy. Okay, cool. You have to go find that. Like, some of the funniest, most witty things I've ever seen are like people running that, playing that out, right? Because there's like a certain beat and play to saying it. It's so good. Just look it up, Manic Pixie Dream Girl, and look for, so there's an older woman who does it, and she's my favorite. And then there's like a person who's doing like beat poetry to it, and it's just like, it'll knock you back. But okay, so emotional. Oh, and then so she's tight with Rue Bennett. I should totally watch this. Yeah, I was there at Electronic Arts. Okay, so by the way, I will tell you, I have some words for Electronic Arts and other companies that are big AAA publishers, but by and large, very, very beautiful culture that not only abides neuroatypical people, but welcomes and affirms and empowers and protects them. So at Electronic Arts, I was stunned at how much they embrace that. That is such, if you are neuroatypical, and if you have, however it is that you are, Electronic Arts is like a home, is a haven for you. Even though people will look at EA and think like, oh, big monolith and man, like at the cultural level, so good. Like their people officer is so good. And they don't just have certain mantra that they say about it. Like they live their beliefs as well, and they encourage and support. One person, actually, I was brought into something called the Big Picture. It's like a meeting room, and I had no idea. I was just reached out to, and the Big Picture is smaller than the Bigger Picture. This is at EA Canada. The Big Picture is near the opening, is near the main entrance to Phase to phase 1 is what it's called. There's phase 1 and phase 2 on the campus there in what's called Burnaby, but they call it Greater Vancouver now. But you go there, you walk through, hang a right, you go into the big picture. Not the bigger. The bigger holds like 800 people. The big picture holds like 80 if you're really packed in and some of you are standing. So I go in because there's some meeting that occurs. So like somebody would like to invite you. And so there was somebody who was going through a change, right? They were going through their change from a male to a female. And I knew this person as a man and really appreciated him, like an absolute empathic, high EQ, great person. And so I go in and find out that I'm one of a small set of people who've been invited to become part of the support network for her as, the transition occurs for her. And so I was there. By the way, a sports nut, like total sports nut, 2 kids, and just decided to just do this because it was just what was there in their mind and their heart and their body, and it is what it is, right? And so I'm brought in, and I'm like, it feels really good to be trusted with that and to be considered as somebody who is like that open and receptive and available and strong to be a part of it. And I was like, all in. And by the way, Kelly wasn't there. It was, just like it can be very scary to do something like that. And so, I was all in. And then I'm like hanging out all the time with Kelly, with her, and at different places. And there was this group of, and I shouldn't name the category, but I really shouldn't because it's not relevant and it doesn't apply. But anyway, everybody was of a certain type, and they were there across from us while I was sitting in the cafeteria with her, and they were like shooting hate bullets at Kelly, and a very, very protective person to the point of, pick you up and throw you across the room, even though I'm not so big, like pick you up, throw you across the room, like protective, like people just trying to be who they are need to be protected, and that's it. And they need to be supported and celebrated. And you know what? It's hard to be different. Just like, let people be, like, come on. We're put on this earth and we have a certain period of time, and our main feature is to be there for one another, love each other, tolerant, supportive, brothers and sisters, and to try and see how inside each one of us is the infinite. Each person is infinite, has the depth of a universe. Every single person is like the consciousness of the universe captured in one little perspective in one moment in space. And that's like magical, but it is the infinite. And so I would dare say inside any one of us is every one of us, is the infinite, is something very special and holy and worth protecting. So, I don't know. It's also like that here in Vietnam. Like, there's something about, like, the Mongols came twice to try to take this country from itself and take it over. And it's the only place that the Mongols were never able to take over. And I actually don't know anything about history. I just know about that particular thing as a point of punctuation here in Vietnam that they're a little bit proud of. It's like, they don't go to war against other people, but they will repel all borders. So, oh, yeah, well, that's nice. Then, I mean, you and I, we've got similar thinking. And so there you have it. Yeah, I just so reject convenient categories. I just think people deserve more room to be whoever they are. And I think, what is love? Like, love is a hard thing to find. And if you run into someone that cares about you and you care about them back, and you can hold on to that knows no particular category. No group or group dynamic is owning that. something that if somehow you run into it and somehow it manifests, then you hold on to it and you don't worry about the particulars of it. Like, I think of all the things that I can imagine in this life, love is, maybe that's the only thing I believe in. Maybe there's nothing else that I can believe in. Maybe not even my senses do I believe in so much. They say that a huge part of your brain is actually in your heart. You've got a lot of neurons that think in your heart. So, yeah, good. Well, I mean, we're all just human, right? So, anyway, good. Yes, and I see. Okay, so that's your first character. Let me scroll back up and find your other character. That's your first character. That's a good one. Wow, you're not messing around when you're picking characters to kind of find reflections of yourself in. Hey, okay. So the next one is Eddie. Cool. How do I copy on that? I think okay, like that. Oh no. Okay, good. Oh no. Oh, ooh, that's better. That's better. That's easier. Okay, so we got Eddie. Okay, let me find out about Eddie. Let me go back down to the bottom so I can see what you're doing. I believe that, yes, well, there's, the fun thing is you don't want to over-index on science, right? And you don't want to believe that in the social sciences, the cutting edge understanding of some research that it is the way it is. But there is support for that. Like somehow in the heart, it turns out there's a lot of thinking that goes on, but it's special thinking. Like in some ways you could argue it depends, but that the seat of intellect is actually emotion. It's actually reflected in that empathic quality that you may have more or less of. And that if you're really complete in your thought process and you're fully open as a person, then apparently a lot of that is coming from your actual heart, which is really adorable. Like they look, oh, hold on. This is crazy. Question. Did you know that the heart is not actually a solid mass, that you can unravel it, and that it's actually this sort of like tube that's rolled up? And then when the heart beats, it doesn't actually beat, it vortexes. So it squeezes like this, and what it does, it's like a wet towel that's wrapped around, but like a chunky one, and it squeezes and unsqueezes. And that's how the heart works. It actually flows with the vortex from one part to another, and it never goes retrograde because of this vortex wrapped design. The heart, yes, you should look it up. It's crazy. Like you can check this out later and you'll see like, wait, the heart is like an unravelable sheet. Like, what? But then it gets more crazy than that, because technically we are tubes. As a human being, I'm a tube from my mouth all the way, like that part of me is the outside. It's like a donut. Okay. The outside of the donut includes the inner part. It's like a torus. So the human body is actually like that. So in a very weird way, even though we look and we are kind of like we're these physical beings. Now this is where the acid trip has come from, right? But no. We are tubes. That are fully wrapped like a torus. So inside and outside, but then the inside is part of the outside. And then when digestion happens, we actually absorb like it's just going through like through our stomach and intestines. We actually absorb the nutrition into our body, which is on the outside of that. So technically, like the largest part of you as a person is actually all of that gut biome stuff. Like there's more of things that are not you than are you in you. And that's because we consider that inner part of us as somehow inside us, but it's actually, it's like the part of the donut that's on the inside. And it's one big sort of tube. I know. And then the heart is built that way too. The heart is actually an organ that is unwrappable. So just look at it. Just look it up after, and it's mind-blowing. But also then when you realize like the way that the brain works, it's just like folds, and it can be super stretched out. And because it's so like, brains aren't smooth, unless you're a koala. Koalas have smooth brains. It's true. But humans have super folded brains so that it's more compact. And ultimately it's like just a really long layer of stuff. So apparently Human body's very strange, I'll tell you what. Yes, koalas have smooth brains. And the thought is the reason they do is because they're always falling from the tree like 2-3 stories, and then the brain damage doesn't get them too bad because it's not as delicate of a configuration. So yeah, they're smooth brained. You can look it up. I'm not kidding. Going into science realms. But here, let me take a look at what I came up with and found. Okay, so Eddie. Wow, core member of the Losers Club. And Stephen King's, oh my gosh, I've read so many of his books, hey? Of all of the authors out there who are prolific, he's the one I've read the most. 100%. 100%, including like all of his nom de plumes, like his like Strauss, you know? Like that's one of his nom de plumes that wrote The Running Man. No, that was Richard Bachman, another one of his nom de plumes. Like Richard Bachman is also Stephen King, and Richard Strauss is also Stephen King. This guy's wild. Anyway, interesting. Wow. Oh, Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Boy, that's a wild thing, hey? She convinces Eddie and just frantically. Sure. You know what? A lot of times people, without even meaning to be awful, will be awful like that. Rage under the Bachman? Maybe. Maybe. But Richard, yeah, Bachman, exactly how you spelled it, wrote The Running Man. By the way, The Running Man, if you read it, it's so gory. Like at the end, his guts get all caught up, his entrails, like on an airplane. It doesn't end like in the movies. Let me tell you what. That guy's imagination is out there. That guy's imagination is way out there. What a writer. Okay, so, all right. Yeah, Schrader. Signature items, an inhaler. Placebo. Oh my goodness. Creating the losers, keep the group organized. Sharp memory for facts and directions, effectively serving as the group's navigator. Right, cool. Fragile but fiercely loyal. Friend as an adult, runs a limousine business and trapped in the marriage, suffocating behavior. And it has there's miniseries. Oh, films as well. Wow. Got you. The encounter with it? Oh, he's wow. So cool. Got it. Good one. Nice. Okay, let me find your next one. Okay, I found a nice way. I realized that when I pasted it in, I got them all. So now I can just do Jack Twist next. Now we go and we look at the Jack Twist. Now we go. You know, I haven't seen it. I have such tremendous gaps. I have some depth, but I also have really poor depth. Oh, sorry. Breadth at times, but that's it is what it is. Jack Twist, one of the two primary protagonists in I'm so embarrassed, I don't know how to say it. Annie Proulx. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. Ang Lee. Oh yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh man, that movie is so good. How much do you love Jake Gyllenhaal, hey? He's in that movie with super powerful actress where she was falling apart. Like she had like a neurodegenerative disease. Yeah, he's a crazy good actor, right? Got you. Cool. Okay, so unlike who's stoic and deeply right. Got you. Cool. Man, that was a powerful movie. That's another movie. It was so powerful. I had a hard time rewatching it. There are a couple of other ones too, where like turning in performances that are on the edge of, if not qualifying for Academy Awards, and then just like these people trying to trust another person and then getting brutalized and damaged for it. Like that's the scariest, right? The scariest thing of them all is like, it's like it evokes The Flying Dutchman, right? The Dutchman by Amiri Amamu Baraka. So Leroy Jones. By the way, one of my favorite poets. Yeah, he's right up there. He competes for me with William Carlos Williams and Robert Lowell, right? Like the Skunk Hour, Robert Lowell, the Skunk Hour, this idea that the horror of trying to fit in and try to be like the majority population and trusting someone in there to be seen as an individual and to be allowed to pass. Like, can I pass? It's like the struggle with that Ralph Ellison will have in a lot of his books, like with Invisible Man, where it's like you have to be both in the majority culture and pass there, but then also in another one and fit in there. And somehow a Rubik's Cube, I don't even know how to say it, but like somehow be a person still. Like somehow not just be like a facade to different parts of society, like just be who you are, right? It's like the biggest challenge in life is just somehow trying to be authentically yourself. Like you boil it all down. Like, can we just get to that point somehow? But this, to me, I'm reading it and I feel the echoes of the pain of just trying to be a person that you are, right? And it's such a struggle. And all parts of society and so much of the best part of cinema, it will be those moments where you reach out and try to trust a person, and then so that there are these parts in the story, right? It's like often there's a three act structure, some maybe more so 4 now, but it depends. Where in the act of going on the hero's journey and trying to resolve a problem and grow and become fundamentally who you are, who you haven't been, and this basically describes almost every film ever created that's of any note that ever resonated and that people look back as a classic, like Criterion Classic, for instance, is this struggle to break free from the mold that you are raised and reinforced to be in, just finally to be, for once, yourself, right? And this goal of trying to know yourself is the struggle, man. Like, that's it. And so, but it gets complicated when you're in a society, and some people are so repressed and have so much rage and fear. It almost always comes into fear of knowing yourself, right? Some people were raised by parents who, if you were a certain way, you're hated. And then if you internalize your parents, and this is your sort of internalized sense of self-worth and value, and it's like, oh yeah, my parents gave me unconditional love, except for the big switcheroo, the big trade-up was that they didn't. They didn't actually let you be you. They didn't actually let you be you. And so in order to not defy this inner sense of self that your parents conferred upon you and just finally be the individual who you really are, because we're all individuals, then you have to sort of break out of this shell. And so in that 3-act structure in a lot of films, most films, you go through basically, you're going through the pattern, you're a robot, you're just a bag of bones, and you're going through the world and you're lost. Like, you're lost from yourself. You don't see yourself, and you don't even fit in with the world anyway. You're awkward. You don't fit, but you're trying. And then you realize you can't. You're just like, this has all just been to my own personal misery. And you finally work through that and become on the hero's journey, right? And many of us maybe never get there, but finally whole and human. And a lot of us get very stuck along the way because we have so much fear. And so then those people that you run into in the world who have that fear will hurt you sometimes. They might hurt you because in you, they see who they are and who they're unwilling to become or to acknowledge. It terrifies them to look in the mirror, right? Into the mirror that really lets them reflect back to themselves. And so in you, a lot of times they will fail because of boundary violations to just let you be you. And if you don't reflect them, then you're a violence to them. You're not good for them. And so you will get beat up, right? Or you'll get attacked, or you'll get looked at. and you'll be judged. And then ultimately, if you can, as a human, as an individual, yeah, I'm watching what you're writing, man. If you can, if you're lucky enough, you just put all that aside and find the right group, the right place to be that allows you to be you, and then you just live your life. You know, you eat good food, you get some good sleep when you can, you have some good entertainment, you're productive in a way that gives back to people around you. And maybe if you're real lucky, you can reach out to millions. Maybe if you're real lucky, you can even get there. But you don't need that, because you're you and you're enough. And you've come to the conclusion that if other people are worth caring about, so are you. And there's no reason that you can't love yourself enough. And this isn't like that whole self-care movement. This is like the real thing, right? Where it's like, I'm me and I got to love me because I believe fundamentally in humanity and I'm a part of it, right? And I'm special and I'm unique because everyone is. Because every single person is unique. All 8 billion of us mean everything. We are the consciousness of the universe. And so, yeah, I know. I'm preaching to the converted. I know. It's like that, though. And so I'm seeing in the art that you value echoes of some of this, which is great. Romantic Rebel. Yeah, it's a good place to be. It's a good place to be. Academy Award nomination. Of course he did. That was brave, by the way, back then for them to, you know, by step, we move closer and hopefully hold on to this allowance for people to live their one life uniquely as they are, without fear and without bad feelings. Yeah. Anyway, well, let's see here. Let's look at your next one, okay? Let's go to the next. Lux Lisbon, let's go. Let's go. Enigmatic Centerpiece. Right. Sophia Coppola. Boy, that family line is amazing, right? Kirsten Dunst. I've always loved her acting. As a third of the 5 Lisbon sisters, Lux's primary focus of the neighborhood was obsession. They tried to piece together the sisters took their own lives. Yeah. Well, I definitely have to look at this. I have to. Like I said, I have huge gaps. She really is. She really is. By the way, encoded inside this is very silly, but encoded inside the second movie, since you said Peter Parker, you can identify with the second movie, in which she plays, you know, like the love interest. She decides not to get married to the guy, right? To the NASA guy. She like runs out of the church and she shows up at his door and he's broken, right? He's hurting, Peter Parker. And I assume you've seen it. And she shows up, he opens the door and she says, you know, maybe it's time for somebody to actually care back, care for you, you know, the way that you give them, great, that the way that you're there for them. And so she basically sacrifices her contentment and her through line of ease and simplicity with like a great guy. Like there's nothing wrong with this guy. He's a great guy. But Peter Parker is special, and she couldn't help but understand like the depths of him, right? She knows the depths of him, and so she comes back, and then at the very end, she says like, "Go get him, Tiger." And that one broke me too, because it's hard in society when you're the one expected to go and sacrifice and try to provide, and it's often not appreciated, the sacrifice. And so sometimes one of the greatest expressions of love is just, you know, being there for someone. And so that she expressed this self-sacrifice for another person. And like, this guy is all about the self-sacrifice. Like he broke his relationship and he just couldn't keep it going. Not because he didn't want it. He wanted it more than anything. He even tried to walk away from being the hero that he was, right? And then in the end, he's like, I have to try to give back. Like I have this ability. So like, from each according to need, from each according to ability, to each according to need. That's a certain, you know, like other way of looking at this, but then also like with great power comes great responsibility. And so he realizes, well, I have more that I can give, and I might have to sacrifice some of my comfort to do it. And so I'll do it. And then she recognizes that there's something about being seen at the end of that movie that's so powerful. But then like the tenderness and the pain that I saw in her eyes as he like goes off, right? But his happiness and joy, and how she's willing to, step back a little bit and take a bit of struggle for herself, for him, is just like there's something about true love in that's quite beautiful. So you had written about this person who is a bit of a, I've seen the rebelliousness, but a romantic rebel, sacrifice gets factored into some of that stuff at some point. Like, I guess one of the things I came across that I really loved, I really loved the idea that it isn't that you're sacrificing for somebody and that's the reason you're doing it, right? When you're in a relationship and it's special. It's like, it's actually just that you get a lot of joy. It fills you up to do something for another person, right? To give something to a person that makes them feel good. Their happiness is transitively, is easily passed in, is received into your heart as also your happiness. There's something, that's when you know it's love, that's when you know it's right, that's when you know you get married, that kind of thing. It's this idea that their joy and their fulfillment is as meaningful as your own. And in fact, even more so sometimes, maybe. No, I'm not saying that would be healthy, right? And you don't want that external validation. Like, the purpose isn't to be loved back. That's the beautiful part. The purpose isn't to be loved back. It's to just fully love. So it's like, yeah, I own my love, you own your love, and then like that happens. But it's this act of non-codependent value that you have in another person that can be so great. So anyway, I see. Yeah, that's the way I'm amalgamating everything that you showed me in terms of the characters that you identify with that kind of capture you in cinema. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. All right, let me go back up one more time, see, because I got to the bottom of Lux Lesbian, and then Peter Parker. Right, I pulled it all in. All right, I threaded the needle. I put it all together. There you go. That's great. Those are amazing targets for you. For me in my life, I've always found the most joy when I'm working with people. For instance, and by the way, again, in the video game industry, let me go to the bottom. Peter Parker, who's your favorite Spider-Man? Oh, personally, Andrew Garfield. But I don't know. I really appreciated them all, but I'm most like, oh, by the way, who played Billy Elliot? I'm just saying. Who played Billy Elliot? I'm just saying. Go on. Yeah, exactly. Can that guy dance or what? Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Yep. There you go. So Tom Holland is amazing, right? And by the way, I love how open and vulnerable he is to Jamie Bell. Yep. So this is interesting. You can see what I'm highlighting and looking at, kind of. Yeah, Tom Holland is amazing. He and his girlfriend are so sweet. Oh, I guess maybe they're now even betrothed, or yeah, they're so sweet. Good group. Nice. Yep. Oh, Zendaya, yeah. They seem like the perfect couple. So happy. So good. But you saw him when he first, Did you see him when he did that dancing before anybody really knew he was all about it on some show, some talent show or something? And I think maybe Zendaya was there, but he did. I think he danced. Was it like a female role that he danced? But it was just literally mind blowing. Like the second I got done watching it, I like hit rewind and rewatched it. Right? Like it's like, how do you do that? Some people have radical levels of body intelligence. Like they're spectacularly gifted, right? Hey, Tom Holland. No doubt. But I liked Garfield's role a lot. There was a lot of, I don't know why, but I liked his style. Now he was probably a little too cool. He wasn't awkward enough, to be fair. But I liked the eccentricity of him anyway. The way that Andrew Garfield occupied that role, I really enjoyed. Remember in The Impossible? I'm not quite sure. Yeah. It was good. Yeah. I just like his exuberance was excellent. Andrew Garfield is also, I think, yeah, he's so watchable. I grok him, which is a funny way, GROK, of saying like I feel like I get him or appreciate him in a way that sort of goes beyond verbal description. You know, it goes into like a deeper level of understanding. The way that he occupies a role is spectacular. Yeah, so good. Like that, the moment, you remember the crossover where all the Spider-Mans came together and he was able to save the other Spider-Man's woman that he couldn't save in his own timeline? Like, oh my goodness. That was powerful. But, yes. Okay, but what's the best Spider-Man of all time? What's the best Spider-Man? What's the best use of the IP ever? The first... Oh my God, it hurt so much. Oh, it was really painful. Yeah. Why can't I remember it? The song, that one of the most popular songs of all time, Sunflower, that movie. That's the best Spider-Man for me of all time. The one with Sunflower as the song. Hold on. I suppose I can just look it up. I just realized I'm not, okay. Spider-Man movie with Sunflower song. I'm silly. I feel silly that I can't remember. Yeah, this one, Into the Spider-Verse. Have you seen this one? Have you seen this Spider-Man? Yeah, so good. That one I loved so much because of the relationship between the boy and the dad, and the way that the dad through the door gave him enough unconditional love. Yeah, great. Yeah, you got it. Like the dad through the door in that moment gave enough unconditional love to him that he was able to transcend. Like he was able to become more. And why did he become more? So that he could save other people. Like just, something about that vector of love, and that it's actually it goes beyond like romance into something that's sort of like the greater, highest form of love that we can obtain too is all that. And so that movie captured it so well. I must have listened, no kidding, to Sunflower and watched the video right before the movie came out. It must have been 200 times. Like it was on infinite repeat. Like I was spurging out to that so much. Couldn't stop. It was so good. Love, 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 love. Anyway. No doubt. There you go. That's the one. It is a super good song too. I mean, Post Malone has such smooth. I love how he was just discovered. Like okay, I'm sure he found some kind of connections, but he blew up and he just had like what is it called? SoundCloud? He just had his stuff on SoundCloud. Right? Like the White Iverson song just like blew up and went into like overdrive and went nuts. Like boom. And then he's so huge. And then he also got put against some really great properties. Yes, yes, he did. He was just kind of making music because he loves it, right? And he was using a little bit of auto-tune and all that. He's got a great voice anyway, in my opinion. I love it. But his writing, right, and his arrangement, he arranged those things himself, hey? Like, I'm pretty sure the arrangements are why he is, like, as great as he is. Like, he wrote that song about Whitney, like Whitney Houston, like that song, Whitney. What was it called? Like Loving Whitney? Well, hold on. It was like, let's see. Okay. Post Malone, Whitney. I think it's just literally called Whitney. Let's see what we get here. Feeling Whitney. Right. Feeling Whitney. I mean, that song is crazy, crazy good. And it, let's see. Oh, ooh. Oh, I didn't know about that. Whoa. Is that a reference? Okay, I didn't know about this. Hey. I don't know anything. But I like to feel like it's more about the greatness of Whitney Houston. But what do I know? I don't know about. I don't know the terms. I don't know. I think most of the music that I really love, I fail to actually. Yeah, you'll like it. It's really. I mean, he's got a style, right? Like, you heard one, you heard a lot of them. He's recently switched into kind of like a country vibe. Speaking of Brokeback Mountain, a little bit of the country vibe, which is also good. Like, I just think he's super talented. And I think he's been getting cleaner and healthier too, which is like good for him as well, you know. But, yeah, okay. All right. Well, got you. Got you. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for sharing that stuff with me. That's super interesting. It's way better than me just talking at you. It's way more interesting. But yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once. You check that one out. It's special. You'll like it. And I'm gonna try to watch Billy Elliot tonight. Well, I mean, you're in SoCal, so I suppose, hey, that sounds right. I know. That's the thing. Especially nowadays, there's so much high quality stuff out there. There's so much great art that it's hard to cut through to it all. But you're doing it right by tracking on the Criterion Collection. I mean, at the best I understand it, you know, I don't pretend to be any kind of expert at anything at all, you know, but I know that's the right place to go for lovers of film. Have you done any like play type or theater work yet in high school? Oh, Celebrity Crush. Yeah, for sure. Who is the woman who's most recently in the last Top Gun movie? I always thought she's been very interesting. I think, and you know, she's like skewed a little bit more toward my age. Totally think great. I mean, in terms of agelessness, her name will come into my head at some point, I suppose. But in terms of like ageless, Celebrity Crush. Oh yeah, you know, right. Well, great actress, right, for sure, and been in a lot of amazing roles. Actually, I know somebody who was on set as a producer on one of her first movies. Starts with let me just, you know, I have the means. I might as well try. So, female lead in latest Top Gun movie. Because I got a trail here to follow, and it's not going to be worth doing if I don't just follow the thread properly. Jennifer Connelly, right? Okay, Inventing the Abbots. So this guy who I worked with him at Electronic Arts when I first got into the industry. That was in that was actually in San Mateo, California, before they moved to Redwood Shores, California, on Twin Dolphin Drive over there, right next to the big Oracle building. If you've ever been around there, then you know what I'm talking about. But Jennifer Connelly, I heard stories about how he was dating her very briefly. That's what he told me. and that he was also on set with her. And he said this was back before she had blown up and become extra, 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 like top. Like Jennifer Connelly's tops, right? She's tops. She's great. And he said like, oh yeah, you got to look out for her. She's a legend. She's going to be the best. You'll see. And I'm like, okay, all right. And then, yeah, come to find out, same. By the way, I worked with another guy. He was in quality assurance. And he was friends with Wisconsin Badger known as, why can't I remember his name right now? Wisconsin. He's only the most accomplished quarterback in all of history. Anyway, friends with this guy. I'm so stupid that I can't remember his name. Wisconsin Badger QB turned Patriot. New England Patriot. Like, after Bledsoe was this guy. After Drew Bledsoe was... Oh, no. I must be wrong about him as a Badger. Okay. Tom Brady. Okay, so Tom Brady. What college? I'm so embarrassed. What college? Okay, let's just see what college Tom Brady go to. Womp, womp, womp. I'm coming to a point here. University of Michigan. Oh, he wasn't a Badger. He's a Wolverine. Badger or Wolverine. What are you going to do? But yeah, this guy. I worked with somebody who was friends with Tom Brady. And when Tom Brady was just coming out of college, this is how long ago, by the way, just coming out of college, before coming into his pro career, this guy, he knew two things of note. One, he knew that this guy was going to blow up and be the best. Like he said, this guy, you have no idea. He's going to be the legend of all legends. This guy, he's the one. And then, who was the other girl? And then he also predicted that a woman would blow up and become one of the most popular musicians of all time. Latina, I can't remember her name. So stupid. Jenny from the block. I'm just on such a ramble here right now. Who sings? I'm so stupid that I can't remember these names. Jenny from the block. I mean, hello, J-Lo, of course, Jennifer Lopez. Oh my God. So this guy sat right across from me, and we would be working like crazy 15-hour shifts. We were doing quality assurance for Madden 2000. We would sit there and we would be talking about all the things, right? And he grew up in the Midwest as well. But then he came over and he was in California before me. I have no idea what he's up to now, but he told me two things of note about sports and about music. And he said, "Oh, you don't know anything. Oh, Rick, you're stupid. You know anything. Tom Brady is the real deal. He's going to be the best you ever saw. He's going to be, you'll see. He's the greatest quarterback. Like this guy, he's got the greatest, he's got the greatest ability to read defenses of all time. And you can't even believe it. And he's huge and he's powerful and he's so fast and strong. You're like, oh, you have no idea." And yeah, sure enough, like dead to rights, man. He nailed that. It was so true. And then he was telling me about Jennifer Lopez. He's like, "Oh yeah, you don't know anything about anything. You don't know about anything." He's like, "Jennifer Lopez, she's the real deal." And then of course we look at what she's actually been up to, and then where she came from. She was like the same level and even more so of Madonna, right? Like had more influence. And she's like super strong in business, right? Like unbelievable power in business. Like I think she's made so much money. Like the Kardashians, same kind of crazy thing where it's like, oh, this is the public facing part, but then like look at all the deals being done on the side. Wow, amazing. Okay, well, all right. I talked myself to death. I'm ridiculous. So it's like cooking over there. You have a fan. You put some brown noise on, turn on the fan, and then it'll help you sleep. And then do the count from 7, 3, 4. See if I'm telling you, try it. You go right to sleep. If it's anything like me, it's like ludicrous. I usually have to fall asleep to a podcast or something. Oh, you don't have a fan? Oh no. You need some kind of brown noise source. Like they call it brown noise. It's not white noise because it's not staticky. It's more like of a certain frequency. And well, anyway, I don't know. I'm a little bit spectrumy. I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD till I was only just like a few years ago, but because pretty functioning, right? Okay, can do okay, but I find that if I don't have some kind of noise like that, and something going on, I can't drift off to sleep. Anyway, try the 7/4 thing, see how it goes. Oh yeah, okay. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. I failed to reply. I'm not doing a good job of having a conversation. So hold on. Watch what I do here. I'm gonna achieve myself greater things. Who are yours? This is what I'm trying to do. So now it's your turn. You tell me. What are some of yours? I don't want to presume. I don't want to presume too much. Oh, but I didn't really tell you mine though, did I? Shoot. I did some kind of judo there. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do the judo. Hold on, give me a minute. Celebrity crushes. Ooh, here we go. Nice. Okay. All right. So you keep going. If you want, as you like, do the sharing. And now look, you see, I'm a little bit unk. Okay, I'm unk. So, but I have my means. Oh, wow. Yeah. I thought this role was amazing. Wow. Heck yeah. Oh, did you see Bad Times at El Royale? That was crazy. I like that one. That one was a surprise and weird and good. Oh, it's super cool. You will like it. You have to like it. It's required. Oh, wow. Amazing. Oh, also a singer, right? Figures. Oh, do you see this? She's slated to show up in season 2, which I didn't even know was coming, of Beef. Do you see this? Okay, have you seen season 1 of Beef? It's crazy. And by the way, so accurate, so real, so... Okay, well, hey, you're currently watching it. That's hilarious because one of your favorite actresses is going to be in season 2. Your crush is in season 2. What do you think of that? How you think? Yeah. Season 1 is crazy good. Like, it's just so real and so good. And it's plausible. Like I get it. I understand. Like I can catch those vibes. I can catch those in a way. I get it. Oh, hey, by the way, speaking of which, this is really interesting. Carey Mulligan. She played Trinity in The Matrix. She's totally she would qualify as a crush, no doubt. Easy. That one's easy. Easy. Strong characters, like people who've played strong characters, will almost always be gravitating. I'll be gravitating toward. So, like I don't like the supermodel type. I like the ones who are distinct and unique, and then I find more interest in that. So, yeah, that will be no surprise to you, I'm sure. Carey Mulligan, heck yeah. I might be confusing actresses though. I guess okay. I don't get too into celebrities. Oh, hold on. Second crush, Tom Holland. Nice. Oh, I know that one was so good. Yep. Awesome. Good. Those are two amazing crushes to have for sure. I get it. I've only seen Kaylee in I've seen Kaylee in two things. I didn't realize it. I hadn't identified. So I saw her in Bad Times at El Royale. I saw her in Alien Romulus, which is cool. It actually is very cool. If you haven't seen Alien Romulus, and I do get the sense you like horror, you'll enjoy it. Which this is so embarrassing. No, not at all. It's fine. It's fine. Civil War 2024. I didn't see that. I don't know about that. Priscilla, also haven't seen. Man, and it's a biopic, hey? Wow. I'm extremely uncultured. Like I've missed so many things. But there's only so much time in the day. What are you gonna do? Got you. Yep. A bit of a biopic then. Cool. Well, I think you definitely enjoy like rolling through Beef. It's so funny and raw in a way, like so kind of like, yeah, I get it. I can see where it would go like that kind of, but it's also hyper real and absurd, but very relatable. Like it's a good character study. It's this, you should watch the scene again. I totally will. I will. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right on. All right. Well, all right. I'm going to switch back to the game. And then, oh my goodness, it's 3-something for you now, hey? Oh no. Oh no. Or no, 2-something. Ah. All right. Where am I going? Wacha. All right. Oh, but sorry. I have to put the chat back. Yeah. All right. Well, let me, I'm going to park this in a different place and I'm going to move, just do a couple of adjustments. All right. There we go. Good. Good. You're melting away. Yeah, because it's so, well, hey, stay hydrated. It's important. Got to stay hydrated. I'm still here, and I'm still checking it out. So what you write. So don't worry about that. And yeah, hydration is so important. You gotta stay hydrated. All right. So I'm still percolating on celebrity crushes. Oh, I know I'm missing out on a couple. There are a couple that I should have jumped into my head, but that haven't. I'm going to go over here just to do it. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where up in the sky I failed to get all the way through and end. Oh, Nicole Kidman. Yeah. Yep. Nicole Kidman is quite good. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, one thing about this game that I'm not I get a little bit confused by is I'm not sure where I haven't done things. Okay, so I'm almost positive been all the way through this, but I'm not certain. Yeah, puzzles. I don't always know if I've completed an area or not. And because I kind of go here and there, I don't always complete everything all the way. So then I'm not sure, oh, did I solve the puzzle here yet? No, this one I definitely haven't solved yet. By the way, I see, like, it's very cold here. I'm experiencing some cold. Oh, look at this. I haven't solved this yet. No, wait. Actually, I think I have. Maybe I have. Yeah, I think maybe I have. Puzzles, puzzles. Deja vu is always happening. Hello. Look at this. I haven't been here. Like, I solved the puzzle. I solved the puzzle, and I did not actually collect this as a reward for having done it. That's so silly. I'm silly. What? So here's a case of solve the puzzle, didn't actually get the prize at the end after. My wet. What's going on here? What's going on here? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're going. We're going. Oh, I'm cruising. I feel like I'm gonna fall, but I haven't fallen yet. Wow. Wow. Okay, so more puzzles here. You need to get up at 7? Oh, please go to sleep. Oh my gosh, 7? I feel guilty. If I'm too interesting for you, then like you can't get to sleep. That's no good. I'm just to be boring. How can I be super boring for you so that you can fall asleep? Go to sleep. So when you get very tired, how does that manifest for you when you're tired in the morning? Is it like, do you get a little more cranky, or do you get a little bit more? Do you like lose your balance and feel tipsy? Like what's tomorrow going to be like for you? Are you going to be a little cranky, or are you going to be a little bit can't stand straight and feel like you want to fall over, or how does that work for you? Although you're young, right? If you're just getting out of high school, honestly, but take care of yourself, because your brain's still developing and all of that. It's really important to get the best sleep you can. Get the best sleep that you can without feeling guilty for not getting it, because that's counterproductive. Yeah, usually okay. I mean, quack, 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 the raven. Quack, quack, quack. Shiny, get distracted. What was I talking about? I don't know. Quack, quack, quack. Yeah, well. I'm going to be very excited though to see how things go for you in life. Like I don't know how I'll know, but somehow you send me a message or something, I'll probably still be reachable, and you say like, "Oh, hey, check me out in this movie." Right? That can be. Or even since you read so much, hey, I wrote something. I wrote a cool book. You should read it. And say like, it's this one. That can happen, you know. The only thing that would stop you from doing that is just you. And also, no pressure. Who cares? You don't have to do anything. Just waking up and being grateful for your life every day is kind of end game, right? Everybody alive right now. Well, technology is interesting right now. We don't totally know. We don't totally know, but everybody alive right now in 100 years, probably not. So, you know, I think your main goal in life is to just really like appreciate it and have fun, have a good life. You know, just have a good life. That's what you need to do. Oh, I'm in a very cold area. I definitely haven't completed all of this, so. Oh, you're back, yeah. Well, I was just asking you, no, I wasn't asking you. I was just thinking that, oh, your internet died. That could have been a blessing in disguise. It came back, which is, oh no. I want you to sleep. I want you to have good sleep. I was just saying, trying to say like, all the places you will go, right, and all the fun things that you will do, because I realized like, you're just coming out of high school. You will be soon, and you're just in a class of 8, and you'll be going out there and making the things happen. And I said, I'll be really curious. Like you, at some point, you'll message me because I'll probably still be somehow accessible through this or something. And you tell me, oh, hey, I'm coming up in this film. Check it out, or check out this one. Oh, and then I thought, well, you're such a reader of books that maybe you'll even just write something. You know, you find some sort of art to contribute. Yeah, totally. That'll be fun. That would be good. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. You are, hey? What are you writing? You don't have to tell me, but if you want to. I never want to be pressuring. Oh, yeah. So good. Well, that's incredible. So, if you think you're in a place and you're comfortable to go into it, what's that about? I'm curious. I'm going to fly. I'm just going to go fly somewhere while you're writing. Just going to go on a little flight, okay? About the sun not setting. Whoa. Okay, so you've learned the power of saying a thing that carries a lot of meaning with few words. About the sun not setting is very, very cool. Okay. Interested. Got me instantly curious. Good. About the sun not setting. Ooh, amazing. Okay, so, oh yeah. Yes. Those are really fun to read sometimes. Absolutely. Wow. So what's fun about that is in some ways it can be emblematic of you too. It doesn't have to be. It shouldn't have to be. So sometimes, they say write about what you know, right? But everybody knows a little bit of everything, so it doesn't necessarily. But yes. So, oh, that's great. That's so interesting. About the sun not setting. Well, when I was your age, I was writing. I had a fevered brain. There's no doubt about it. Fevered. I would write 10, 12 poems a day, and it was in the form of imagism. I did try to go for a while. I was playing around with Shakespearean quatrains, but then I fell in love with freeform, sort of E. Cummings type. Nice. Yeah. Well, that's great. I like the economy in poetry that can be there. Yeah, I was writing like 10 or 12 poems a day when I was right around where you were. It was out of control. Like I must have written actually thousands of them. Actually thousands. And I became obsessed, just like E. Cummings, with the structure and arrangement on the page, to the point where I was beginning to try to infuse the semantics of what I was trying to get across inside the syntax and layout and arrangement on the page. Like I was trying to somehow capture the meaning of what my words were in the shape of the words as arranged on the page, but also like gaps and like intentionally not doing a period in some cases, or intentionally chopping off part of the back of a word and then letting it be closer to the next one so that you could read it across, and it was like, instead of 2 words, it was 3 words. Like, I went into crazy places. I did it like acrostics. That's like where you write poems usually about love and fear. Yeah, the most human stuff. Free verse, excellent. Yep. Oh, well, I mean, the spoken poem is basically a musical thing, so it's not such a stretch to go from a poem to a song. That's great. Did you ever learn how to do like actually the meter and all that? Like, I tried a little bit, but then I didn't commit properly. So I didn't learn how to read music. I wonder if you know how to read music. My brother never learned, but he could play Metallica. Like, he could shred. I mean, to the point of it's really, really good. And wow. I'm curious about for you if you ever learned, or if it's like just by ear. Curious. Got you. Well, and you don't necessarily need to. You could, but you don't have to. And depending upon what instrument you end up using. Oh, really? Nice. Like, if you're just learning to play the guitar, or you're writing music for the guitar, it can be a much more abbreviated kind of sheet music. It doesn't have to be like the formal hardcore stuff at all. Anyway. I'm laughing because I'm going around in circles very high up in the sky. In one of the most improbable places, there's a flying squirrel up here. Okay, like a flying squirrel. All the way up here. Technically, that's accurate. But then also, I'm busy looking at what you're writing and not at the screen as I try to go around in the edge, which is like, I haven't fallen off yet, but I'm low-key about to. So I'm not looking at the screen. This is where it starts to get weird. I'm like playing, not playing, and I'm sorry, not sorry. Oh, I would feel really bad if you did. I would feel bad, actually. And you know what? I'm trying to be helpful. And you should fall off. You should fall to sleep. See what I did there? Yeah. So I'm actually approaching doneness. I do 6 hours a day, starting at noon my time here. That's +7 GMT. Same time every day, 7 days a week. And I literally have 6 minutes. Oh, hey, John, how you doing? You hate mornings, but you know what? You're going to hate the morning more if you don't get some sleep. Right now, you can get 4 hours at the most. You know, one good REM cycle is about 2.5 hours. But you need like 2 to 3 for sure every night, or you're going to be a little bit broken. I'm great, John. So, tell me about you, John. Tell me what's up. Whoa! Right on the edge. In order to switch over and talk to you and to type to you, I'm multi-streaming, by the way, so I'm trying to figure out which one you're on. Oh, you're on Twitch, hey? Okay. Yeah. So both you and DJ are on Twitch. I'm trying to convince DJ to go to sleep. Okay? I know. So, and DJ's in SoCal, right? And can't sleep because it's too hot and does not have a fan. Oh, I currently live in Vietnam. I was born in Minnesota. I said, nah. But I make video games. I'm not currently attached to a project. I've made a bunch of them. Like, I worked at 2K Sports for a while, so NBA 2K, NFL. Worked a little bit on their NHL even. I've worked at Electronic Arts in Canada. I worked on FIFA. I worked on SSX, the snowboarding. And I've also made a bunch of RPGs. And more recently, here in Vietnam, where I've been for 3 years, I've been working on web-based things, but really fun ones like JRPGs, and trying to make a platform where people can build their own kind of stories. So it's called Good Story Time. Oh, check this out. Hey, like, see if I can check this out. Check this out. I'm trying to reach behind me and show you something. Every single day, I stream every day, like 6 hours a day. This is my 5th or 6th day that I've ever done it, but I'm like hardcore on it. They say one of the best predictors of somebody having some kind of success, but look at this. This is a game I made. Look at this. Look, is how much you do it, like, and for how long each day. And I'm like basically 7 days a week, 6 hours a day. Skybreaker. It's a really cool social deduction game. So we made this. So at my startup, we made this. It's called Skybreaker Genesis. It's based on an IP, like a Japanese RPG, and is awesome. Oh, you do? Hey, well, I'm slow cooking, and I'm just gonna go till the wheels come off. But it's nice to meet you, John. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I stream Uber Alles all the time. Could do, John, but I tell you, I'm like a fish in the water doing this. I'm currently already multi-streaming at excellent stream rates and frame rates. I'm multi-streaming on Twitch, Kick, YouTube Live, and I'm beginning to play around. Okay, I got you, Jesse Rare. I got you. Thanks, man. DJ, let me catch up. Let me catch up with you again, DJ. But thanks for reaching out, man. I appreciate it, John. No one is an island, as they say. But we'll see where all that heads. See where all that leads to for me. But yeah, I got like the good rig for all of this, and I've kind of already got my about page set up, and I'm beginning to do clips. And some clip I did on YouTube, just it was crazy. It was like it was hockey sticking, as they say, and I was getting about 300 views per 2 or 3 minutes. So I was like going nuts. And then as I looked at it on my mobile phone, I'm like, oh, this is fun. I like unlisted it, and I didn't realize, and I killed it. I killed a viral thing. I killed it dead. It's okay. It's just my first kick at the can, though. So I was like, ooh, that's some beginner's luck. I was going viral with the first thing I put on, and it was just like, kaboom. It's like, let's go. And then I like turned it off accidentally. Went to sleep. Yeah, DJ. So, I'm gonna get back to chatting with DJ because I know you're just kind of doing like a business reach out, and I do appreciate it. Follow me, bro. Like, I only have a few followers. I need it. I needs it. I will. I'll add you. So, John, I am rings true on Discord, exactly like what I am here. So if you just look for me there, you'll find me right away. Okay? It's just same. Exactly this. Okay, that's it. Just look for that, and I'll friend up with you. You can send me some things. I mean, no promises, but again, you're in the business and I'm having fun, so there's no harm in it. Okay. So, DJ, back to trying to get you to go to sleep. Yeah. You should. You don't want to. Am I on Discord? Yeah. That's right. That's right. I am. No, you don't think so? So, what's your writing? The one about the sun never setting, and you're doing it in sort of like a first person perspective, I suppose. Yeah, I did, John. I told you it's rings true. You gotta add me there. Oh, it's RIN, not RLN. All right, but back to DJ. So. So have you seen any comparables? Written? Oh, written and given? Yeah, okay, man. Let me see. Hold on. if I don't actually have my Discord up. Let me try to open up my Discord. I'll just, whoops, I opened up something else. Okay. So what I was wondering, DJ, is if you've seen any comparables out there, like of that particular style of writing. Have you seen anything? I think there's like an aliens, no, not alien, like a zombie survival. No. Oh my gosh. There's like the perfect one for you to look at because I know you like horror. Anyway, you might have seen some good ones, and I'm curious if you're modeling after any of those, if you're trying to like stay clean and pure to yourself and not be like unduly biased by some other work. I mean, a lot of artists are like that. They're afraid to read other people's great work, or be exposed to it because they want to keep their own voice pure. I'm just curious. I'm curious what you think about that, how you approach it. Yeah, I avoided some. I avoided reading too many things along the lines of what I was trying to write because I didn't want to take on someone else's voice. Like, you know, a lot of comedians who are trying to break into the scene, you know, that's also another kind of art, really, I suppose. It's a bit more free-flowing, but it is still art, and it takes a lot of crafting to build. They get afraid to be too close to or around other people who are really taking off because they're afraid of like without purposefully, you know, sort of absorbing that style into their own, and pretty soon they're talking like the other person because they see that person getting laughs in front of the crowd. Okay. All right. Well, I had to ignore. I had to go ahead and ignore that fella, which I just did now because he's not reading the thread. So I have marked him as ignore. I think he's just wants to be a remora. But all the best to you, by the way. But you know, I already told you to add me, and I told you how. And I even opened up Discord and looked, but you didn't accept. So that's that, buddy. But yeah, hold on. I'm gonna open up a separate. I'm gonna search. I'm going back to Google Gemini, and I'm gonna see example of a popular diary style book about horror that took off and people love. Let's see what we get. The first one I'm thinking of, it'll come through. World War Z. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, actually, Dracula's like that too. Oh, you're right. Bram Stoker did it like that too. Just like you said, Dracula. Wow, yes. Okay, so you just picked like the biggest one of them all. Yeah, that's pretty good. That, you don't need to go any further than that. But yeah, DayZ is also like that. You know, it's like this, or even, I suppose even like an Anne Frank one. But yeah, World War Z. But you picked the alpha, right? The alpha and the omega is Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yeah, I'm looking at the original viral sensation. The entire story is told through journals, letters, and ship logs, making the supernatural threat feel like a documented fact. So, nice. Found footage of literature. Totally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've tried to write some short stories. I have some short story ideas in my head. One that I really loved, that I've explored, and I even created all the musical tracks. I was going to try to write, you know, like a 90-minute movie, basically, a script. I was actually putting it in a script format, but there's lots of ways to approach that. I figured I'd explore the art of packing in a lot of information without writing a lot around it, that it kind of, it's like the dialogue tells a ton about about the storyline, about the environment, the world, like the milieu of all of it. Yeah, script. So I put together one about what if in the future people can communicate non-verbally and also be sort of mind-to-mind connected. So the idea of neural lace, like Elon Musk's idea that he pitched, this idea that we can think our thoughts to each other and we can skip language as a step, spoken language as a step. And that part of how you might be able to do that is with subvocalizing. So in fact, there's stuff that you can do where you put like some kind of membrane on the throat, and it picks up the electrical impulses and the vibrational frequency, and it can convert your subvocalizations. Like, here's something that apparently is true. I didn't know this. I mean, I don't know if I'm trying to bore you so you fall asleep, okay? Like, I'm here to make you fall asleep. And I only have about 5 minutes before I hit my 6-hour mark. So, and then I think this might be the gift I can give you is to leave. But when you think thoughts, apparently you are subvocalizing the whole time. And what I mean is your voice box is actually moving in the subtlest way. When you think silently to yourself, I think I'm going to wither away in bed. Yeah. I mean, if you lose consciousness, that's the way. You're supposed to fall asleep once a day. You're supposed to sleep once a day, sometimes even naps. But just subvocalizing. So if you subvocalize, that will be paired with thinking. So imagine a future where everybody is thinking thoughts to one another and actually have a wetware connection to the internet, right? And broadly speaking, there's sort of like a hive mind where people can like think thoughts immediately and then have them supported and undergirded by things like Google, right? So I can basically think my way into searching things, and instead of having interfaces, like computer interfaces with a mouse and a keyboard, mornings, okay, all right, I hear what you're saying there, because I also struggle with mornings. What should be a normal routine for me, it should be just a normal thing that I do. Well, yeah, it's interesting. So that ends up being like the basis for I'm gonna try to move off one thread and get back to the other, so I don't sound completely incoherent. The subvocalizing can be a funny way of helping get to the point where people see each other for their differences and their samenesses, and really like cut through the projection that they might have of another person to get through to the actual person. Okay, so I think one of the fundamental struggles that modern society has is that we project ourselves out onto the world, and sometimes we get lost in what we think is the case from what's actually true. And so what if this is the science fiction conceit, what if we had a way to like drop down the projection and punch right through to the other person? Okay, and so one of the steps into that could be the ability to subvocalize our thoughts and to have those pass through wirelessly to one another, so that basically our brains are lighting up and we're having like cognitive dances with each other. We just dance around in thought space, and we end up really changing the nature of humanity, because in some cases we'll want to have walls up, right? Like you want to put up some kind of a firewall, right? Because the people thinking dark thoughts can hurt you, I suppose. But then other people will think along those same lines as you, and it'll feel good and right. But then you also want to grow and have separation from yourself and be more purely in the mind of another person, more purely and fully present and available for another person without your own thoughts interfering, without your own interpretation layer getting in the way. And so I thought, that could be a cool science fiction book. But then I thought, oh, how am I going to actually express that nonverbal stuff in a book? And I thought, this should be a movie, because people can act with their faces, and you can have kind of like an inner dialogue that comes out that can be part of the experience, or you can figure out creative ways to project with lighting, like the feeling a person has from like what you would be saying. So then we begin to discover, like in those kinds of contexts, and I'm about to get to being about the morning struggle. We can get it more into this conversation space through the science fiction. If it could be something that's super popular, it goes out to the world and everybody loves it, which helps us separate out like our thoughts from who we are. And this idea that I can entertain another person's worldview without mine being threatened. This idea that I have a locus, but I'm freely able to port my own point of view. I'm fully able to just escape myself into another person's mind, and we can take turns seeing each other, like without our eyes, for the first time really well. So like sight that becomes better and truer without our eyes. So I thought, oh my God, how do I express this? I have to try to make it into a movie, because so much would be nonverbal. And I'll want to like blend, I'll try to want to capture thought space cinematically instead of over explain it in a book. So I don't know. That was my particular area of fascination, and it still is. And I've made some progress into that, let's say. But morning, I don't do routines very well. If anything is in any way slightly different from a typical routine, then I'm totally out of luck. Then it's like brushing my teeth is complex, and I have to think about it, and it's work. I can't just do the things that I normally do and get through them easily. Like everything is like novel every time. It's like everything is different every time I do it. And so how do I just do something without thinking about it? How do I do something and just get going? And it sort of does itself, right? Like how do I just get up and suddenly I'm brushing my teeth and I'm making the food, and if I have coffee, I get a little bit of coffee, and then I just check out my phone and I make sure I got the right clothes. And yes, if I have a good routine, that's nice, because then I can reserve my thinking and my attention for things that are novel and that are kind of requiring a little more thought. Because otherwise, unfortunately for me, brushing my teeth is interesting. Like brushing my teeth is interesting. Well, it should just be something I don't think about. It should be automated, but it's not. And so that's what I have to say about mornings. Mornings are crazy. Everything is crazy because it's also novel for me every time I do it. I don't know. It's tough being a person sometimes, you know? All right, let me take a look at how long I've been on. And I'm not trying to get away, but I'm trying to hold to... Yeah, I'm at 6 hours and 15 minutes. I did such a good job. I did such a good job today. But I think I had so much fun talking with you and getting to know you. And I'm excited for your future. And I really like your uniqueness. It's great. You know? Good for you. Fun. I can totally... There are some people I really get on with. You're just totally one of those types of people, right? You're a unique person. So your routine is usually I either take a cold shower. Oh, do you know what that does? You get cold shock proteins, and it also it's really good for you. Cold showers spike your dopamine by like 700 to 800%. That's great that you do that. Or you wait for like 10 minutes, then you get in and force yourself to do stuff. Yeah, I have to force myself, right? I can never just do something easily. It's always requiring a lot of energy and then get kind of tired. So, but yeah, I'm at 6 hours, 15 minutes. I see it. I did such a good job. Yeah, I did a good job. But I think a lot of it was with you, and it was super fun hanging out. So, man, time flew by. It was like hanging out with a friend. So, and I'm so excited for your future, hey? Like, believe in yourself. For you, it's getting dressed is a lot of work. Of course, it's so much work. It's exhausting. And for me, I always inherently find things that fit together well, like that are color coordinated or complementary, and I cannot leave until I get it right. And then invariably, I look at myself and I'm like, I'm very color coordinated. How did I do that? I'm like, well, because I couldn't leave without doing that first. It had to fully be done. I couldn't just throw things on, forget it. I'm too busy thinking about how I project out into the world for others to see. Oh, my goodness. But yes. Yeah, nice hanging out with you, and I really hope you get sleep. See you again. All the best. Try not to melt. Stay hydrated. Always stay hydrated. Get some water. Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. Sweats and a hoodie, though, people who do that, it's still usually going to look very organized and like you're really put together. Like it's a package, right? You set that up. But yeah, same. I like it's good to just kind of sometimes you need to prioritize feeling comfortable as well. It's yeah. All right. Well, you continue being you. Have a good time. Whatever you do tomorrow, good luck. I hope you get some rest. Try the 734. Okay. All right. I'm gonna shut down now. Sleep. Get some sleep, DJ. Bye. Bye. Bye.